National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 15. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your director and your host on Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren, and good evening, everybody. First of all, on behalf of everyone connected with the show, may we thank you very much for your wonderful letters praising last week's broadcast and welcoming us back to the air. Actually, we received only one complaint from a lady whom we'll call Mrs. X. She wrote, "Why must you portray such horrible people? I don't mind listening to Radio City Playhouse, but I'd sure hate to live with anybody who has a mind like yours." Well, Mrs. X, thanks for your letter anyway, and please don't think that you're not going to meet some entirely lovable, kind, good characters on Radio City Playhouse. You are. And in the very near future, so I hope you'll stick with us. Unfortunately, nasty people make good stories. So good, in fact, that we've another one for you tonight, this time by Mr. John Galsworthy. John Stanley plays Keith Darrant. Ian Martin plays Larry Darrant, his brother, in John Galsworthy's The First and the Last, Attraction 15 on Radio City Playhouse.
It is 6 o'clock of a November evening in London in the year 1914. The fire in Keith Darrant's study flicks little dapples of light across the turkey-red carpet. Mr. Darrant is dozing, but even in sleep, his face is strong, cold, clear-cut. Mr. Keith Darrant, K.C. Holly, his butler, tiptoes into the room, stands looking at his master's virile, calm face, then coughs discreetly.
Yes, Holly. What is it?
It's your brother, sir.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Is he sober?
He seems so, sir.
All right, show him in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Holly, you'd better telephone Judge Tellison and say I may be a few minutes late for dinner.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Larry.
Thank you, Holly. Come in, Larry, come in.
Hello, Keith.
Come over here where I can see you. Sit down. You look dreadful. Have you been drinking?
Keith,
Don't mumble, Larry. If you have anything to say, say it. I suppose you want money. What is it?
I've killed a man.
You have been drinking.
No, it's true.
Larry, I have a dinner appointment. Whatever you've got to say, say it.
It's true, I tell you. I killed a man.
Larry,
Last night.
you're not serious.
Yes, I'm serious. What do you want me to do? I've told you, you're my brother. Can't you understand English?
How? When? Tell me.
When there's a girl, you see. She's Polish. She married a man named Wallen. He left her with a baby coming. Ran out on her. She lost the baby and almost starved to death. Then I came along. She's not what you'd call respectable.
Go on.
But, Keith, I've never met a sweeter woman. She's fine and good. Oh, she's so young. She's only 20. Well, last night when I went to her, Warren was there. He turned up again. We had a row. He was drunk and half mad with rage. He came for me and I hit him. I took him by the throat.
Well, when I let go, he was dead.
Larry.
I never even knew till it was over that she'd been hanging on to him, too.
Then what did you do?
We sat by it a long time.
And then?
I carried it down the street to an archway.
Did anyone see?
No.
What time was this?
3 a.m.
Where was the archway?
Corner of Love Lane.
Then what?
I went back to her.
Where does she live?
42 Border Square, Soho.
You idiot, don't you realize what this means? You know that I'm within an ace of a judgeship.
Help me, Keith.
What do you expect me to do, rush out and defend you? For years I've worked and slaved to get where I am. And you smash everything with a fit of insane, mad temper.
Keith, help me. I may be no good, but I've never even heard a fly if I could help it.
You have to lie like fury.
I'm so afraid I feel sick.
Pull yourself together. Let me think. You're sure no one saw you?
Yes.
When you left the girl finally, where did you go?
To my room.
Fitzroy Street?
Yes.
What have you done since?
Sat there, thinking.
Can the girl be trusted?
She loves me.
Can a woman like that love?
Oh, you lawyer. Sometimes I want to...
Answer me.
All right. I tell you she's devoted to me. Keith, did you ever pick up a lost dog? Well, that's what it's like. She has a lost dog's love for me, and I for her. She did the only decent thing in my life.
You can spare me the intimate details. Did you take anything from the body?
Huh? Oh, yes, this envelope dropped out when we were struggling.
Give it to me. Mr. Patrick Wallen, Simon's Hotel, Farrier Street, London. There, into the fire.
Doesn't that make you an accessory to the crime or something? Burning it, I mean?
I'm quite aware of the risk I'm running. Now tell me, this Wallen, was this his first reappearance after an absence?
Yes.
And you say you didn't mean to kill him?
No, of course I didn't. He hit me, and I... Oh, Keith, I didn't know I was so strong.
Did you look to see if his clothes were marked?
No.
Why not?
I'm not made of iron like you.
How long has the girl been at this Soho place?
About a year.
Are either she or Wallen known to the police?
Not that I know of.
And you're sure no one saw you either entering or leaving her place last night?
Yes, I'm positive. I've keys to her flat.
Give them to me. What else have you that connects you with her?
Nothing.
Photographs, letters?
No, nothing.
Now listen, Larry. Go straight home and stay there until I get in touch with you.
All right.
Have you any money?
Little.
I'll get you some tomorrow.
You're very good to me, Keith.
Don't mention it. The privilege of a brother. As it happens, I'm thinking of myself. You realize you've dragged me into the most unholy mess. Me, King's Counsel, sworn to the service of the law.
I know, Keith. I know it. Don't you think I know it? I'd like to jump in the Thames or something.
Oh, stop being melodramatic. Go home and keep your head. Stay there until you hear from me. Holly, now remember, keep your head.
All right. Good night, Keith.
You wanted me, Mr. Darren?
Yes. Good night, Larry.
Good night, Keith. Oh, night, Holly.
Good night, Mr. Larry.
Has he gone?
Yes, sir.
Now listen, Holly. Larry's in trouble. You'll find out about it soon enough. Follow him. Make sure he goes straight home. He's overwrought, and if he starts drinking, anything can happen. Follow him. Don't let him do anything but go straight home. Understand?
Yes, sir.
As soon as we finish dinner, I'll phone you from Judge Tillison's.
Very good, sir.
You better get after Larry quickly. I'll phone you later.
Yes, sir. Mr. Darren's residence?
Holly, did he go straight home?
Oh, yes, Mr. Darren.
You're sure?
He went into a chemist's shop. I didn't think it wise to stop him.
Chemist's shop?
Yes, sir. I couldn't see what he bought. I didn't go in after him. I waited outside and looked through the window. He bought something in a little blue box.
Hawley, I'm going down to Burrows Square. It's in Soho. I'm leaving Judge Tillerson's now. Wait up for me.
Yes, Mr. Darrant.
Oh, you startled me, Constable. The fog's so thick I didn't see you. Is this Glove Lane?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Beg pardon, Governor. I shouldn't be around here too much, sir. If I was you, bad district.
Thank you, Constable.
Only last night a bloke was found here done in, right by this arch.
Yes, I read about it in the papers.
Yes, some rum characters round these parts.
Yes. I'm looking for Burrows Square.
Straight ahead, sir, and turn to the right.
Thank you, Constable. Please don't be frightened. I had a dinner engagement, or I wouldn't have come so late. Larry's told me everything. It's an awful business.
Yes, awful.
In this room?
Yes. Just where you are standing.
You look very young to be a... How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you fond of Larry?
I would die for him.
I'm going to try to help.
Oh, yes, help us. Please help us.
This man, Wallen, your husband, before he came here last night, how long since you saw him?
18 months.
I was out to dinner with friends who are very close to the courts. They've identified Wallen's body. They'll start looking for everybody connected with him.
He never let people know I was married to him. I don't know if I really was. We went to an office and signed our names. But I did not understand English very well then. I don't know if we really were married.
Well, we can hope not.
He treated many like me, I think.
You're sure no one around here knows of your connection with him?
I'm sure.
If the worst comes to the worst and this man is traced to you, can you trust yourself not to give Larry away?
I've burned all the things he has given me, even his picture.
Good. Since last night, what have you been doing?
Crying. I'm so afraid.
You haven't been out?
No.
You're a strange girl. What do you call yourself now? What's your name?
Wanda Levinska.
One more question. Do the police know you because of your life?
No. No, the police do not know me.
Good. Well, I'm going now. Don't do anything until you hear from me. Talk to nobody. Don't go out for anything except to buy food. Keep quiet. And don't worry.
Not worry? How can I not worry?
Well, you can try.
Please, sir, do not take Larry away from me. I will be so careful. But if he left me, I should die. Please, please, sir, be good to us, to Larry and me.
What is Keith doing, Wanda? We've heard nothing for 5 days. He's usually so prompt. I couldn't stay locked up in my rooms forever. I had to come out tonight. I had to see you. There's been nothing in the papers, nothing from Keith. I can't stand this much longer.
I've prayed to the Virgin. Larry, she will help us.
You don't really believe that, do you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Larry, I do.
I wish I could. Wish I could believe in anything. Oh, I hate this world, hate its savageness, its ugliness. I hate Keith's world, all righteousness and smugness and success. We don't belong anywhere, Wanda. We're no good, you and I. We're weak, we're soft. Better dead than alive.
No, Larry. Please don't be so unhappy. I can't bear to see you so hopeless in the heart. Something will...
Keep quiet.
Maybe it's your brother.
gave him the keys.
And who?
I don't know. You might as well go. Keith!
Larry, I told you to stay at home. I went to your rooms, you weren't there. I might have known you wouldn't have the strength to stay away from here.
I couldn't help it, Keith. I couldn't stay alone any longer. I had to see her.
Well, you're lucky. They've made an arrest.
They've what?
I've just come from the courts. It'll be in the papers tonight. They've arrested a man named Anderson, a little yellow, ragged scarecrow. He's lame and half-starved. They were fools to think he'd have had the strength.
Arrested him? But how, Keith? How?
There's not nearly enough evidence to convict him, but it'll give us a breather. He apparently robbed the body.
Yes, but
he pawned a snake-shaped ring, and they identified this Swallen by it. He's in no danger. They always get the wrong man first. It'll do him no harm to be locked up for a spell. In the meantime, you've got to get out of England.
No,
I can't.
no.
Be quiet, both of you. There's a boat from the Argentine tomorrow. I'll get you a ticket, Larry, and some money.
Both of us?
You can't go together. She can go on the next boat.
No, Keith.
What do you mean, no?
I can't go, that's what I mean. Not while there's a possibility of this man being charged with murder.
Good grief, Larry, don't be an idiot. I'm a lawyer. I know there's not nearly enough evidence. No jury would convict, and if they did, no judge would hang. Besides, a ghoul who can rob a dead body ought to be in prison.
No, Keith. I've got to see it through.
Yes, Larry, you must.
I've had about enough of you, Larry. Can you possibly imagine what I've been through in the last 5 days? My own brother, Lawrence Darrant, a murderer. Do you know what this will do to me? It'll be the end of everything. Everything I've worked for. For 20 years I've slaved and studied and worked. And I'm not going to see the whole thing smashed up because you're a weak, worthless sham of a man that hasn't enough backbone to... I won't let you. You understand? I won't let you. Well?
I don't want the money, Keith. Or the ticket. You better go.
Now, look here, Larry. You're in no position to argue. You're in grave danger of ending up on the gallows. Get on that boat tomorrow, and I promise you she'll join you within a month.
No.
It'll be at least 5 months until he comes up for trial. You can't possibly live like this for 5 months, slinking around street corners at night. You can't stand it, neither can I.
I can stand it.
I'm not going to stay here and argue, Larry. This is your last chance.
You'd better go, Keith.
Can't you do something with him?
But he's right, sir. This poor little man Anderson. Yes, Larry, you have to see it through.
Very well. Then there's nothing more to be said. I wash my hands of the whole affair. Good night.
You're right, Larry. You are right. Do not be afraid, my dearest.
That poor little lame scarecrow. Locked up because of me. Locked up like an animal in a cage. Wondering how this could happen to him.
Larry, you're not going to give yourself up.
I don't know.
I cannot live if you are not with me, Larry.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm not like you Englishwomen. I'm different.
Oh, what, of course. Of course you are.
I do not care for fine clothes, for excitement. I do not care for much money. I care for you. I've been hungry before. I can be hungry again. But I cannot live without you, Larry.
Oh, Wanda, I love you. If I only had the courage to do what I ought to do. If I only had the courage.
Mr. Darrant, sir.
Yes, Hawley?
They're going to hang Anderson, sir. They found him guilty of Wallen's murder. They're going to hang him, sir.
When did you learn this?
Just now, sir. It's in the paper this morning. Didn't you know, sir?
No, I I've been so busy, I didn't know.
Oh, it's a sad business, sir.
Larry wouldn't be fool enough to go and confess, to go and blab to the police. Hawley, get your coat on quickly.
Yes.
We've got to get to Larry before he makes a fool of himself. Larry, it's I, Keith.
If they're not here, sir, where would they be?
I don't know. Here, open the door.
Keys, sir?
Yes, Larry gave them to me months ago. Go on, open the door.
Oh, merciful heavens, Mr. Tarrant. Look!
Keep quiet, you idiot. Keep quiet and shut the door.
Sir, they're dead, sir. That's what he bought in the chemist's shop. Look, here's the little blue box.
Of all the ridiculous, insane things to do, how could they do this to me? Don't touch them, Hawley, don't touch them.
Here's a note, sir.
Let me see it. I, Lawrence Darrant, about to die by my own hand, confess that I deliberately and with premeditation strangled and killed a man known as Patrick Wallen on the night of... Hawley, quickly. We've got to get out of here.
But, Mr.
Stand there staring at the man. They're dead, both of them, too weak and stupid to live.
Oh, Mr.
Come along,
Darrant.
we've got to get out of here. And we've never been here, do you understand? We've never been here.
Mr. Darrant, sir.
Well, Hawley, what is it?
I'm sorry to mention it again, sir, but time's getting short. I know that...
Hawley, stop it. I'm sick of your tawdry emotionalism day after day, week after week.
But, sir, I thought that
You thought? What do you think I've been doing? Night after night, sitting here, I look into the flames, and I see a street filled with people all staring at me. Brother of well-known K.C. guilty of Wallen murder. What am I supposed to do? Weaken and go to the police? Do you want to let me lose that flood of foulness?
But, sir, Christmas is over. It's New Year's Day tomorrow. You've so little time, sir. They're hanging Anderson on January the 14th.
Don't you think I know that? Stop it, Hawley, stop it!
Oh, Mr. Darrant, sir, please.
Leave it with me, Hawley, leave it with me. Don't talk about it anymore. Leave it with me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. I knew you couldn't be your father's son and not do something.
Please, Hawley. Let me alone now.
Good morning, Mr. Darrant.
What are you doing up so early?
This is the day, sir. This is the day.
I know it's the day. They're hanging him at 5 o'clock this morning and you can't sleep.
Mr. Darrant, you've got to telephone the prison. You've still got Mr. Larry's letter, haven't you?
Yes, I have. It's here on my desk. There's nothing left out. It's very clear, even to the addresses of people who could identify the girl as having once been Wallen's wife.
You haven't much more time, sir. I called the prison last night just to see how long it would take. They've a telephone right beside the gallows, just for last-minute things like this. Oh, let me get them for you, Mr. Darrant.
Hawley, put that phone down. Put it down, I say. Hawley, I've decided not to smirch the reputation of my dead brother or my dead mother. Not because of some little sewer rat that isn't worth saving, that's better off dead anyway. Larry's suicide with that woman was bad enough as it was. It involved me in no way, except as a mourner. But now, if I let this confession reach the authorities, I could never escape the gravest suspicion that I had known of the whole affair for the past 3 months. I'd have to go into court. I'd be recognized by that policeman. Who would believe in the mere coincidence of such a visit on the part of the murderer's brother?
But, sir, you can't let an innocent man...
Be quiet, Hawley. Nothing could prevent this thing from ringing to the housetops. Let him hang. Yes, I can say it. Let him hang. I will not, by my own action, topple myself into the gutter.
Oh, please, Mr. Darrant, don't do that. Don't! Oh,
You see how quickly it burns, Hawley? Poor Larry's confession. Poor, stupid, silly Larry. He died for nothing. He had no will, no purpose. He and that girl might now have been at the other side of the world, but no. They have to take poison. Fools. Weaklings. A little conscience, a little remorse. What's that compared to living? A man must walk firmly, Hawley. Hold to his purpose. He must go on. And up.
You shouldn't have burned that confession, Mr. Darren.
Don't be impudent, Hawley. You know, of course, that if you went to the police now, you'd sound like a fool. You haven't a shred of evidence. Not a shred. And I'd be forced to bring up all sorts of counter-charges. How surly you are, how you dislike me, how you'd stolen on several occasions that I'd overlooked. Oh, no, Hawley. You'll keep quiet.
Quiet. Perhaps I shall, because they wouldn't believe me. But I won't be staying on here, Mr. Darren.
You'll stay until the end of the month, if you expect to be paid.
No, Mr. Darren. I'm leaving. By destroying Mr. Larry's confession, you've become a murderer. You've murdered a man. I won't work for a murderer.
$5:00.
Oh, Mr. Darren. Oh, Mr. Darren, sir. Don't you realize that you're guilty, too? Don't you realize that, sir?
It's over.
It's over. And you're a murderer. A murderer.
I? A murderer? He's right. That's what I am. A murderer. Murderer.
Just heard The First and the Last by John Galsworthy. The production was directed by Harry W. Junkin and starred John Stanley as Keith, Ian Martin as Larry. Other players included Roy Irving, Lotta Stavisky, and Eugene Francis. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Tonight's story was prepared for radio by Nelson Olmsted. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week, something of a tour de force for two actors, John Larkin and Bernard Grant. In my opinion, two of the most talented actors in radio today. The play is entitled The Door. Mr. Larkin portrays a criminal, Mr. Grant an Episcopal chaplain. We think you'll find it an exciting broadcast. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse,
Attraction 12. Soundless. Attraction 12 on Radio City Playhouse stars Jan Miner in the taxing role of Constance Blake. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin, who also directs the production. So welcome to Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 12, Soundless.
Now the scotch, Joe. Joe.
Don't get excited, Connie.
Oh, you treat me as though I was a...
What?
I can pay for it.
Let's see your money.
Get ready to leave. I'll pay my bill.
Sorry, Connie. The boss said no more credit.
You treat me as if I was just nobody or something.
Sorry, Connie.
Joe.
Yes?
Please.
You owe me nearly $9, Connie. The boss said to cut you off. Now run along, eh? Like a good kid?
Bartender,
Yes, sir.
would you take the lady's bill out of this and bring us 2 scotches?
Why, yes, sir.
Just who do you think you are?
I'd like to buy you a drink, that's all.
Oh, don't get any funny ideas.
I won't. What was it, honey? Man trouble?
What?
Or was the booze too much for you?
What are you talking about?
You?
Oh, can it?
Okay.
Here you are, sir. 2 scotches and your change.
Here, and thanks.
Thank you, sir.
You want him to drop dead? He hasn't had a buck tip in years.
Well, here's to life.
Cheers.
Good?
Yeah.
What happened, honey?
Don't call me honey.
Were you sick? There was talk about some sort of nervous trouble.
Look, sonny boy, why don't you push off?
Can we have 2 more here, bartender?
Say, what do you think I am?
I don't know what you are, but I know what you were.
Yeah?
I was 22 when you played the Easter Lily. I saw it 7 times.
Yeah.
You were so unbelievably lovely.
Take a good look and beat it.
There's still a little of it left. Around the mouth, the eyes.
Look, sonny, when you lay off...
The fabulous, beautiful, wonderful Constance Blake. The greatest musical comedy star Broadway ever had.
2 scotches, sir. This guy bothering you, Connie?
Nah. He's harmless. It's okay, Jim.
Okay, just call me if you want anything, Connie.
See that Joe remembers, too.
I guess so.
Well, here's to Constance Blake.
Thanks.
Still married to Paul Blake?
Nope.
He's making a fortune in Hollywood. Doesn't he send you anything? No alimony?
$100 a month.
Generous, isn't he?
That's enough.
He always was a stinker.
He just never grew up. He never got over being so handsome. He was always my leading man first and my husband second. He was in love with fame. I think he loved fame. What is this, anyway?
Bartender, 2 more, please.
Why don't you leave me alone?
Why don't you relax? Honestly, I'm not after it. I mean, it's only because I recognize you. Because I used to cut your pictures out. You know, I still have one.
I'll bet.
Yeah, I got you out of a scale.
Oh, what?
Sure, I got it here in my wallet. It's here somewhere. My weight and a picture of Constance Blake, all for a penny. Oh, here it is. With your singleness of purpose, you should go far. 168 pounds. And you, on the other side.
Let me look.
It's faded a bit, but it's a long time since I weighed 168. Those are feathers or something.
Egrets. That was the sun shines bright. The girls were dressed as sunbeams and stars. And I wore a white chiffon dress all over rhinestones. Fluttered every time I moved. Just at the end, the lights went down, and all the little sunbeams scampered away. Stars came out, and I sang that song. It was a lovely, lovely song.
And when the sunshine fades into the twilight, and stars are twinkling in the sky,
shut the door.
Oh, Connie, you were sensational. I tell you, it'll run forever.
Oh, I hope so.
Hi, Paul, you were swell.
Thanks, Goldie.
They loved you both. It's wonderful, wonderful. Everything's wonderful. Well, I'll let you folks get dressed. I just wanted to make sure you're coming to the party.
We're awfully tired, Goldie.
Oh, now, listen, just for a little while. Old man Larkin and his wife are counting on you. After all, they did back half the show. But you needn't stay late. But gee, you gotta turn up. Mrs. Locke wants to cut off her arm and give it to you, Paul.
She does, hmm?
We'll come for a little while, Goldie.
Sure. And Connie, wear that gray dress with the stuff all over it. Will you? Connie, will you?
Oh, what?
Wear that dress.
What dress?
The gray one with the silver all over it.
Isn't it a bit gaudy?
Nah, when you're the star, you gotta look like it. And I promise you can leave early.
Oh, I thought we'd never get home.
I rather enjoyed myself.
Oh? Am I being temperamental?
You're the star, so why not?
Paul, you're cross about something.
No, it's nothing.
Well, what is it?
Forget it.
Well, what did I do? What did I say?
That's the point. You didn't say anything.
What do you mean?
High-hatting the backer's wife is a little silly, isn't it?
High-hatting her? What do you mean?
When we were leaving, standing at the door,
High-hat her?
when she said good night and about how beautiful you looked in that dress.
Honestly, Paul, I didn't even see her.
See her? She was right beside you. You just flounced out without even saying good night.
Honestly, Paul, I was so tired by the time we got standing at the door saying good night that I almost keeled over.
Connie, what's the matter? You sure you're feeling all right?
As I look back, I guess that was the first time it happened. I didn't think anything of it. 2 weeks later, I was walking along Fifth Avenue, and suddenly it all vanished. Traffic, people, everything. Like being dropped into an empty room.
You mean like fainting?
Oh, what's the use of talking about something that's over?
I won't interrupt again. Honestly, I won't.
Well, I started to misunderstand people, like the brooch. I took a brooch into a jewelry store to have it repaired. 2 weeks later, I went back for it. It wasn't worth much, but it belonged to my grandmother.
Yes, Mrs. Blake, the brooch is finished. We reset the 2 big stones and put on a new clasp.
Oh, thank you so much. Will you put that on my account?
Certainly, Mrs. Blake.
And by the way, how much is it?
$90.
90?
Well, isn't that... wasn't there an estimate that...
Ridiculous. $90 for a brooch that...
Well, I was sure we told you when you brought the brooch in that... However, if you feel that...
Did you tell me it would be $90?
Well, yes, Mrs. Blake, I'm sure I did.
Oh, then it must have been my mistake. It's quite all right. It was probably my fault.
But how could you possibly mistake 19 for 90? You just don't listen, Connie. People are always playing you for a sucker. It's your money, but what's the matter with you lately? You want to shake the cobwebs out of that pretty golden head of yours and pay attention to what people say.
But I do, Paul. Honestly, I do.
Honey, are you sure there's nothing wrong with you?
And then, one night in the show, I missed a cue. Everything suddenly got all confused. I nearly ruined the last act finale.
Well, that was a dandy, that was.
I'm sorry, Paul. Everything just seemed to go black. I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? You stood there like a great stupid cow and left me down center with Hart and Brett. How did you think I was going to get off? Fall through the stage?
Well, it all happened so quickly. I just didn't notice.
Notice?
That anything...
What do you think about when you're on stage anyway? Dinner? What you're going to do tomorrow?
Please, Paul.
You stank. Of all the lousy performances I ever saw. Just because this show's had a long run is no reason to stand up.
Stop, please.
Any kid in the chorus could have done it better than that.
I couldn't help it. It was an accident. I didn't
Oh,
mean to
for
do
heaven's sake,
anything.
stop blubbering. If there's anything gives me a pain, it's you with the weeps. I'm going out for a drink.
Please, Paul, don't go out.
I'll see you at home. Don't wait up for me either. I'll be late.
I can't eat any more lunch, Goldie. I'm too upset. Paul and I never quarreled like that before.
The way that guy can cut you up, it's a big, phony hunk of muscles and profile.
Goldie, don't talk that way.
Okay. So he's Lincoln and Golden Boy rolled into one.
Well, he was right. I ruined the whole last act.
So you made a mistake. So who'd notice except our hero?
Goldie.
All right. I think he's a genius.
Goldie, I know that you and Paul disagree about things sometimes, but you don't honestly think that...
I think that he gives you a raw deal.
You don't mean other women?
Who knows?
Goldie.
Why not?
You mean he's in love with somebody else?
I know he is.
Who?
Himself.
Oh, Goldie.
First he loves you, then... First he loves himself, then maybe you. And believe me, baby, the only reason you got second place is because you're famous. You're making dough.
You think that if I wasn't a star, that...
Baby, I think he'd leave you flat.
I don't think you're being fair to him, Goldie. He's not like that. If anything happened that I wasn't a star.
What's the matter with you, honey? What do you mean, if anything happened? Nothing's gonna happen. Sunshine will run another 2 years.
Goldie,
What is it, baby?
Goldie, there's something that I don't know how to say it.
Connie, baby, what is it? You're shaking. Something's the matter.
Yes.
Well, you can tell Goldie, baby. Oh, Connie, don't let Paul upset you like this.
It isn't that, Goldie. There's something the matter with me.
What do you mean, baby?
I'm not well. I have spells.
Spells? What are you trying to say, Connie?
Sort of blank spots. My ears buzz. I'll be in the middle of a conversation, and suddenly I realize that I've been somewhere else. I think I'm going... I don't know, Goldie, but I'm afraid. I think maybe
Oh, Connie, Blake, you silly little fool. Are you trying to tell me that you think there's something the matter with your mind?
I don't know.
Oh, Connie, snap out of it. People like you don't go crazy. They go to a doctor.
I'm scared, Goldie. I'm scared. Well, Doctor?
We're not quite through yet, Mrs. Blake.
Well, there is something, isn't there? It is my mind, isn't it? I am crazy.
Oh, now, Mrs. Blake. Whatever gave you that idea?
Well, all those questions, you're just trying to keep it from me.
Nonsense. Sit down here. There's one more test I want to try.
Dr. Bradley, I'm not a child. I'd rather know the truth.
Now, don't get excited, Mrs. Blake. I want you to listen to these notes. As long as you can hear them, say yes. Will you?
Certainly.
Good.
Yes. 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 Yes.
All right, that's all, Mrs. Blake.
Have you stopped?
Yes.
Oh, Doctor, what is it? What is wrong with me?
Mrs. Blake, there's no need for alarm. There's absolutely nothing the matter with your mind. You don't seem to want to believe that, but it's true. Your trouble is something quite different.
Something different?
To put it bluntly, you're losing your hearing.
What?
You have catarrhal deafness.
Deafness?
Yes.
Deafness? Is that all? You mean all these months when I've been imagining all sorts of things that... Oh, Dr. Bradley, it's ridiculous. I've been so childish about it.
I'm glad you're relieved. I think perhaps you'd better investigate a hearing aid.
What?
A hearing aid.
Why?
Well, dear lady, I think it's obvious.
You mean it'll get worse?
I'm afraid so.
You mean I'll be deaf? Stone deaf?
Well, no, not that bad, but you'll need a hearing aid.
A hearing aid? My dear Dr. Bradley, you'll have to do better than that. I'm looking for a cure, not a makeshift. Can you possibly imagine me on the stage with a few strings of marabou and a square of chiffon and all hung over with batteries and microphones and things?
Unfortunately, Mrs. Blake, there's not much else that can be done.
Don't be silly.
Really, Mrs.
A
Blake.
hearing aid is ridiculous. Why, my whole career...
What is it, Mrs. Blake?
I don't want anybody to know about this, Dr. Bradley. I particularly want to keep it from Mr. Goldman, my producer. And, Paul, my husband is... Well, I don't want anybody to know. Not anybody.
Well, that's taken for granted, Mrs. Blake.
Send the bill to me at the theater, will you, and mark it personal?
Certainly.
If anybody knew that I was going deaf, well, it would be
I
rather...
quite understand, Mrs. Blake.
So, that was it, my Scotch-buying friend. Deaf. Was anything more useless than a deaf musical comedy star? I don't know what it is. I could imagine Paul's reaction if he ever found out. I couldn't believe that it would really get worse. I thought a rest was all I needed. And I couldn't just up and leave the show for a rest, just like that. I had to have a reason. So, I had a baby. I wanted a baby. And I wanted a rest. And I wanted something for Paul to hang on to. I told him as soon as I was sure. At first, Paul was furious, but gradually he came around. In fact, before very long, he was just like any other father.
What's the matter, fella? Come on. That's it. Oh, that's it. Oh, Connie, isn't he, honey? Whose boy are you, huh? Whose boy? Ah, your daddy's boy, huh? Sure he is. And good looking, too. Just like his old man.
Paul and I, we were closer that summer than we'd ever been. But about a month after the baby was born, I realized that my hearing was much worse. Apparently, having a child sometimes does that in glands or something. It was so much worse that I was terrified Paul would find out. He kept talking about my coming back to the show in the fall, and I was afraid I couldn't, so I took up lip reading. Lip reading. I thought it would be easy. Easy, that's a laugh. I got to be pretty good, but I was afraid to let Paul out of my sight for fear he'd say something and I wouldn't hear. I had to keep him where I could read his lips.
What's the matter with you, Connie? That's the fourth time this afternoon you've followed me out to the kitchen. Are you upset about something?
Pardon?
Are you upset about something?
No, nothing. Harry Goldman, our producer, noticed that I was getting more nervous all the time. He came to the conclusion that I needed a rest, change of scene. So he insisted that Paul and I use his summer cottage for a couple of weeks. Well, I was happy about it, but at the last minute, Paul couldn't come until Saturday morning, so I went up on Friday by myself. Well, I thought it would do me good to be alone for the day. Friday night, I went to bed early, and when Paul arrived Saturday morning, I was still asleep. It seems that during the night, there was a storm.
Sure must have tied on a butte.
Paul, stop it. Please.
Every window downstairs wide open, water all over the porch. Plant pots blown over, pictures off the wall, mud and corruption all over everything.
Paul,
how to get ahead with producers. Wreck their summer homes, get dead drunk.
I wasn't.
$4,000 worth of furniture, and you go on a bender and ruin it.
Stop it.
Carpet is ruined, the drapes like wet dish rags. Good night, Constance. Are you in your second childhood or something?
Let's have another drink.
Sure. Hey, bartender, 2 more, please.
Coming up.
I almost told Paul the truth that night. I was afraid. You can't imagine what it's like to love someone that much. So much that you're afraid to do anything for fear it'll be the wrong thing. So I thought that if I could only manage to do the show, if everything went well, that I'd tell him then. Just so long as I remained the big star, he wouldn't care whether I was deaf or dumb or dead. Well, we opened. We got rave notices. Paul and Connie Blake together again. I had to watch everything like a hawk. The least change in routine made me sweat like a steer. I knew the show backwards, but I was still terrified. A month after we opened, and I was beginning to breathe easier. It happened. Audrey Hart, one of the principals, got sick in the middle of the third act, and we had to change the finale routine. We had to change it a lot. Paul told me in our dressing room just before we went on, and I never was so terrified in my life.
Good night. There's no need to get upset, Connie.
But where's the understudy?
She's gone home. Now it's easy, Connie. Just jump to the second chorus after the verse, then ad-lib with me until Barrett comes in downstage with a wheelbarrow. From there on, the routine is the same as usual.
I can't.
Don't be a fool.
I can't do it, I tell you. I'm...
All right. Now snap out of it. I've got to get on stage. Keep your head, watch me, and stop being a fool.
Sunshine fades into the twilight, and stars are twinkling in the sky. My heart is full of sweet, familiar sadness and memories that never die. I know my love is always close beside you, and so I pray, my dearest one, that love will guide you back to my arms, away from all harm. And
Second ending,
fades
upstage
through the twilight, I can't. I tell you, I can.
So, never been on the stage since. Of course, I had to tell Paul that night. Tell him everything. And I got a hearing aid. You can see it if I push my hair back. See it? Anyway, the show just quietly slipped away to nothing. I couldn't keep it going without me, and Paul didn't like that, of course, but he had to face it, that I was the drawing card and not him. He got a job in another show, not much of a part, but it was something. I stayed home. I loved the baby. Loved to play with him. He was so healthy. Nurse Black used to say he was the healthiest baby she'd ever seen. Yeah. The healthiest baby she'd ever seen.
I tell you, Mrs. Blake, he's the healthiest baby I've ever seen.
You better hurry, Nurse Black. You miss your train.
I hate leaving you all alone.
Oh, don't be silly. Mr. Blake will be in by 1. He's coming home right after the show.
I'll get back just as soon as I can, by the end of the week for sure.
Now, please, don't worry about it. I'm terribly sorry your brother's so sick. I hope you'll be better. And then, during the evening, it happened. It happened between the time Nurse Black left around 8 and the time Paul got home around 1. Sometime during those 5 hours, it happened. But I didn't hear it.
You murderer.
Stop it. Leave me alone.
Oh, they gotta put you in jail. Manslaughter, murder, anything. I wish they could. You knew you wouldn't hear him. You knew you were deaf. You took off this blasted gadget.
No, Paul, no. I sat in the chair outside his room. I was reading. Listen to me, please. I was reading, and I was wearing my hearing aid, and I fell asleep. I must have leaned on the battery or something. It just broke, Paul. I couldn't help it. I must have pulled at one of the wires or something, and then I just couldn't hear. I was asleep, and I couldn't hear.
You let him strangle to death.
No.
The one thing in the world, the one thing that I cared about, and you and your batteries.
I couldn't help it. Something broke.
Shut up! You fell asleep, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, but I couldn't help it. Please, Paul, please.
Yes, I'll please. You killed him. Just as if you'd done it with your own hands. Well, get this. I'm through, see? Through. I think you're homely and ugly and dull and a murderer. I'm sick of you. I'm so sick of you I could vomit.
Well, that's all there is. That's the end. I just turn off my little old loudspeaker, stay in a little old soundless world all my own.
Let me take you home, please. This isn't the way to do it. Not this way. There's hope for you yet. Really, there is.
Let me alone, I said. Hey, Joe. Make this guy leave me alone. Just make him leave me alone.
That was Soundless, Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 12, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Jan Miner was heard as Constance Blake, John Larkin as Paul. Other players in the cast included Lon Clark, Danny Acco, Gregory Morton, and Madeline Pierce. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Miss Eve Young, RCA Victor recording artist, was featured in the singing sequences. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. Next week, the strange and tragic story of Paul Gallagher, his plight, his bewilderment, and his end. The Dark Hour by Charles Bennett. We feel sure you'll enjoy it, and we sincerely invite you to join us. That's next Saturday, The Dark Hour, Attraction 13 on Radio City Playhouse. Lionel Rico speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 7. Attraction 7 on Radio City Playhouse is an experiment in laughter. The story of Fanny, a very unusual and fabulous old lady. The script is written by our director, Harry W. Junkin, and stars the young American comedienne Grace Kelly. Here then, with our best wishes for a chuckle or two, is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 7, Fanny. Fanny is 69 years old, which is almost 70. Fanny is worth $69 million, which is almost indecent. And Fanny is bored, very, very bored, which is almost incomprehensible. In Hill City, Fanny Mottram is considered a character. She lives in a house that compares favorably with Buckingham Palace, and local rumor has it that her bath towels are made to order from a Canadian ranch mink. She believes that her age and her money will allow her to do anything, and frankly, well, they do. This morning, for some unaccountable reason, she feels an intense and primitive urge to be nasty as possible to anybody. So, when her doorbell rings, a gleam appears in her sharp old eyes, and brushing her butler aside, she answers the door herself.
Listen, Sonny. My husband's ashes are in here in the mantel in an urn. And the way you're ringing that doorbell, I bet you even disturbed him.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Stand up straight.
What?
Are you deaf or a bit off your noodle?
I don't quite know.
What do you want?
Is Mrs. Mottram in?
That's me. If you got anything to sell, I don't want it.
I'm the piano tuner, Pierce Pianos. You telephoned, didn't you?
A piano tuner? You think a well-set-up young fellow like you could find something better to do than tune pianos?
What is this?
And you wear a tie. Come in.
What?
Come in. In here.
Holy smoke. What is this, a museum?
Meaning what?
Nothing.
Well, don't slouch and pull your stomach in. Were you in the army?
Now, look, Mrs. Mottram, I don't know what's the matter with you today. Maybe you're always like this, so I'll just give you all the information. I'm Joe Kirkland. I'm 24. I was in the Marines. I was wounded twice. I'm working for Pierce & Company half-time, and the rest of the time I study piano. My parents went to the Methodist Church. They were fine people. They're both dead, and I'm here to tune your piano and not to have a row.
A piano tuner.
And just what's wrong with that?
I don't like musicians. They're fancy. Huh. No hair in their chest.
Yeah, would you like to see mine?
Well, if you're so smart, play something. I bet you're lousy.
I'm darned if I don't think you're doing this on purpose.
Do your toes.
Look, Mrs. Mottram, my price for tuning pianos is $10. For a recital, it's higher.
How much?
Well, $100.
It's a deal.
What?
Hand me my purse. Besides, you're stupid.
Yeah, but...
Don't you know a purse when you see one?
Here.
Thanks. Let me see. Yeah. Here you are.
$100? Are you serious?
I kind of like your face, Joe. You're fresh, but that's good. I like young fellows with spirit, especially orphans. William was an orphan. That's my husband, rest his soul. He's up in heaven now.
Oh.
He'll be bossing everything, but that's where he'll be. Now, you play something real good, and maybe I'll have a proposition to make.
Yeah, but
Well, what's the matter? Can't you rip off something for $100?
Well, Mrs. Mottram, for $100, I'd rip off my right foot and boil it.
You know Rachmaninoff's Prelude?
Yes, I think so.
Then play it. And real fast. I like things that are fast.
Okay.
That ain't it. Bet you don't even know it.
How much?
Another 100.
Mrs. Mottram, you have just tossed $200 down the drain. Okay, Fanny.
Joey, you've sure been keeping your part of the bargain.
Oh, I'm beat. That's 9 hours today.
Here's your first week's pay.
Oh, Mrs. Mottram, are you sure that you want to do this?
We made a bargain,
didn't
we?
You're putting up the money, and, well, I feel
Joey, you any idea what $50 a week means to me? Like a raindrop in the Atlantic.
50? It was supposed to be 40. 40's all I got from the piano company.
Gave you a raise.
Oh, but Mrs. Mottram, I just can't let you...
I got between 6 in $70 million.
70 million?
So for God's sake, stop splashing your tongue out over $50 a week. Ain't even spitting money. You stick to the bargain I asked you for, and I'll put up the green stuff. You work for 2 years at that darn piano, live here with me, and if you ain't the best piano player in the country, you got to go to work in my oil business. Okay?
Okay.
And no more of this Mrs. Mottram stuff. We're partners, so it's Fanny and Joe. Okay?
Okay, Fanny.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move! 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 Hounded finger.
Ah, this is so beautiful, Madame Fanny.
Hiya, madam. Oh, Joey, would you please be a good boy and wait in the car for me on account I just got to have a talk with madame about something private.
Well, sure, Fanny.
Au revoir, Joey. Au revoir.
Bye, Madame. See you Thursday.
Oui, Thursday. Want to talk to you, madame. Oh, light somewhere and stop fluttering.
Mais oui, chère Madame Fanny. Sit down, sit
I ain't got that much to say. How's the kid doing?
Oh, it is so sad.
Oh, no good, eh? No good?
Oh, jeez. Magnifique. Oui, comme un ange.
Come a what?
Like the angel he plays.
Oh, you mean he's okay?
Madame Fanny, he is the artist. The great artist. Everything I know, I have teaching. Eh bien, it is over.
Madame, for someone that don't talk American, you're okay.
Oh, Madame, vous êtes trop gentille.
You won't be seeing Joe again, but I'd like you to accept a little present. Here.
The envelope. So excited. Merci. Mon Dieu! $1,000? $1,000? Oh, dear, dear Madame Fanny, you are the most good kid.
So long, madame. Listen, girlie. This is Mrs. William Mottram speaking. I don't believe in holding the line. Can I get 2 tickets to fly to New York tonight at 9 o'clock, or can't I? Huh? Listen, I don't care about flight schedules. I want an airy plane at 9 o'clock, see? What? There isn't a plane at 9 o'clock. Well, there is now, girlie. Just let me talk to, say, who does own that airport?
But, madam, you didn't have a reservation.
Don't believe in him. I said I don't believe in him.
Well, in that case, madam, you must
Look,
have...
I'm staying at this hotel, and I'll boil you in biscuit batter.
Madam, please.
You using perfume, Sonny.
I beg your pardon.
You stink.
Madam, you must moderate your language.
I'll moderate you, you moose. Oh. I'll buy the joint, that's what. There's $5,000. Yeah, take a look. They're $1,000 bills.
Oh, goodness.
Home for you. I want the top floor of this joint with a nice bedroom for each of us. And a studio for my young friend to practice the piano in. Oh, send up a piano, too. And if I have to wait 5 more seconds, I lose my temper and buy the joint.
My. Oh, goodness. Front boy. May I help you, madam?
Yeah, it's a stinking-looking furniture department, but maybe you can.
Just what was madam looking for?
Service! No lip from you, mule head.
Madam,
Shut up! Where can we sit down?
I beg your pardon.
Why? And stop shaking. Stand up straight and look a body in the eye. You nervous?
Madam,
I sat here, you sat there.
Yes, madam.
Bought a house yesterday. It's new, no furniture. I want some. Been living in a hotel for 6 months. I want a house.
Well, we'll certainly be glad to do anything we
You'll
can.
do everything you can, not anything you can.
Yes, madam.
Here's $20,000 bills. Count them. They're $1,000 bills, 20 of them.
Madam, I think I'd better bring the manager over and
Sit down.
Yes, madam.
Don't need the manager. Want this house fixed up. By tonight at 6 o'clock.
Tonight?
Why not?
But, madam, I mean, nobody ever expects to have
Listen, titmouse. 5,000 of that's for you. There's 15,000 left. Hire some men. Get as many people as you need to give you a hand with it. I want this place furnished from breakfast to breeches. Fix it up for me.
Madam, I just don't understand.
Here's another 1,000. For $6,000 you can't understand.
No, but I'm sure I
Give
will.
you 1,000 more if you do a good job. Get as many people as you need. And I want 2 stoves.
2?
Electric for cooking and a cook stove for baking bread. Oh, yes. And the best piano you got. I'm aiming to sleep in that house tonight.
But Madam's taste, I have no idea that you
Ain't it the truth? Never mind about the taste. I just want nice, comfy furniture. Don't care much about color. Get some victuals. Oh, yes, 10 cases of beer. Clear?
Clear beer?
Can't you stop shaking?
It's just one day. I getting it done in one day.
Of all the drooly tug-ninnies I ever seen, you're it. Can you or can't you? Maybe I better talk to the owner of this joint. What's his name? Gimble? Joy, you're certainly a rip snorter. Sure is snappy piano playing.
Well, snappy isn't quite the word. But honestly, Fanny, it's not bad. I think I'm ready.
For, what you said?
Sure, debut. Yeah, Fanny, I think I am. We've been nearly a year in this house. I think it's time to come out into the open.
Good. What about Madison Square Garden?
Oh, Fanny, honestly.
Well, it's big anyway.
No, it's Carnegie Hall.
That Carnegie Hall, I want to rent the joint for 2 weeks from Monday. Huh? I just want to rent the place, that's all. Yeah, 2 weeks from Monday. Look, Sonny, this is Mrs. William Mottram, see? If there's any talking over to be done, you'll come up and see me. And what about the Monday after that? Horowitz. What's he do? Oh, he does, eh? Well, wait till you hear Joe. How about September the 13th? New York Philharmonic. You sold any tickets for it yet? Box office opens tomorrow. Well, don't bother. I'll buy 'em all. We'll give the orchestra a holiday. You don't have to understand. I'll buy all the tickets and we'll send the orchestra home. I'll be down to see you in the morning. But just remember that my young friend's making his debut in Carnegie Hall on September the 13th if I have to buy the joint.
Fanny, we did it.
Oh, you darn right. You're oh, wow, Joey. Oh, wow. Knocked him cold. Now get out there again and bow.
Okay, Fanny.
Oh, Joey, give me a kiss, you young heavens.
Fanny, we're in. We did it. Listen to him.
Thanks how you ripped that can in half. I'm near fit to split myself. You going to bow again?
Oh, no, that's enough.
Ah, then come on. You and me's going out to get tanked up.
Coffee, Fanny?
Shut up.
Hangover?
Oh, I'm dying, Joe. Dying. There's 4 old oysters in me tummy, mewling and whimpering.
Oh, what a night. What a life. Gosh, Fanny, I feel swell.
Ah, shut up.
Here, try to eat some breakfast. Have a nice poached egg.
Oh, Joe, for Pete's sake, please.
Oh, the reviews are swell. Wonderful.
Oh, one of them ain't so good. This fella Downs.
Oh?
See him?
No, what'd he say?
Oh, here, read it. Right at the top of the column, see? That's the bad part.
Only on rare occasions in the Liszt Sonata were Mr. Kirkland's fingers and his musical sense completely on rapport. However, it must be remembered that this young artist has not yet reached full musical maturity. He's right, too.
And I don't like it, though, him saying that.
Oh, Fanny, don't be silly. Downs a brilliant man. The New York Times wouldn't employ him if he wasn't. He knows. And he's right.
Go on upstairs and shave. Let the body have breakfast in peace.
All right. Now, don't forget we've got a luncheon date with Yurok. Don't want to be late.
Downs, eh? We'll see. Hello? Hello, New York Times. Say, girlie, just who does own the New York Times?
No, Fanny.
Say, Joey, quit that for a minute, will you?
What is it, Fanny?
You ever thought about getting married?
Now, what in the world brought this on?
I've been thinking. I don't like the thought of you being a virtuoso. Your age.
So?
Wife would do you good.
Now, Fanny, there's to be none of that, understand?
Nice, pretty young girl. Some girl works for a living.
Uh-huh.
Don't like these fancy artist friends.
Oh.
Don't like the women. No chest hat at all.
Fanny, if you pull anything romantic on me, so help me out, I'll go back to Hill City and tune pianos. Now, I mean it.
Okay. I wouldn't think of interfering with your private life. Oh, now where the devil does a body start looking for a nice working girl in this town?
Something for you, lady? You like them bracelets? They're cute.
Saints preserve me.
How do you do, madam? May I show you something?
Dearie, it's better concealed.
Why, ma'am, you mean you really want 100 yards of garden hose?
Ah, skip it. You're too old anyway. Them teeth of yours real, dearie?
Madam, please.
That means they ain't. That figure of yours, the real thing, girlie?
Look, Floridora, buzz off.
Camouflage.
The violets are lovely, aren't they? May I pin them on your coat?
Oh, that'd be real nice of you, dearie. Oh, don't use perfume, do you?
In the flower department? No, there's no competition for roses.
Oh, now that's real sweet. What's your name, dearie?
June Carling.
Smile for me, dearie. Them real teeth? Sure they are. Yeah, you're a right pretty child.
You're sweet, too. That'll be 50 cents for the violet.
How about some roses?
We've some lovely ones. Just over there.
You, healthy, dearie?
I'll tell you a secret.
Eh?
If I felt any better, I'd bust.
Know just how that is. Feel that way myself, and I'm near 70. Yeah, you're sure a lovely child. You, engaged or anything?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll take a dozen roses. Don't mind me asking all these personal questions, but I wondered how it was a pretty girl like you wasn't married.
Well, I'm just waiting for the right boy.
Oh, better make it 2 dozen roses.
Certainly.
And, girlie, what's your address?
My address?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, it's 550 East 96th Street.
Carling, 550 East 96th Street. You live with your folks?
Just my mother.
Ain't divorced, is she?
Oh, no. My father was killed in the war.
Oh, a hero's daughter.
Pardon?
Nothing. Oh, and dearie, one thing more. There ever been any insanity in your family?
Yes?
Stop that for a minute, will you? I want you to meet some friends of mine.
Sure, Fanny.
Oh, this is Mrs. Carling, my young friend, Joe Kirkland.
Mrs. Carling.
How do you do, Mr. Kirkland?
Come in, dearie. Don't be shy. Joe, this is Miss June Carling. June, this is Joy.
Hello, Mr. Kirkland.
Well, how do you do?
I've heard a lot about you.
You
Mrs.
have?
Mottram.
Oh, you have. Fanny, it seems to me
we
I
won't
told
be
you
disturbing
that...
you, Joe. Go on with your practicing. We'll be having some early supper downstairs.
Yes, but
and then Mrs. Carling and June and me's going to prayer meeting.
Nice to have met you, Miss Kirkland.
Bye, Mr. Kirkland.
Fanny, can I speak to you for a
Go on
moment?
with your practicing, Joe. We won't disturb you. Come on, Joe. Goodbye.
Fanny, I guess I might as well come to prayer meeting, too.
Joe and I thought we'd run up to the corner movie. Wouldn't you like to come?
No.
Ah, come on, Fanny.
No.
Something bothering you, Fanny?
Ah, shut up. Both of you, leave me alone.
Fanny, what's the matter?
I'm going back to Hill City.
You're what?
You and June have this nice little house, each other. You don't need me.
Fanny.
Young folks should be alone. You don't need me. As I've told you, I've settled $10,000 a year on you, and so now they're moosing.
Joe, she's serious.
We'll stay home. Give me your coat.
No, you won't stay home. Go on to the movie. Kissing.
Fanny.
Don't need me anymore. Joe's a big shot pianist, famous, making his own money. I'm going back to Hill City with my garden.
But
let me handle this, Joe. Fanny. Fanny.
What?
Let me whisper something.
What?
Well.
Yeah.
Honest?
When?
In January.
Well, now, say, that's real sweet. Real sweet. Young folks should have kids. Lots and lots
So
of
you
them.
see, we need you terribly. How could I manage the baby and everything if you weren't there? Oh, Fanny, you can't leave now. You just can't.
Well, of course I wouldn't want to leave you in the lurch, should not do.
Well, I should hope not.
What hospital you going to?
Medical center, if I can get in.
Meaning?
Oh, they're booked up so far ahead. They didn't think they could take me unless there's a cancellation.
How can you have a cancellation if you're having a baby?
Well, sometimes things happen, Fanny.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, goodness. medical center, eh? Well, you kids get to the movie.
You sure you won't come?
No, but I'm sitting here. Go on.
We'll be back early.
About 11 o'clock.
Well, mind you do. June should be getting lots of sleep.
Bye, Fanny.
We'll see. Never get used to these darn New York telephone numbers. Hello? Yes. Say, girlie, just who does own this here medical center?
That was Attraction 7 on Radio City Playhouse. The story of Fanny, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Fanny was played by Grace Keddy. Joe was Joel Marston. Other players included Connie Lemke, Larry Gates, Elaine Rost, Mildred Clinton, and Ann Petoniak. The special music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield with Joe Kahn at the piano. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. Beginning August 23rd, the day after tomorrow, Radio City Playhouse will be heard over most of these stations on Monday evenings, 10:30 to 11 o'clock. Now, due to many requests, our first offering in this new time will be a repeat performance of Long Distance by Harry W. Junkin. The challenging role of Mrs. Leon Jacks will again be played by Jan Miner. So be with us then on Monday, August 23rd, 10:30 p.m. for a repeat performance of Long Distance by Harry W. Junkin. That's Attraction 8, Radio City Playhouse. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 14. Our play this evening is titled The Promise. It is both written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Mr. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second series of half-hour dramas under the Radio City Playhouse banner. The aim of the series is to bring you adult radio fare, plays in the best tradition of the theater, plays that are a little bit removed from the usual pattern of boy meets girl or detective catches crook. To be used on Radio City Playhouse, a script must be a good story, expertly told. The author may be world famous or completely unknown. Reputation is incidental. We are concerned with ability to write. Now, the same general thinking influences our choice of performers. We don't demand a Hollywood or a Broadway reputation, but we try to insist on a top quality performance. In other words, we're interested in talent first and fame second, and we believe that you are too. We hope you'll come to regard Radio City Playhouse as one of the really exciting half hours in your radio week. We hope you'll tell us when we're good and rap our knuckles if you ever think we've let you down. Here, then, is our first offering in the new series, Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 14, The Promise.
It is Pittsburgh, a winter evening in 1938. Before a fireplace in one of the town's most beautiful rooms, Herbert Prentice is standing. He is in full evening dress and looks like what he is, a very calm, very strong, very big, and very handsome man. He looks up at the clock, checks it with his wristwatch, then stares back into the flames. It is exactly 8 o'clock.
Ella, don't tell me you're actually ready on time.
Oh, yes, Herbert, I'm ready. I couldn't find my black gloves, or I'd have been ready sooner. Oh,
What is it?
I promised Mary I'd tuck her in. You get your coat on, and I'll meet you in the car. I won't be a minute.
Come here, Ella.
I won't be a minute.
Come here, Ella.
What is it, Herbert?
Come here, Ella.
Yes, Herbert.
Ella, our daughter is 8 years old. And even if she were in bed, which I doubt, she doesn't require tucking in, as you put it. Now, open your cloak.
Herbert,
Open your cloak, Ella. I know that you're not wearing the white dress.
Herbert,
Ella.
please,
Open your cloak, Ella. Thank you. Now go upstairs and put on the white dress.
Herbert, please, I don't like it. This one is much nicer.
Do as I say, Ella.
But I hate that dress.
You bought it in Paris.
You made me buy it in Paris. Herbert, please don't spoil tonight. I've been looking forward to it so much. All week I've been looking forward to it.
Ella, you know nothing about clothes. This is a very formal party. You're my wife, Ella, Mrs. Herbert Prentice. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
But I don't like that white dress. It makes me feel so...
So what?
It's indecent.
Poor Ella.
It is, Herbert. It's too low. It's much too low. I don't like it. It makes me feel awful.
Ella, your bosom isn't that interesting. Nobody will look at you with lustful eyes. Now, please, we'll be late. Go upstairs and put on the white dress.
Herbert, if you insist on my wearing that dress,
Yes?
I'll have to stay home.
Just as you wish, Ella. I told you yesterday that I wanted you to wear that dress. It's very obviously from Paris, and it's very obviously expensive. I wish you'd do as I say. However, if you won't, I'll tell Mrs. Crandall you've developed a sick headache. Good night, Ella. Ella!
Yes?
If you can't be a little cooperative, you might at least be polite. I said good night.
Good night, Herbert. Sleep. If I could only get to sleep.
Why don't you stand up to him, Ella? Assert yourself. Why are you afraid of him? He wouldn't actually strike you. You don't really care about the party at Mrs. Crandall's. You're afraid. And you're afraid of being afraid. You'd better go to sleep before he gets home from the party.
Sleep. If I could only get to sleep. I'll try to think of nice things. Hello? Oh, why, Mrs. Crandall, I'm sorry I couldn't come to your party. I had a headache and What? Instant? Herbert? Well, is it serious, Mrs. Crandall? Hospital? Where? Yes, but what hospital? All right, I'll go over right away. Dr. Southport, is he suffering very much?
We've given him a sedative, Mrs. Prentice. There's nothing else we can do tonight.
Doctor, I wish you'd be frank with me. Is he badly injured?
Yes. Yes, I'm afraid he is. But he'll get well.
I wish you'd tell me, Doctor.
It's his back.
His back?
He was leaving the Crandalls and he slipped. When he fell, he struck his spine on the edge of the stone steps behind him.
Oh.
We're very lucky to save him at all. Very lucky.
You don't mean... Dr. Southport, you don't mean that...
Yes. Yes, I do.
His back is broken?
Yes, Mrs. Prentice, I'm afraid so. Oh. I'm afraid you're going to have to take care of him for a long time.
Ella, you idiot, do as you're told.
Ella, he's a cripple. Why are you so afraid of him? For 10 years you've been putting up with his abuse, his cursing, his bad temper. For 10 years he hasn't moved out of that bed, yet you're still afraid of him. Why don't you stand up to him?
I will. I will stand up to him. Tomorrow.
Prentice speaking. Yes? Morris, I told you yesterday that I don't want any excuses. Wasn't shipped. Now listen, Morris. For 10 years I've been running the Prentice Steel Company better from my bed than you do from your desk. Now either the Draper contract is shipped on time or I'll get a new general manager, understand? What? Listen, either get it out on time or you're fired. And in the future, wait until after 10 o'clock in the morning before you start bothering me with problems you should be able to solve yourself. Ella! Ella, I'm ready to save now. What the devil is she doing?
I brought you shaving water, Herbert. Did you have a good night?
I had a terrible night.
If only Dr. Southport could stop your suffering.
I'm not suffering. I'm always conscious of it, and it's irritating, that's all, but I'm not suffering.
Yes, Herbert.
Yes, Herbert. No, Herbert. Can you manage, Herbert? Where's the soap?
On the tray. Why don't you have a barber to come in and shave you, Herbert? It would be so
I hate barbers. It's none too hot.
I'm sorry.
You're always sorry. Tonight I get tired of hearing you say you're sorry.
I'm sorry, Herbert. Then I'll go someplace where I won't bother you.
Why don't you stand up to him, Ella? Why do you take it? Why don't you assert yourself?
I will. I will. I won't take it anymore. I will assert myself. Yes. Tomorrow I'll walk right in and tell him.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow, always tomorrow. Never tomorrow.
Herbert, I wish you'd let Mary go to the dance tonight.
Sit down, Ella.
Well,
Sit down on the bed beside me. There, that's it. Now, you were saying?
It's a big college dance, Herbert. Frank Williams has asked her. He's on the football team. She has a new dress, and she looks so lovely.
So lovely?
I mean, she would look so lovely if... Oh, Herbert.
What do you mean, look so lovely?
Herbert, you're hurting my wrist.
Lots of strength left in my arms, isn't there? Mary! Mary!
Herbert, don't call her.
She's gone, hasn't she?
Yes.
You deliberately told her to go, didn't you?
Yes.
After I had expressly said she couldn't.
Yes.
I see.
I can't let you interfere with Mary. I just can't let you, Herbert.
You can't what?
I can't let you interfere with Mary. She's only 18, Herbert. She's not able to take
Let
her...
me. Let me. Now get this straight, my dull little mouse of a wife. Nobody lets me do anything. Let me indeed. Because of your little flight of whimsy tonight, Ella, our very dull and uninteresting daughter can get out and hustle.
Hustle?
Work.
Work?
She can quit that fancy college and go to work.
Oh, no, Herbert, you're not serious. You can't take her out of college. You can't.
Oh, can't I? By the very simple expedient of not writing a check.
Why don't you stand up to him, Ella? Think of Mary, Ella. She's your daughter. Ella, why don't you kill him?
No. No, I can't. I can't. I just haven't got the nerve.
Nurse Bryce! Nurse Bryce! Come back, Nurse Bryce! Oh. It's you, Ella. Come in.
Nurse Bryce has left, Herbert.
Oh, well, she'll be back tomorrow. She slapped me. Slapped me hard. Wasn't anything too serious. I just felt affectionate. Slapped me hard. Why don't you get mad at me, Ella? Every time I look at you, I wonder how I ever managed to marry you. You're so unendingly dull. Pour me a drink.
Of what?
A whiskey.
Yes, Herbert. Soda?
Yes. Thank you, my lovely one. Why don't you get drunk sometime, Ella? It might do things for you.
I don't like it.
I don't like it. What do you like, Ella? You don't read, you don't go out. What do you like, Ella?
Herbert, did you get Mr. Crandall to fire Frank Williams?
I didn't get him. I told him to.
But why?
Because he's a fresh kid with no guts and no brains, and he's not going to marry our daughter, such as she is, while I have strength enough to lift the telephone. And speaking of Morris Crandall, we'll take care of you, too. All I have to do is call him, and you know where you'll land? In a padded cell. It's all planned. All I have to do is lift that phone and call Morris Crandall.
Herbert, don't do it. Leave them alone, Herbert. Please, please, Herbert.
I wonder if you know how revolting I find you. I wonder if you know how I dream of the day you'll go someplace and quietly die. I've got a book here, Ella. Torture. It's history in the Far East. As well as some very clever ways of killing people, there's one torture in particular that appeals to me. They make a cat o' nine tails out of fine wire, and they heat the wire white hot and whip off little flecks of flesh. Slowly. Very slowly.
But why? Why do you hate me like that?
Get out of here, wet face.
You monster.
I could only walk. I could only get a hold of you. I could only get at you.
But I've never done anything, never anything that you...
No, never anything. I hate you because I hate myself for ever having anything to do with you. You're not a woman, you're a mouse. For 10 years I've been in this bed, a cripple, helpless. For 10 years I've listened to you. Yes, Herbert. No, Herbert. Pardon, Herbert. For 10 years. 10 years. Now get out. Get out before I break this bottle over your dull little head. Don't stand there gawking. Get out. Get out!
He can't stand it anymore, Ella. He tried to kill you tonight if that whiskey bottle had struck you. Kill him, Ella. You've planned it often enough. You know just how to do it. You read his books, Ella. The books on torture, on murder. You do know how, Ella. Do it. You can do it, Ella.
Yes. Yes, I can. Tonight, Ella. No. No, not tonight.
You can't stand it any longer. He's after Mary and Frank now, so kill him. Kill him, Ella.
Yes. Yes, I will. I will. I'll kill him tonight.
Coco. You've made him Coco every night for 10 years. You know just what to do, Ella. Do it. Take the bottle out of your pocket, Ella. That's it. Now unscrew the top. That's it. Now pour it into the cocoa. That's enough. Careful, you'll taste it if you use too much. Now, stir it. Now, take it into him. Take it into him now.
Here's your cocoa, Herbert. Careful, don't spill it.
Yeah.
Stop shaking, Ella. There he goes. Drinking it. Drinking all of it. There.
Did it taste all right?
Yes, now go away.
Well, I've done it. At last I've done it.
I've seen quite enough of you for one day, Ella. Please go to bed.
I drugged your cocoa, Herbert. You'll go to sleep very soon. Then when you're asleep, I do something else.
What are you talking about?
It's a sort of Mickey Finn, only in cocoa instead of liquor. And when you're asleep, you won't feel the needle.
You stop this, Ella.
I got it from one of your books, Herbert. Oh, yes, I do read once in a while. They're horrible, gruesome books, but I know just how to kill you now.
Huh?
I never thought I'd get up the nerve, but I have. I could never have thought of it, though, if it hadn't all been written out for me. Yes, Herbert, it's in all of your books.
Have you suddenly gone off your head?
No. But I'm going to kill you tonight.
Huh?
As soon as the drug puts you to sleep, it'll take about an hour to work. Then you'll fall into a very sound sleep. Then I'm going to kill you.
Oh, you are you?
Yes.
You're very childish, Ella.
I dialed our own number on the other extension, Herbert. Then I left the receiver off. The telephone won't do you any good tonight. You can't get Morris over here now. You might just as well hang up.
I see.
Are you afraid?
No. You haven't the nerve.
Strange, isn't it? You think I'm so timid. I am really. But tonight I feel so strong. After you're very sound asleep, Herbert, I do just what I do when I give you a hypo. I stick the needle into a vein, and then I just pump. I just pump in air, Herbert, and that's all. You die.
You're serious. You're actually serious.
Yes, Herbert.
I can't believe it. Not dull, mousy little Ella.
Yes. Dull, mousy little Ella.
Of course, you'd be caught.
No.
There'd be an autopsy.
No. You've been sick for 10 years. Lately, your heart's been bad anyway. Dr. Southford won't be surprised. He warned me a year ago when you had your last bad attack that you might be taken. That's what he said. Taken at any time. He won't order an autopsy. He won't even be surprised.
They'll find the mark of the needle.
No. Your arm is covered with needle marks. You've been taking hypos for years. Besides, it's so hairy, like an animal's. They'll never notice the needle marks. I've given you so many hypos, Herbert, that I'm quite an expert. I never make your arm bleed. I won't this time.
Well, so the worm has turned, eh? Don't you wish you really had the nerve? You know that you haven't, don't you? You haven't the nerve.
Haven't I?
No.
Can't you see it in my eyes?
What?
Hate. Yes, hate. Oh, Herbert, you've no idea. You'll probably have a big funeral, and I'll be there weeping. I'll watch them close your coffin, and I'll be crying softly. But, oh, Herbert, inside I'll be laughing. I'll be shouting, he's dead, he's dead. I'll be glad, Herbert, I'll be so glad I won't be able to bear it. Hate? Oh, Herbert, you've no idea. When you were well, you kissed me like a savage. You bruised my arms when you made love. Never once have you been tender. Never once. I've always been afraid of you, afraid of your temper, your brutality, afraid of the fights and the rows, the scenes, throwing things. And you know, Herbert, I've never mentioned it. I've never talked about it to friends, never to anybody. It was pride, I guess. I didn't want them to know that I had married a fiend. Oh, I hate you, Herbert. You think I haven't the nerve for this, that I won't do it? Oh, Herbert.
Ella!
Do you really think that I won't do this, that I won't kill you?
Yes, I believe you will.
If you had left Mary and Frank alone, I might never have... But you're not going to hurt them, Herbert. You're not going to hurt them. They're young, and they're in love, and they're going to be married. This is the first time I've ever stood up to you, isn't it? You don't know what to make of it, do you? You're beginning to look alarmed. Are you afraid?
You mean it? You really mean it?
Yes.
But it's murder. It's murder, Ella.
Exactly.
Ella Prentice, murder.
I know, but nobody else will. Dr. Southford will call it death due to a heart condition. Only I will know that it was an air embolism brought on because I pumped you full of air from a hypodermic syringe.
Ella, you can't do this.
Yes, I can, Herbert, and you know it. You know I can.
I haven't always been kind, perhaps.
Kind? Herbert, you've never been kind to me. Never. It's funny to see you frightened. I can see it in your face. How do you like being afraid of me for a change, Herbert? I've always been afraid of you. But I'm not anymore. No, you're afraid of me.
I'm a cripple, Ella. I can't move off this couch.
You're afraid.
Yes, I am. I'm not ready to die, Ella. Think of the Bible, Ella.
What?
Thou shalt not kill, it says. You've gone to church so much, you should know. God will punish you, Ella.
Yes, I know.
Give me another chance, Ella. I'll promise anything.
I can't trust you, Herbert.
Give me the Bible.
Why?
Please hand me the Bible, Ella.
Why do you want it?
Ella, please.
No.
Ella, you've got to give me a chance to make it up to you. I know I've been cruel to you, and I'm sorry. Really, I am. Sorry? Give me another chance, please, Ella. At least you can hand me the Bible. It's on the table beside you, please.
All right, Herbert.
Thanks. See, Ella? My hand's on the Bible. Ella, in the name of Almighty God, and every sacred word written in this holy book, I swear and I promise that I will never again be cruel to anybody. I swear it. Look, Ella, I'll hold the Bible in both hands and kiss it. I swear in the name of God, in the name of every holy person in this holy book, that I will allow Frank Williams to marry my daughter.
Help him to marry my daughter.
Help him to marry my daughter.
And that I will leave them alone.
And, dear God in heaven, if I break this sacred oath, may I be struck dead in my bed. Amen. Ella, you've got to believe me.
Not even you could break a promise like that. Yes, Herbert, I believe you.
Then you won't...
No, I won't kill you.
Oh. You won't be sorry, Ella.
I believe you, Herbert. I can't imagine anyone breaking a promise like that.
Trust me, Ella. Please trust me.
Good night, Herbert. You'll sleep for a long time on account of the drug.
I'll see you in the morning, huh?
All right.
Oh, Ella.
Yes?
Would you put the extension receiver back on the hook, please?
All right, Herbert.
Oh. I think she fell for it. She did. She fell for it. Oh, Ella. Oh, that promise scuff. She fell for it. So no one could break a promise like that, huh? Ella, my girl, it'll be broken as soon as Morris answers this telephone. You come over here and between us we'll put you away for good. Hello. Oh, my heart. No, I didn't mean it. God, I didn't mean it. Please, no. No.
Hello? Hello?
And if I break this promise, may I be struck dead in my bed.
You have just heard The Promise, Attraction 14 on Radio City Playhouse, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Charlotte Holland was heard as Ella Prentice, Joe DeSantis as her husband Herbert. Other players included Sylvia Davis and Eugene Francis. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, one of John Galsworthy's finest stories entitled The First and the Last. It is the story of two brothers bound together by blood but widely separated by inclination. It's an exciting story. We're sure you'll enjoy it, so please be with us. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 39. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob. Friends, before we begin our show, Radio City Playhouse, on behalf of NBC and station WFAA Dallas, extends hearty congratulations to the Dallas Morning News on the formal dedication of its new building and its 108th birthday. Good luck and continued success to the Dallas Morning News. And now a word about Mr. Bill Lipton, our star on tonight's show. Although he is only 22, he has had 12 years' experience in radio. On the Playhouse, he has appeared in such varied roles as a French porter, a drunken husband, and on our Christmas broadcast as one of the three wise men. He is one of the most versatile actors we know, and in spite of taking 3 years out to serve in the Navy, he will receive his master's degree from Columbia University in June. All this, from a young man of 22, compels our respect and admiration. Here is Bill Lipton playing Frank Jackson in Murder is a Matter of Opinion, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse.
I'm telling you this story from prison.
I've 11 more days before they electrocute me for murdering my brother. I didn't kill him. As God is my solemn judge, I did not kill my brother. I'll tell you everything I know, and perhaps you can figure out why I'm here. I can't. I can't believe it. I've been over and over and over the story. Every word of it is true, and nobody believes me. Nobody. I'm 22. I was going to be a lawyer. My dad thought I was just about the... Well, he was pretty proud. Now even Dad thinks I'm guilty. Even Dad. And I'm not. I'd like you to understand me. I was the... Well, I talked fast and too much, and I guess maybe I was a smart aleck. Well, that's not so terrible, is it? I'm only 22, and... Well, I'm not a smart aleck anymore, if that's any consolation, anybody. Brian, my brother, he was quieter. He was a year younger than I, and he didn't talk nearly as much or as fast or as often. That's why he never won an argument with me in his life. And believe me, we had plenty. But they weren't fights. They were, well, two brothers. We razzed each other, but it was all fun. Underneath, we were brothers. In our first year of law school, but Brian never won an argument. Never. So you're wrong. It says so right here. Where? All bills for raising revenue originate in the House of Representatives. Can't you read?
Well, I thought they could originate in either house if it was just a question of...
Well, you're wrong, so pay up.
I still don't think that...
Look, Brian, who's right? You or the Encyclopedia of Federal Law?
Well, I guess...
You owe me $50. Come on, cough up.
Well, okay, I guess...
Look, you admit you're wrong, don't you?
Yes, I admit it.
Okay, give me 50 cents. Trent University Law School has pretty high standards. If you want to stay, you better smarten up. In our second year, we began to disagree violently about capital punishment and murder. Brian was obsessed with the idea that all kinds of innocent people had been executed for murders they didn't commit. Every time he read about some killing in the paper, he'd try to prove to me that the condemned person wasn't guilty at all. The night he got his big idea, we were sitting on a bench way down at one end of the campus. There was nobody around. It was about 10 o'clock. And Brian was very excited.
Frank, I still say that the man in the Jensen case could have been innocent. I don't believe that a man who only weighs 130 pounds could have shoved a man the size of Jensen out of a hotel window.
Well, it carried out the sentence, so it doesn't matter what you say.
How do you think you'd feel if you'd been in his shoes?
Cold, stiff, and dead.
Do you mean to sit there and say that you don't think it ever happens? There's never been a case of an innocent man convicted of a murder he didn't commit?
It isn't a question of what I think. You've made the statement that it's possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. I say prove it.
All right. All right, I will. I can, you know. If you'll help me, I'll prove it.
How?
Let's stage a fake murder.
What are you talking about?
A mock murder case. Look, I'll play the corpse and you play the killer. We'll stage a killing, a fake killing. I'll let a dozen witnesses actually see you shoot me in cold blood, and then afterwards I'll undertake your defense and prove that you're innocent.
If I'd only said no. If I'd only admitted that perhaps it was possible for an innocent man to be hanged or electrocuted. Why couldn't I have agreed with him? Why couldn't I let him have his say, and if I disagreed with him, kept my opinion to myself? I don't know. Actually, his suggestion wasn't as strange as it sounds. Each year, the moot court of the law school secretly planned and enacted some sort of crime. The crime was committed on the campus, and no one knew about it except the chairman of the moot court, the victim, and the criminal. The idea was to catch the students by surprise and give them realistic experience in criminal procedure. Brian and I decided we'd stage our own mock crime. Well, that's all it ever was. It was a gag right from start to finish. I don't know where the slip-up was. I don't know who it was that hated Brian so much that... Well, I just don't know where it went wrong. We worked it out very carefully. Brian drew up a week's schedule. We even made a bet of $50, 2 months' allowance. He was convinced he could win, and even I began to get interested. We had to be sure that nobody had the slightest suspicion it was all a planned affair, so we made the bench down at the end of the campus our private conference room. We met there every night before going to bed, and at last we got all the details worked out.
Well, we're just about ready, Frank. I've written down what you're supposed to do. Memorize it and then burn it. We'll commit the murder next Monday. That gives us a whole week.
All right, next Monday.
First, we've got to establish a motive. You've got to make everybody on the campus think that you hate me like poison. A watch gag in the cafeteria tomorrow. Oh, can you suggest to Tom Benson that he have lunch with you?
Well, sure, I guess so.
Well, ask him tonight. You be in the cafeteria at 12:30. I'll come in about 12:45. I'll be sure that somebody sees me put my watch on the bed tomorrow, and you steal it right after breakfast. Okay?
Right after breakfast.
You know your lines?
We rehearsed them often enough.
You sure you don't mind the sock in the jaw part?
Oh, just don't get too enthusiastic, that's all.
Well, it's difficult to fake if I don't hit you reasonably hard.
I guess I can stand it for once. You'll hit me on the word contemptible.
Yeah, that's right.
I tell you, Brian, you've lost your $50 right now.
Want to make it 100?
4 months' allowance. Are you crazy?
I'm going to win this bet, Frank. You wait and see. Well, come on, it's getting late. You go back first. I'll see you in the cafeteria tomorrow at 12:45.
What's the matter with you, Frank? You've hardly said a word all through lunch.
It's Brian, Tom.
Is something the matter?
I've just discovered that my kid brother's a heel. He's also a liar.
Oh, now look, Frank, that's no way to talk about Brian.
He's a cheap, sneaky little punk, and he makes me sick.
He's just come in, Frank.
It's a public cafeteria.
I suppose you've got your reasons, but it doesn't seem like a very nice way for two brothers to act.
Tom, I could tell you stories about that kid that would make your hair curl.
Drop it. He's coming over here.
Oh, why can't he eat by himself? He knows how I feel. He's always trying to force in on people when...
Frank, here he comes.
Frank, I'd like a couple of words with you.
Oh, look, fellas, I gotta get
Sit
going.
still, Tom. Finish your coffee. I'd like you to get a load of what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
Where's my watch, Frank?
What are you talking about?
My watch. I left it on the bed this morning while I went to shower. It's gone.
So what?
I want it back.
I haven't got it.
I saw you come out of the dormitory on my way back from showers. We're the only men in the dorm who don't have a 9 o'clock lecture this morning. When I went back into the dorm, there was nobody else there, and the watch was gone. Now I want it back.
Are you accusing me of stealing your watch?
Yes, and I want it back.
Oh, look, boys, I don't think this is...
Don't go, Tom. Just get a load of Junior here. So I'm a thief, am I?
Frank, I want my watch back.
Oh, drop dead, you dumb little jerk. If you weren't so scrawny, I'd knock your face in.
You stole my watch.
Oh, now, look, Frank. Brian, don't be crazy.
Shut up, Tom. Where's the watch, Frank? Are you going to give it to me quietly, or do I have to take it?
Look, kid, you're stinking up the cafeteria. Buzz off. Go on, creep.
My own brother, a dirty, cheap, contemptible...
Pretty convincing. Brian knocked me down. Dishes were broken. Everybody in the cafeteria stood rooted to the spot. In an hour, it was all over the campus. Everybody knew that the Jackson brothers were fighting. Everybody believed it. Neither Brian or I made a single slip. The next night, we had a row in the dormitory. On Wednesday, I threw a milkshake at Brian in the milk bar. Thursday, we got hauled up before the dean and told that if we couldn't behave like gentlemen, we'd better leave. Friday, we had a row at basketball practice. Saturday night at the third-year prom, we had a fist fight in the middle of the floor over Brian's girl. Elaine cried and went home alone. Oh, it was a build-up. A real grade-A build-up. And all of it was planned. All of it. I can't understand why people won't believe it was a gag. Well, anyway, on a Sunday night preceding the murder, we had a last conference on our bench. It was a perfect setup. Perfect.
Oh, it's perfect, Frank. Perfect. Tomorrow we'll pull the murder. I picked up a gun today. Here.
Good night, Brian. Where'd you get that thing?
I stole it from the sports office. It won't be needed until track practice on Wednesday. Don't worry, I'll put it back. It's loaded with blanks.
Are you sure you can put it back without being caught?
Sure. Now, is everything set for tomorrow?
You'll be in the bookstore at 12:15, right?
Right. In the history section near the door.
I'll come in about 1. I'll yell out your name. You turn around, and I fire twice.
That's right. Incidentally, I'm filling a little paper cup with ketchup and putting it in my shirt pocket. When you fire, I'll clutch my hands to my chest, squeeze the ketchup, and fall.
Oh, mess up a perfectly good shirt.
Oh, it'll wash out. I'll play dead for 10 minutes and just lie there. And then you rush back to the dorm and wait for me. Then we'll have lunch and go over together and report the crime to the dean.
Okay.
Now, one last check. You're sure you haven't given this away to anybody?
Oh, positive.
And that slip of paper that I wrote out instructions on?
Burn it. You think I'm crazy? If you could produce that paper, you could prove all this was a gag.
Well, I guess we've thought of everything.
I bet you're going to pull some phony self-defense gag.
No?
An insanity plea?
Nope. You'll shoot me in the bookstore tomorrow. It'll be straight, deliberate, premeditated killing. And I'll get you off.
It's a terrific stunt if you can do it.
How much is this dictionary, miss?
$4.85.
Okay, I'll take it. Can I charge it, please?
Oh, certainly. What is the name, please?
Jackson. Brian Jackson.
Brian Jackson.
Brian!
Frank, what's the matter?
I told you I wouldn't take any more, didn't I? Well, I meant it.
Frank, put down that gun.
I've taken all I'm going to take. This is where you get it. Oh! Then everything exploded in my brain. Right up until I fired the shots, I'd been enjoying myself. But there was something about the way Brian clutched at his stomach instead of his chest. He fell. And there was blood on his lips. Real blood. Brian's blood. From there on, everything was a nightmare. Brian was dead before they could get him to the hospital. I'm not quite clear on what happened after that because I was stunned. My own brother. Brian. My brother. In some fantastic, unimaginable way, I shot him. They phoned the police, of course, and I managed to get a few words with the dean before they came to pick me up.
Frank, I don't think you'd better tell me all this. The police are the ones...
Dean Harrison, you've got to believe me. You've got to. We planned the whole thing. Brian had always believed that Well, you see, we... Look, Dean Harrison, I can't talk right, but...
Frank, there's no use.
But this was a stunt. A mock murder. Brian and I planned it ourselves. The fights, the build-up was all a stunt. Brian believed that I could kill him. I mean, appear to kill him. And that he could defend me and... Oh, Dean, those bullets were blanks. I mean, Brian got the gun himself from the sports office. They were supposed to be blank cartridges.
Frank, you'd better not talk anymore. I don't know what to say. I've been at Trent for 12 years. There's never been a tragedy like this. I'm very upset. I've always liked you, Frank, but this is out of my hands.
But Dean Harrison, surely you don't think that I really...
I've telephoned your father. He's taking a plane from New York tonight. I'm afraid from here on it's up to the police. They'll be here any minute.
I can't recall what happened in the next 2 days. My father arrived. I was booked. They put me in a cell. Dad was rushing around about bail and trying to get Peter Cheney to come from New York to defend me. Dad looked haggard and older. than I'd ever seen him look. He came every afternoon to see me.
There you are, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, God.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, Frank.
For now, Mr. Jackson, that's all you can have.
All right.
Is it over?
Yes.
Was it a nice funeral?
Frankie. Oh, Frankie.
Did you get Peter Cheney?
Yes. I talked to him on the telephone for an hour this morning. He said he'd take the case.
What else did he say?
He says that we've got to find out who switched those bullets.
But I tell you, I don't know.
Frank, think hard. Did Brian have any enemies? Was there anybody on the campus that... How did Elaine feel about him?
I don't know. She certainly wouldn't want to kill him.
Cheney says if we can't find out who changed the bullets, we'd better plead temporary insanity.
I won't. I won't plead insanity.
Frank, you may have to.
But I didn't kill him, Dad. I won't plead insanity.
But Frank, it's such damning evidence. No jury on earth will believe your story. No jury on earth.
When I finally came up for trial, my father was a broken man. One son killed, the other convicted of his murder. After the trial started, I'd lie on my bed at night and go over the whole thing word by word. Then I'd stop, and I'd pray. I'd say the Lord's Prayer over and over. But my praying didn't seem to make much difference. Witness after witness testified to how Frank and I hated each other. The watch, the fight at the dance. One after the other until I almost began to believe that maybe I had killed him.
And you're an undergraduate at Trent University.
Yes, sir.
You're acquainted with the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you tell the jury in your own words what happened on the Friday preceding the murder at the dance which you attended with the deceased?
Well, we were dancing and Frank cut in. Brian made some objection and Frank struck him. Then Brian struck back and Frank swore at him.
What were the exact words that the defendant used?
He said, "Damn you, I'll get you for this."
Thank you. That's all. Your witness.
No questions.
Now, Mr. Benson, will you tell the court in your own words what happened in the cafeteria on the afternoon of April 5th?
Well, Frank was sitting with...
What did the defendant say?
Something about, look at what my father expects Trent to make into a lawyer.
He was addressing the deceased?
Yes, sir.
Go on.
Well, Brian accused Frank of stealing his watch. Frank denied it, and then Brian hit him.
You saw the blow struck?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Now, I understand that you were in the bookstore and witnessed the killing.
Yes, sir.
After the defendant fired the shots, what did you do?
For a moment, I was so stunned I just stood there. Then I ran after Frank and followed him up to the men's dormitory.
What happened when you reached the dormitory?
I said something about how could he have done such a thing. I don't remember my exact words.
What did the defendant say? Do you remember his exact words?
Yes, sir.
If you can't remember yours, how can you remember his?
Because it was such a terrible thing to say.
Will you repeat what the defendant said, please?
He said, I killed the little stinker because he had it coming to him.
Thank you. Your witness.
No questions.
Mr. Jackson, am I to understand that the entire series of quarrels which you had with your brother before the murder occurred were intended as a stunt?
Yes.
Was the murder a stunt, too?
Yes. No, it wasn't a murder. The bullets were blank, I tell you. Why do you keep questioning me like
Mr.
this?
Jackson, it is not my idea that you take the stand. I will thank you to answer questions as they are put.
I'm sorry.
Have you no explanation of why there were real bullets in the gun?
No.
After your brother gave you the gun, did anyone else have access to it?
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have.
Did it leave your possession?
No. I don't know. I left it under my pillow all day Monday.
Did you tell anybody this?
No.
If the gun was loaded with blank cartridges, where are they?
I don't know.
If nobody else knew about the gun, if nobody knew it was under your pillow, who could have switched the bullets?
I don't know.
There are a great many things that you don't know, Mr. Jackson.
I only know I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him, I tell
you! The truth is, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that Frank Jackson is lying. He is lying desperately in an effort to escape the consequences of his loathsome fratricide. Even if the motive of the murder had not been clearly established, even if 12 witnesses had not seen him shoot down his brother in cold blood as they testified, Frank Jackson would still stand condemned by the hopeless confusion of his own testimony. Why did he invent the fantastic story he asks you to believe? Because it serves one good purpose. It supplies him with an excuse for his inability to call one single witness in his defense. The only other man who knew about the alleged hoax is dead. That is what automatically proves that no one else but Frank Jackson could have loaded real bullets in the murder gun. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I imagine it's unnecessary for you to leave the box to render the only possible verdict. Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree as charged.
We appealed, of course, but we lost. I've been found guilty by due process of the law I trust. And in 11 more days, I'm going to die in the electric chair. Up until we lost the appeal 3 days ago, I hadn't given up hope. Now I know that nothing can save me. I also know that I didn't kill Brian. And somehow, somewhere, the man or woman who changed those blank cartridges for real bullets, somehow he or she will pay. I have no emotion left. I can't cry or pray or do anything but wait. 11 more days of waiting.
The warden wants you in his office, Jackson. Come on.
What's the use? We've been over it so many times it doesn't make sense anymore.
Come on. Let's get going. If the warden wants you, he wants you. Here's a prisoner, Warden.
Come in, Jackson.
What do you want now?
Come in, son. Sit down. Son, a few moments ago, I received a visit from a notary public, a Mr. Bixton. He had an amazing story. It seems that 3 days before your brother died, he went to Mr. Bixton and wrote out a statement which he made Mr. Bixton witness without reading.
A statement?
It was sealed in an envelope in Bixton's presence and kept in his safe. Your brother told Bixton you were going to be tried for a crime. But if you were convicted, Bixton was to bring this letter to me 3 days after his sentence was passed. He did as he was told, for which your brother paid him $50. Bixton's outside now, dictating his testimony. Well, this is the letter your brother wrote. Here, read it.
To whom it may concern. This is an open letter to my brother who will probably
need it. Dear Frank, I hope you'll forgive what I did to you. It was I, Brian Jackson, who replaced the blanks in your gun with real bullets. You didn't know it, but Dr. Cordner had given me just 3 months to live. Heart, he said, and incurable. I chose this way because I didn't want a lingering death. and because I wanted you to know that an innocent man can be convicted of murder and sentenced to death. This letter will bring you your freedom, but I hope you will admit now that murder is a matter of opinion. Yes, Frank, whether you like it or not,
murder is a matter of opinion. Your loving brother, Brian.
You have just heard Murder is a Matter of Opinion by Jules Archer, Attraction 39 on Radio City Playhouse. The story was adapted for radio by Harry W. Junkin, who also directed the production. Bill Lipton starred as Frank Jackson. Michael O'Day was Brian Jackson. Other players in the cast included Peter Hobbs, Sidney Smith, Scott Douglas, Elaine Rost, and Robert Andrus. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield.
This is Harry Junkin again. Our sincere thanks to Bill Lipton and Michael O'Day for their splendid performances tonight. Next week, we hope you'll be with us again at this same time for another story on Radio City Playhouse. Next week, Attraction 40 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 35. Tonight, we bring you a story that we, in common with many others who are far better qualified to judge, believe to be one of the finest mysteries ever written. The author is Thomas Burke, and the title, well, perhaps it might reveal too much too soon to those of you who prefer to solve your own mysteries. So, rather than deprive you of that pleasure, we'll save the title for later and simply introduce our story tonight as Attraction 35 on Radio City Playhouse.
Charlie.
Hello, Joe.
Hey, the boss is screaming for you.
Yeah, well, I'll see him in a minute. I got something to take care of first.
Hello?
Hazel, this is Charlie.
Oh, darling, I've been so frightened for you. Where are you now?
I'm in my office at the paper. I just got back.
You all right?
I'm all right.
I'll come right down.
No, don't, dear.
Did you get the story?
I got the story. I'm going to write it now.
Darling, you sound strange. You're sure you're all right?
I'm fine. I'll call you when I'm finished.
Please hurry.
I will. Bye, dear.
Charlie.
What?
You're the best newspaper man in New York. And I love you.
It was so easy. I knew now how easy it must have been for him. I had just walked in and sat down. No one noticed a thing. Not even old Horseface at the city desk. My hands trembled a little as I reached for the phone again. Aside from that,
No one would ever dream that 15 minutes before, I had killed a man. Hello, is this the morgue? Sam, this is Mr. Charles. I'm in my office. I want the complete file of clips on the Greenpoint Strangler. All the stories I've written, yeah. I want to write an obituary. Maybe my own. I lit a cigarette. In a few seconds, Sam would bring the files, and there they'd be. All my stories laid out before me, starting with the first one. I remember writing it. A feature piece about a man. A walking man. The Whybrow Murder by Richard Charles, New York, January the 6th. At 6 o'clock last evening, a wretched evening of damp and fog, Mr. Alfred Whybrow was walking home through the cobweb alleys of the Greenpoint section. He walked slowly, head down, as if pondering some pressing trouble. But Mr. Whybrow had no troubles, not yet. He walked slowly because his feet were aching, and the only problem on his mind was whether to take home some halibut or some herring for supper.
Paper! Get your evening paper! Oh, evening, Mr. Whybrow.
Good evening, Martin.
Here's your paper, sir.
Thank you. Anything exciting in the news tonight?
Nothing but talk of war. Don't know how they expect us to sell our papers. We haven't had a good crime story in weeks.
Too bad. Well, maybe tomorrow your luck will change, and we'll be enjoying a fine, juicy murder.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, good night, Mr. Whybrow.
Good night.
You're right, Mr. Whybrow. There will be a murder, but I doubt if you will enjoy it. We'll walk on now, and hurry, Mr. Whybrow. It's too miserable a night for anyone to be out. And at home there's a warm, gas-lit kitchen, and a table all laid for your evening supper. No wonder your step is quickening at such a pleasant prospect. But you aren't going to get that supper this evening, or any other evening. Tonight, Mr. Whybrow, you are going to die. Would you like to know why? Well, stop here where the corner streetlight casts its greasy sparkle on the pavement. Stop, look, and listen before you cross the street. Especially listen. Hear that, Mr. Whybrow? Somewhere there in the fog, another man is walking. His footsteps coming closer to you. Well, go on now. Don't wait to see who he is. For just now, a thought has come into this man's mind. A sudden, strange desire to kill somebody. And that is the reason, Mr. Whybrow, you will never live to taste another herring.
Yes, sir? Oh, it's you, Mr. Whybrow.
Yeah.
What'll it be?
Wife told me to bring some herring or halibut home for supper. Halibut look good tonight?
Passable, sir, but if I was you, I'd try the haddock instead.
All right. A pound of haddock, then.
Well, that'll be 50 cents.
In just a minute, I find where I put my money.
Why, that's all right, Mr. Whybrow. No hurry. Just take your time.
Yes, take your time, Mr. Whybrow. No hurry at all. Death will still be waiting for you when you step outside. The man hidden there in the fog has picked you out with the same blind choice that made you choose the haddock, not herring, for your supper. And since he has no fear of God or man, he's going to murder you and then go home to his supper. There you go now, Mr. Whybrow. You and your following phantom. Two nebulous dabs of mortality. One to kill, the other to be killed. Walk on, Mr. Whybrow. And as you walk, look for the last time at the familiar features of your neighborhood. Don't hurry. For the slower you walk, the longer you will breathe the green air of this January dusk. Closer now your shadow of massacre moves. He's only a few yards behind you now. Can't you hear something in those footfalls, Mr. Whybrow? Can't you hear them almost shrieking something at you?
Murderer.
No. There's nothing in footsteps. They all sound the same. But those footsteps are bearing on to you a pair of hands. Of large white hands that even now are stretching their muscles in preparation for your end. Another minute, Mr. Whybrow, and you will know all about the horror of human hands. Well, you're almost home now, turning into your own street, you and your pursuing phantom. It's growing darker, so hurry, Mr. Whybrow. Now, there's your own front steps. Now, the door is locked. Your key. Hurry. There's no time for fumbling now. You're home. You're safe. You have a chance now. Shut the door quickly and bolt it tight. There. Well, it was a close thing, Mr. Whybrow. You'll never know how close.
That you, Fred?
Yeah, it's me, dear. I brought you some haddock.
I'll bring it out to the kitchen then. I'm just starting supper now.
Wait till I hang up my coat.
Anything exciting happened today?
Oh, no. Nothing exciting ever happens to me. Just a minute, Mabel, till I answer the door.
Don't do it, Mr. Whybrow. Get away from that door. Don't touch it. Get out of the house, out the back way with the missus and over the fence. But don't touch that door, Mr. Whybrow. Don't open that door.
Yes? Oh, good evening, sir. Is something the...
Who is it, Fred? If it's Mrs. Weymouth, ask her to come in for a cup of coffee. Well, why don't you answer me, Fred? Who is it? Fred, if you're playing another one of your tricks,
Now, hold it, boys. Hold it. One question at a time.
All right, Sergeant, what time did you discover the body?
About 6:30 tonight. I was walking down the street, checking my patrolman, just like I've been doing for 13 years, when I see the door to number 85 open. Naturally, I look in to see if everything's all right. And there, laying on the floor, I see this body, see? So I blew my whistle, and when Magwitch come, we searched the house. Found both of them strangled. Just like that.
Do you have any idea who did it?
That's all,
Sergeant. I'll take over now.
All right, Inspector, then I'll ask you. Do you have any idea who the murderer was?
The publication? Not yet.
Well, then, do you have any theory about a motive for the murder?
Well, yes and no.
What does that mean?
Means maybe yes, maybe no.
Have you found any clues that might give you a lead?
If there are any, we'll find them.
Look, Inspector, what are you trying to build this up to? The perfect crime? Our paper sent us out here to get a story. How do you expect me to write a story without any facts?
That's your worry, not mine. You're so smart, you ought to be able to solve this case all by yourself.
Well, there was nothing to go on. No facts, no motive, nothing at all. But I had to get something. So I went back to the office and wrote the Walking Man story and wondered if the city editor would pass it.
Yeah. Not a bad story, Charles, but how do you know it happened this way?
Well, I don't. But the police didn't give us a thing. I don't think they know more about it than we do. So I dug up a couple of people who saw Whybrow on his way home.
They didn't see anyone following him, did they?
No, but it's a foggy night. It could have happened that way.
Well, all right, we'll take a chance on it then. Charles.
Yes.
I'm going to leave you on this story, let you follow it up. And I wouldn't mind throwing a hooker into the police right now. If you can stay ahead of them on this case, there'll be a bonus and a raise in it for you.
No, it's a deal.
All right. Start by interviewing the neighbors and see what you can dig up.
say you lived next door to the Wybrows for 7 years, Mrs. Wesley?
7 years come January.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever notice anything...
Mom, I'm going now. Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me, this is my daughter, Nellie. This gentleman is a reporter from the Gazette.
Is it about Mr. Wybrow?
I'm afraid it is.
He was so nice.
Yes, so everyone says.
Excuse me, Mama. I'm due at St. Michael.
Now, mind you now, come directly home. Ask Patrolman Magwitch to walk with you.
I will, Mama.
Don't stop to chatter now.
I won't. Good night, Mama.
Have a nice time. Oh, I hate to let her go out after what's just happened.
Oh, no, she'll be all right. The police are all over Greenpoint tonight. The Strangler wouldn't dare show himself around here again. Well...
You're going to?
Yes, I've got to get back to my paper. Thank you, Mrs. Wesley, and don't worry about Nellie. She's as safe as she would be in church. I was wrong. Nellie Wesley was not actually dead until 2 minutes later. But she was as good as dead from the moment she left her mother's door. Somebody resembling a man began to walk after her. Walk, Nellie Wesley. Walk and listen. Don't you hear them? Listen. It's growing darker and wisps of fog begin to curl in the alleyways. Ah, you hear them now. A set of footsteps following after yours. Yes, you hear them, and your heart beats faster. You begin to hurry. Now you're certain they're following you. You walk faster, faster. But they're catching up to you. He's close now. He's right behind you. Turn around, Nellie. Turn around.
I was so frightened. I thought for a minute you were the Strangler.
Hello, baby. Sorry I'm late.
You look tired, Charlie.
I am.
Want me to have the waiter bring you some coffee?
No, I couldn't.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Did you read my story tonight on the Wybrow murder?
Yes. Charlie, I thought it was awfully good.
Too good.
What do you mean?
About an hour ago, I was interviewing Wybrow's next-door neighbor. She had a daughter. Pretty kid, about 13.
Oh? Competition?
Isn't funny, Hazel. She's dead.
Sorry.
I was there almost as soon as the police. I saw her face. I could have stopped that.
Charlie, don't be silly.
No, it's true, Hazel. I left the house right after her. She was still in sight. I knew the streets were dangerous. I said to myself, should I walk with her? And then I said, no, she'll be all right. And I have to get back to the paper, just like that. I went the other way. A minute later, I heard the police sergeant's whistle. And there she was. All I had to do was walk with her.
Charlie, stop
I thought to myself, what kind of a monster could do a thing like this?
Charlie, why don't you drop this story? Ask the paper to put another reporter on it. It's getting too dangerous now.
Oh, but, baby, this is my biggest chance.
Chance for what? Chance to get killed? I don't like the idea of your wandering around those streets at night. What's to prevent you from being
now
killed?
cut it out, Hazel.
Is this what it's going to be like when we're married?
Well, if I don't do a job on this story, we won't have anything to get married on.
Charlie, I don't care. Please, drop the story for me.
But it's for you that I'm sticking.
You really think that?
No, I suppose not. It's got me. One look at that kid's face tonight, and I swore I'd find out who was doing it.
You see what I mean? Let it go, Charlie.
I can't. A long time ago, I decided to be a reporter. Well, now I am a reporter, and this is my chance to break into the big time. I can't quit, Hazel. I can't. I went back to Greenpoint on the prowl that night. And every night for a week. Nothing happened. But you could feel a sense of near panic in the air. The police were completely stymied. Everybody was waiting, just waiting. They seemed to know the killer would strike again.
Magwitch.
What? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
All quiet?
All quiet so far.
Seen anyone?
Just that reporter.
Heavy fog tonight.
Yeah.
Whistle if you see anyone suspicious. I've got Coleman stationed at the other end of the block so no one can get out without passing one of you. Walk toward each other and cross every 10 minutes.
Right.
Keep an eye out.
Right. Who's there? That you, Coleman? Come on, speak up. I can see you. Come closer. I've got a gun on you. Walk toward me. Walk. Well, why didn't you say it was you? Almost scared me out of my wit.
Patrolman Magwitch was the fourth victim of the Greenpoint Strangler. I covered that one, too. I covered them all. They were something more than murders. They were motiveless. There was an air of black magic about them. Each one was committed when the streets were empty of any perceptible murderer. There would be an empty alley. There would be a policeman at its end. He would turn his back to the empty alley for a second, and then he would look around and run into the night with news of another strangling. The police would throw a cordon around the area and search all the houses, but no murderer would be found. Each time it was as if he'd vanished into thin air. And it was driving me crazy.
Drink your tea, Charlie. I refuse to talk about murders tonight.
I just don't understand it. He can't just vanish.
You have a curled-up nose, like a teddy bear I once owned.
Murderers are human. They have substance.
Long eyelashes.
There must be some clue.
And your hair won't stay put.
Some logic to this.
In fact, you're a very cute fella.
Oh, Hazel, be serious.
Darling, I see you so seldom these days. Must we?
What?
Talk about murders?
I'm sorry, baby. This blasted case has got me to the point where I see bodies when I dream, when I eat.
Charlie.
What?
Give it up.
Oh, no, we've been through that before.
I can't take much more of it. Every night I sit alone and wonder what's he doing now. Is he safe? Is he being followed by someone? Will I open my paper tomorrow to see the headline screaming, "Reporter strangled"? If being a reporter's wife is going to be like that, I'm afraid I can't...
Well, it can't go on like this, darling. After all, this series is making me. I'm in for a raise.
It sounds wonderful, but I'd rather not wait for it.
You really want me to quit, don't you?
Yes, I do. Oh, Charlie, I do. You needn't burn up the world in a week, darling. I can wait. I love you. Please.
Well, maybe you're right.
Oh, Charlie.
Come on, let's find the waiter and go.
Check, sir?
Yes, please. Now, where the devil did that waiter come from?
He's been standing next to us for about 5 minutes.
I never even noticed him. Wait a minute.
What's the matter now?
Holy smokes.
What is it?
Hazel. I know who the murderer is. At least I think I do.
What?
That waiter.
Waiter?
No, not the waiter, but he gave me the idea. Hazel, the murderer doesn't run away at all.
I don't understand.
He doesn't run away. He just stands there. He just stands there and nobody notices him.
Charlie, where are you going?
To find the murderer and ask him a question.
Charlie, no. Call the police. Tell them about it.
I don't dare. What I'm thinking is so fantastic, they'd laugh me right out of town. I've got to find this out for myself.
But not alone. Charlie, you might be killed.
No, I'll be all right, Hazel. I've got a gun.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, Charlie.
I walked with a kind of excitement I hadn't known since I was a boy. When I reached the Greenpoint section, the fog had blanketed the streets. It curled into my nostrils and eyes. The street was empty. I strained my ears for a sound, but I heard nothing except the pounding of my own heart. At the corner of an alley, I stopped a moment. Was my mind playing tricks? Or did I hear something? Yes. Through the fog, I could hear a set of footsteps approaching. The acoustics of the street played tricks on my senses for a moment. I couldn't tell which direction they were coming from. And then...
Here now. What are you up to, prowling the streets at this hour? Oh, it's you.
Good evening, Sergeant.
You ought to know it ain't safe to be walking alone here.
I do know. But I had some thinking to do.
Well, do your thinking at home where you'll be safe.
Sergeant, I can't stop thinking about this case. I guess you've thought a lot about it, too.
Well, yes, of course. It's my duty.
Well, then tell me. Has anyone ever seen this murderer?
Not as I know.
Yet he must be there.
That's for certain.
Then answer me this, Sergeant. What sort of a person do we all see every day? Always standing around, always at every crime, and yet we never really notice him because he's part of the scenery.
Now, how would I know? The way I see it, a murderer can be anybody. Even you. You're always prowling around.
And do you suspect me?
I suspect everybody. Any more silly questions?
Just one.
Well?
Sergeant Ottermole, why did you kill all those innocent people? Sergeant Ottermole, stand back. I have a gun. Well, Sergeant?
To tell the truth, I don't know, Mr. Charles. In fact, I've been worried about it myself. But I got an idea I have. Everybody knows we can't control the working of our minds, don't they?
So they say.
Yet they expect us to control our bodies. That's funny, ain't it? After all, we get our minds from the Lord knows where, from people who are dead hundreds of years.
Go on.
Suppose we get our bodies the same way. Well, it couldn't be that parts of our bodies aren't really us, that they really belong to other people, and other people's ideas come into them all of a sudden.
Good Lord, man, you're really insane.
Couldn't it be, say, that ideas would come into my hands like this? Let go! Into my hands like all of the others had.
Hands are no match for a gun, Sergeant. Not even hands with ideas, Sergeant Ottermole. I came right to the paper. I wanted to get the story in before anyone knew, even the police. I sat down and started to write. My hands trembled a little. I killed the Greenpoint Strangler. An exclusive story by Richard Charles. Less than 1 hour ago, in self-defense, I shot and killed the murderer of 4 defenseless people. Before he died, he confessed to me that he... Hazel.
I couldn't wait. I had to come right over. Oh, darling, you are all right.
Well, sure. Didn't you believe me?
Sounded so strange. Did you get the story?
I'm writing it now. You take a look.
Less than an hour ago, I killed... Charlie.
There it is. I haven't told anyone yet. Well, what do you say?
I don't know what to say. I'm stunned.
Boy, this story will make history.
Here are those clippings, Mr. Charles.
Thanks, Sam. Put them there.
Plenty of excitement on this Greenpoint Strangler, huh?
What do you mean?
Just got a flash. He's killed another victim.
What?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's impossible. Who?
Some police sergeant. Guy named Ottermole.
Ottermole?
Yeah, it's the second cop that he's knocked off. Police are really on the warpath now. They posted a new reward already. $10,000 for the murderer of Ottermole. $10,000 dead or alive.
Dead or alive?
Hazel, we're rich.
Charlie, you can't write that story.
What?
I said you can't write that story.
Honey, are you crazy?
No, but you are if you don't realize what you're doing.
What do you mean? I found the strangler, didn't I?
Charlie, think. Who would believe you? Where's your evidence?
Well, he told me himself.
Did anyone hear him?
No, but...
And no one saw you?
No.
Then who's going to believe you? Not the police.
Oh, but Hazel...
Where were you when the murders were committed? Prowling around, always first on the scene. Charlie, it's no good. You can't admit that you killed Ottermole.
But it was self-defense. Hazel, you believe me, don't you?
Yes, but they won't call it that. They'll think it's murder. They'll think you're the strangler. Don't you see they've already made up their minds? If you sign that story, you'll be signing your own death warrant.
I wanted an exclusive, and I got it. What a laugh. So exclusive, I don't even dare write it.
Tear it up, Charlie. No one must ever know.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
What do you think? I got to write something.
Yes, but what?
I'm writing a eulogy. The murderer has struck again. Tonight, one of New York's finest, Police Sergeant Ottermole, bravely met a hero's death in the line of duty while attempting to capture the Greenpoint Strangler.
You have just heard The Hands of Mr. Ottermole by Thomas Burke, Attraction 35 on Radio City Playhouse. Now, giving credit where credit is due for tonight's performance, The Hands of Mr. Ottermole was adapted for Radio City Playhouse by George Lefferts. John Larkin was featured as Richard Charles, the reporter. Delle Ellis was heard as Hazel, and Edwin Jerome as Sergeant Ottermole. Music was composed by Dr. Roy Shield and conducted by Joseph Gorner. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 45, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Fred. Friends, as some of you know, Radio City Playhouse is now on the air twice weekly, Mondays and Thursdays. The Thursday evening show is called 8 by Request and consists of 8 of the best broadcasts which Radio City Playhouse has presented during the past year. This Thursday at 8:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, 8 by Request will present the gracious and charming Irene Dunn in Treasure Trove, a tense and compelling story of 3 good friends and the mysterious evil which almost wrecked their lives. We hope that all regular Playhouse listeners will be with us on both Thursdays and Mondays. Our show tonight stars Carl Swenson, one of the busiest, best, and most popular actors in New York. We're very happy to have him with us. Here then is Carl Swenson in Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse.
I had no idea that anything was going on between my son and Diane Rodell. When Doug told me that he wanted to marry her, I did everything I could to stop it. When I saw finally that I couldn't stop it, I decided on murder. Can you possibly understand how a father feels? Doug was my whole life. From the day his mother had died, the boy had been the center of everything. Perhaps because he was slightly lame, I felt deeper about everything he did. I didn't want his physical handicap to warp his life. I wanted him to be happy, successful, well-adjusted. Maybe I wanted too much, I don't know. I always had the sneaking feeling that he was a little bit ashamed of my business. I manufactured girdles and foundation garments. I think that he thought it was a sissy sort of business for a man to be in. I guess the fact is I never knew what Doug thought. When he told me he wanted to marry Diane Rodell, I'll never forget the blinding stab of pure fright I experienced. He came bursting into the office, glowing with pride and pleasure.
Hi, Dad. Got a minute?
Well, hello, Doug. Of course I've got a minute. Come on in and sit down.
Dad, I want you to be the first to know that you're going to be a father-in-law.
Doug, you mean you're going to get married? Well, who is she?
The gal who makes millions of women think they can have her figure if they wear smooth-skin girdles.
Doug, surely you don't mean Diane. Not Diane Rodell.
Now, wait a minute, Dad. I don't like the tone of your voice. Just because she's a model is no reason
Doug,
for...
now isn't it possible that you've let yourself get carried away? I mean, a beautiful girl like that and...
And what?
Doug, I want you to be happy, but please, Doug, not Diane Rodell.
Why do you say not Diane Rodell like that for?
Because I know what she is.
Dad.
She's a very experienced little number, and she knows that you'll own this business someday. She's the patient, careful type.
Dad.
And she's grasping and greedy.
Cut it out, Dad.
She's cheap and common and no good.
Cut it out, Dad.
Doug, you can't. You can't. I won't let you.
If you're going to talk like that, let's drop the subject.
Doug, now, please, let's not quarrel, but please, let's talk this thing over.
There's nothing to talk over.
Doug, you're making a mistake. You're making a terrible mistake. The girl is no good, believe me, I know. I just can't let you do this.
What do you mean, let me?
That's exactly what I mean. I won't let you.
Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me.
Do you mean to say that you've never figured out why Diane Rodell, with her looks, would marry a 24-year-old kid with a lame foot?
Dad, after that one, there's nothing much left for us to say.
Hello, Miss Campbell. Mr. Feeney there? Oh, would you ask him to step into my office for a moment? It's urgent. Thanks. Oh, he can't do it. He just can't do it. Mary, I promise you, I won't let him do it. I won't let our boy marry that girl.
Hello, Frank. You got something on your mind?
Doug's going to marry Diane Rodell.
Yes, I know.
You know?
Diane phoned me this morning.
What about?
She said that if I had any idea of showing Doug that picture, she'd know what steps to take.
Harry, we've been partners for 10 years. But if it's a choice between your happiness and Doug's, Harry, please, the boy is only 24. You're older than I am. You're nearly 50. Now, please, Harry,
I'm afraid the answer is no, Frank. I'm sorry.
I can't let Doug throw his life away on a girl like that. She's a tramp. She's no good. Doug was just here, and I handled it badly. I hurt him. I said something about what could a girl like Diane see in a kid with a lame foot.
Oh, that was a bit rough, wasn't it?
What did you expect me to say? Congratulations?
Well, don't start yelling at me,
Why
Frank.
shouldn't I yell at you? If it wasn't for you, that girl would never have met Doug.
I know.
What exactly happened that night?
Oh, Jimmy Davis in our advertising department found her and introduced us, and we had a few drinks after work one evening. She asked me up to her apartment. She had a guy in the closet with a camera. It wasn't exactly a shakedown. She just wanted a 5-year contract as a sole model for smooth skin girdles at $400 a week.
How bad was the picture?
Oh, if my wife ever saw it, she'd throw me out.
Harry, Agnes is reasonable. She'd understand.
Frank, Agnes hasn't understood anything for years. She owns my half of smooth skin now. And if she ever saw a photograph of me kissing Diane Rodell, she'd throw me out. I'm sorry, but I can't risk that.
Harry, you've got a big salary. Surely you can live on $15,000 a year.
I've gotten used to good living. If I show Doug that photograph, Diane will mail Agnes another one the next morning. As long as she has that negative, I'm staying out of the whole thing. Why don't you try buying her off?
You think I could?
Diane Rodell will do anything for money. It's just a question of settling the price.
All right. I'll try.
I'm sorry, Frank. I'd like to help, but I've got my own neck to think about.
Diane?
Yes, who's this?
Frank Wineglass.
Well, how nice to hear from you. Not that I haven't been expecting to.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
What about?
Oh, let's stop playing games, Mr. Wineglass. I knew how you'd feel about my marrying Doug. Do you want to discuss it?
As soon as possible.
The date with Doug tonight. The dear boy's so impetuous, he'll probably want to run off and get married somewhere this very evening.
What time is your date?
Dinner. He's picking me up at 7. Supposing you come up here around 5:30.
All right. I'll be there.
Good evening, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Thanks.
My living room's a little cramped. Of course, I expect to change all that soon.
Look, Diane, let's be frank. I don't mean to sound crude, but I know what you are.
Oh, don't make it sound as though I had leprosy.
I'm sorry. Look, please leave the kid alone. He's only 24. He's always been very sensitive. Being lame has given him all sorts of, well, not neuroses exactly, but Diane, he's idealistic and sensitive. And he's in love with your looks, and I can't blame him. But, Diane, it's not right for him. It'll break his heart if he finds out that you...
That what?
That you blackmail. That you've got an incriminating photograph of Harry Feeney. The disillusionment would break his heart. Now, I'm not here to quarrel with you, Diane. I'm here to beg you to let that kid alone. Now, I'm willing to pay you anything within reason. How much do you want?
Oh, I didn't think we'd get down to figures quite this quickly. However, if that's the way you want it, how about 100,000?
Diane, please, now let's be reasonable.
I think that's very reasonable.
I'm making you a fair offer. I expect you to meet me halfway.
Why should I?
$100,000 is out of the question.
What did you have in mind?
Half that amount.
$50,000?
I can't possibly afford any more.
Look, Mr. Wineglass, I have my own sources of information. You're worth almost $500,000.
But not in cash, Diane. If you figure the plant and the equipment, yes, but I can't give you machinery. I just couldn't raise $100,000. Now, please, Diane, please be reasonable. I can't let this happen to Doug. I just can't.
Oh, this broken-hearted father act is getting tiresome, Mr. Wineglass. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't be bad for Doug at all. We might hit it off rather well. If you can't pay off now, that suits me. I'll get it eventually anyway.
Diane, I can't raise $100,000 in cash. It's impossible.
Then I'll wait.
You can't marry him, Diane. It'll ruin his life. He's terribly in love with you, and when he finds out
But he won't find out. If you try to tell him, he'll never speak to you again. He'll say you're jealous and that you're lying. You see, I don't care which way it goes. 100,000 now, or we get married, and eventually it means the same thing.
I'll cut him off. I'll kick him out of the business and cut him off.
You think that'll help? You really think you could stand being alienated from Doug, from your only son?
How do you women get so rotten? So rotten?
If you know what's good for you, Mr. Wineglass, you'll keep a civil tongue in your head.
You're cheap and common and no good.
Why,
You are. You're dirty and rotten. And you're not going to marry Doug.
Just try and stop me.
I'm warning you, Diane. I'll stop you if I have to kill you. This was the girl that Doug wanted to marry. Cold, calculating, bad all through. The thought of it made me physically sick. Doug with his fine young face and his blonde hair. I couldn't stand it. This was my son. This was the reason I worked, the reason I lived. If this thing happened to him, my life would be over. Even at 45, I'd have nothing more to live for. Well, it wasn't going to happen. The next morning, I apologized to Doug. The words stuck in my throat, but I made him believe them.
The things you said yesterday, Dad, are pretty hard to take.
I know, Doug, I know. I'm terribly sorry, and I want you to have the cottage in Newport for a wedding present.
Are you trying to buy me off?
Oh, Doug, please don't hold a grudge. Give me a chance. I've said I'm sorry. Can't we let bygones be bygones?
Okay, Dad. Let's forget it.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks. Well, now, can we talk business for a moment?
Sure, what's up?
Would you mind going out of town for a few days?
Where?
Well, I'd like to have you represent us at the National Underwear Manufacturers Convention in San Francisco. You'd have to leave on the Century tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I know it isn't much notice.
Well, Diane and I had a couple of things planned, but... Oh, she'll understand. Sure, I can make the train tomorrow.
Well, take her out tonight on your expense account. Really do the town.
Okay.
You'll only be away about 10 days. Take Diane out tonight and then take the morning off, and I'll meet you for a late breakfast, and you can catch the Century at noon. Okay?
Sure, Dad. Whatever you say.
In one conversation, I'd regained Doug's confidence and gotten him out of town for 10 days. That was step one. Step two was my alibi. This was going to be a perfect murder. They're not hard, you know, if you use your head. At 9 o'clock that night, I went to my club, the Hampton Club on 48th Street. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. That's the way he spent all his evenings, reading the Times. At 9:01, I said good evening to him. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass.
I sat down behind him and watched him for a few minutes. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French windows that opened into a little court, and out onto 49th Street. I walked a half block to Diane Rodell's apartment. At 9:13, I was climbing through her kitchen window that opened onto a service porch at the back of her building. At 9:15, I was sitting in front of the portable typewriter on the desk in her living room. I left my gloves on while I typed. Come. Alone. Diane. Dear Harry, I need a little extra cash, $5,000. Not much for a rich man like you. If you don't want Agnes to see that photograph, you'd better turn up with the money. Thursday night, 10 sharp, all 20s or smaller. Be sure, darling, that you come alone. Diane. It's foolproof. It's foolproof. At 9:24, I was back in the Hampton Club reading room. I slipped quietly back into my seat. The whole thing had taken 14 minutes. Colonel Dover hadn't budged. He was still there, still reading. I was positive that he hadn't missed me. On my way home, I mailed a letter to Harry Feeney, and then I slept a good, comfortable 9 hours. The next morning, Doug and I had breakfast, and afterwards I put him in a cab with a suitcase and plenty of time to catch the Century. And I went up to the office to see if Harry Feeney had received Diane's letter. Right after the first mail delivery, Harry Feeney came in with Diane's letter in his hand.
Frank, I'm absolutely desperate. I've got to raise $5,000 by tomorrow night.
Oh, well, what for?
Here, read this.
Well, who's it from?
Diane, read it.
Dear Harry, I need a little extra cash. $5,000, not much. You better turn up with the money Thursday night at 10 sharp. All 20 days. So I'll be sure down with you. Come along, Diane. Harry, this is blackmail.
Yeah.
Getting us to sign a 5-year modeling contract is one thing, but this is blackmail. This is a matter for the police.
Frank, will you try to understand? Diane is no fool. She knows darn well I can't chance Agnes seeing that picture. So I stick her in jail for blackmail. She'd still send that picture to Agnes. And while I'd love to see Diane in jail, I'd hate to have Agnes throw me out.
In other words, you're going to give her the $5,000?
If you loan it to me.
I'll give you a check in the morning. You can cash it and take the money up tomorrow night. Things were going very well. The alibi and a motive. I could get rid of Harry Feeney, too, this silly, slightly alcoholic little man who's held me back for years. The letter went in my drawer as Exhibit A. The next morning, I gave Harry Feeney a check for $5,000. Then I telephoned Diane.
Hello?
Diane, it's Frank Wineglass. I've been thinking things over. I'll meet your price.
100,000?
It's worth that much to me to prevent Doug ruining his life.
When can we get together?
How about tonight?
All right. What time?
9:15?
9:15 will be fine.
I want the negative of that picture that you have of Harry Feeney. Will you have it there?
I have it here now. I'll see you tonight at 9:15.
All right. Goodbye. That night, I went again to the Hampton Club. As usual, Colonel Dover was in the reading room. Again, I said good evening, and again he answered me. Good evening, Colonel Dover.
Good evening, Wineglass. Good evening.
I sat down a little behind him and to the left. At 9:10, I slipped quietly out of the reading room, through the French doors, across the court, out to 49th Street. I was sweating, nervous, tense. In my pocket, I had Harry Feeney's gun, the one that he'd kept in his desk drawer at the office for as long as I could remember. I walked through the crowds like somebody in a trance. And this time, I used the front entrance of her apartment. And at exactly 9:13, I was ringing Diane's doorbell.
Hello, Mr. Wineglass. Come in.
Hello, Diane. Thanks.
Would you like a drink or anything?
No, thanks. Sit down.
Say, what is this? What are you doing? What's the idea of the gun? What is this?
I'm going to kill you.
Look, let's not play Alan Ladd, shall we?
Last night, while you were out with Doug, I wrote Harry Feeney a letter on that typewriter, over your signature, also typed.
You were here last night?
In it, you asked for $5,000 for the picture that you got of him. He borrowed the money from me, and he'll be up here at 10 o'clock.
What?
He'll find you dead with his gun beside you.
You're crazy. You're
At the
absolutely
trial, Colonel Dover in the Hampton Club reading room will swear I was there all evening.
Now, look, let's not get excited. I'll be glad to give you the picture now.
I'm sure you will.
I'll give up, Doug. Now, look, Mr. Wineglass. Here's the negative. Here, take it.
Just don't move. Don't move.
Frank, for heaven's sake.
Some men will do anything for their sons. Have you seen Death of a Salesman?
You mean it. You actually mean it.
This could be the death of a sales girl. Except that what you have got to sell has been picked over so often, I doubt if there's a market anywhere. Good night, Miss Rodell. I had to fight with myself not to run all the way back to the club. Somehow I did the necessary things. The gun beside her, the incriminating negative, the front door slightly open. I was almost hysterical by the time I got back to the club. I caught my breath in the courtyard and slipped into the chair behind Colonel Dover. And very quietly, I picked up a magazine from the table beside me. I'd been gone exactly 11 minutes. It was 21 minutes after 9. And then I let the Colonel have it.
Good Lord, Wineglass, if you've got bronchitis, why don't you go to a doctor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Colonel. There's something in my throat.
How can anybody read with that racket?
Oh, I'm sorry. Since I've disturbed you anyway, would you mind telling me the time?
It's not quite 22 after 9.
Thank you. It was perfect. All evening I'd been in the reading room of the Hampton Club. Colonel Dover would swear to it. At 10:30, there was a telephone call for me. I knew who it would be. Be Harry Feeney. Be hysterical, desperate, want advice. He'd gone up with the money and found her shot. I was quite calm when I stepped into the telephone booth beside the club desk. Hello?
Frank, it's Harry.
Oh, what is it? You sound upset.
I'm nearly crazy. Something terrible has happened.
Oh, well, what is it?
I was supposed to take that money up to Diane tonight at 10 o'clock, and Agnes has dreamed up a bridge game. And
What?
I can't get away. I'm afraid if I don't turn up, she'll mail that picture to Agnes.
But
Frank, you've got to go over and explain. She's not far from the Hampton Club, and, well, I've tried to call Diane a couple of times when I've been dummy, but she's not answering the phone. Please go over and stall her off. Frank. Hello, Frank.
Pure, stark terror clutched at my insides. If Harry Feeney played bridge all evening, he'd have a perfect alibi, too. I sat there in that close, hot telephone booth and let the fear rush over me. Somehow I got home. After 3 Nembutols, I got to sleep. About 5 in the morning. When I woke up, the telephone had been ringing for a long time. It was past noon. That horrible, insistent bell beat its way into my consciousness. Hello?
Dad, where have you been? We've been phoning all over for you.
Why, Doug.
Dad, something terrible has happened. Somebody shot Diane last night. They say I did it. Please, Dad, can you come down right away? I'm at the 72nd Street station. I don't know what's going on.
Doug, are you in New York?
Dad, can't you understand? Diane's been shot.
Where are you? Where are you? You're in San Francisco.
No, I didn't go. I decided to fly instead of taking the train. That way I could spend a couple of extra days with Diane.
Dad, I didn't do it. I didn't. You know I didn't do it. Doug, I don't know what to say.
I know I should have caught the Century, but by flying, I could spend 2 extra days in New York with Diane and still get to San Francisco for the opening of the convention. I got a seat out on a plane for tomorrow. I went up there late last night, and I found her shot. There was a photograph, a horrible photograph that I couldn't believe it. I just sat there numb, and I phoned the police. It was a nightmare, asking me questions, talking about a lover's quarrel.
What did the police say?
Some big guy kept harping on the motive, that I'd found out about Diane, that I killed her in a jealous rage. Dad, what can I do? I didn't kill her.
I know you didn't. Believe me, I know that you didn't.
Dad, the way you say that, Dad, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Dad, what is it?
I can't tell you, Doug. I'll tell the district attorney.
You have just heard Murder is the Easiest Way, Attraction 45 on Radio City Playhouse. Kyle Swenson starred as Frank Weinglass. Marilyn Erskine was Diane. Nelson Olmsted was Harry Feeney, and Bill Lipton was Doug. The music was composed and conducted by Roy Shield. Script was based on a story by Jules Archer and was written and directed by Harry W. Junkin.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, Luis van Rooten in Disintegration, a tense psychological drama of an actor breaking down mentally. All 12 parts are played by Mr. Van Rooten in the most exciting job of acting we have ever heard. We hope you'll be listening to Disintegration, starring Luis van Rooten, next week, Attraction 46, on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Irene Dunn in Treasure Trove, Item 2 on 8 by Request, this coming Thursday. Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3. Of Unsound Mind stars the lovely and talented young American actress Jean Tatum as Myra. The script was written by Harry W. Junkin, who also directs the production. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 3 of Unsound Mind.
Jeff, I won't do it. I won't live with a man who's insane.
He isn't insane. You're married to him, and you will live with him for a while at any rate.
Can't I tell you I can't? I can't bear living with him any longer.
Our reputations in this town are pretty well shot, Myra. If you leave Caleb now,
I
I'm
don't
afraid...
care about public opinion.
Well, I do. It means my bread and butter.
Just to see him makes me sick.
Now, look. He's been 4 years in the Air Force, 2 years in this nut house. Now he's cured. For 6 years, you've been spending his money and having yourself quite a happy time with it. Well, now you're going to turn into a sweet, devoted little Baltimore housewife. You'll go to Windy Hill and get him, and you'll bring him home and live with him.
But, Jeff, he's crazy.
He's nothing of the sort, or Dr. Hamilton wouldn't let him come home. And Hamilton's one of the leading psychiatric men on the continent.
Jeff, I can't stand it, that's all. I can't live with a man that's insane.
He's not insane, and you'll go up to Windy Hill and get him.
Dr. Hamilton, before I take Caleb home from here, is there anything else I should know?
I don't think so. He's completely cured. Just be kind to him, that's all.
Oh, I will. I've waited so long for this day. I've been pretty lonely, Dr. Hamilton.
I'm sure you have. Caleb's a fine man.
There's no danger of a relapse?
It's so remote, Mrs. Hunt, that I'd say there's no danger at all. 2 or 3 things still bother him. Fire, for instance, and traffic. He shouldn't drive a car for a few months.
Oh. We planned a little motor trip to New York. Shouldn't I let him drive?
No, positively no driving. If he got excited or if something startled him, he might freeze to the wheel. Uh-huh. Just try to keep him as relaxed as possible, mentally and physically.
Yes, of course I will. Tell me, Dr. Hamilton, just what did you do to Caleb? To fix him up, I mean.
We've done a great deal, Mrs. Hunt. We put a tantalum plate in his head. You see, when his plane crashed, the wound in his head resulted in an actual breakdown of brain tissue. Now, that part is healed. Now he needs some rest and a lot of happiness. And you.
Does it hurt, this plate thing?
Not a bit.
And he is cured?
Oh, completely.
We owe you a great deal, Dr. Hamilton.
Nonsense, my dear, nonsense. Tell me, what are your plans?
Plans?
Yes, where will you live?
Right here in Baltimore. We're driving to New York, sort of a second honeymoon.
Oh, I see.
Then we'll come back here.
Good. Trip will do him good. Let him make the decisions, where to eat and what to do. You know, it'll give him confidence in himself.
Oh, I'll do everything I can.
Good. And now you better go and find him. He's waiting for you in the reception room on the first floor. I've already said my goodbyes to him. So go on your motor trip to New York and never think of Windy Hill again.
You all right, Caleb?
Oh, fine.
I hope you didn't mind my suggesting you draw. Really, I was exhausted.
Oh, no, I'm fine. It's good for me. I've got to get over these crazy notions.
Well, just that Dr. Hamilton said that you shouldn't do any driving. I should never have suggested it. I don't know how
Oh, forget it. I'm fine, really.
Don't go too fast.
Oh, relax, Myra. I'm fine.
Caleb! Look out! Caleb!
Myra, take your hands off the wheel!
Hello, Penn Station. Parlor car reservations, please.
Who on earth are you phoning at 7 o'clock in the morning?
Parlor car reservations? This is Mrs. Caleb Hunt, room 815, Waldorf Astoria. Could I possibly get 2 chairs and a parlor car to Baltimore this morning?
Myra, what are you doing?
Darling, I can't hear. Yes? To Baltimore, yes. My husband isn't well, and I want to get him home as quickly as possible.
What do you mean I'm not well?
What time does it leave? Oh. Well, how about 11:30?
Myra.
That's very kind of you. Could we pick them up at the station?
Myra, for goodness sake.
Thank you very much. Hunt, that's right.
Myra.
C.H. 815 Waldorf Astoria. That's right. Thank you very much.
Myra, I don't want to go home.
Darling, go back to sleep. You needn't get up for an hour yet.
There's nothing the matter with me, and this is simply ridiculous. Why shouldn't we stay in New York and have some fun? After all, neither of us was hurt.
We might have been, Caleb. And an accident like that, well, such a shock to your nerves.
It's a shock to yours, too, isn't it?
It's not the same thing, Caleb. After all, you've been ill. Very ill.
Oh, nonsense.
It isn't nonsense at all. I just want to take care of you, that's all.
I don't need taking care of.
For your own good, darling.
There's nothing the matter with me, I tell you.
We do have to be careful, though.
But you don't have to whisk me back to Baltimore after one day in New York. Why, we haven't seen a thing yet. Anyhow, how'll we get the car back? It'll take him at least a week to fix it.
The car isn't as important to me as you are, darling.
Well, I'm not going.
Caleb, honey, I love you so much that I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you. I should never have let you drive. I feel personally responsible for the accident.
If you kept your hands off the wheel, we wouldn't have had the accident.
Caleb.
Oh, I'm sorry, Myra. I just wish you'd stop worrying about me.
I'm not worrying about you, Caleb. I want to go home.
Oh, all right. I'll go pick up the tickets myself. What time's the train go?
Every hour on the half hour, and we've chairs on the one at 11:30. Waiter, are you sure you understand what you're supposed to do?
What, but not why?
My husband isn't well, and I want to bring that home to him. I want him to realize that he's not normal. You see, he won't listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
My husband is back in the chair car. I'm going back now to get him. We'll be coming back to the diner in a few moments for lunch. You're to watch for us and to be sure it's you who serves us. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't $50 enough?
Yes, ma'am.
You handle it properly, I'll give you 50 more. After all, for $100, you shouldn't be too fussy.
No, ma'am.
And don't let him write out his order. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me look at the menu.
Yeah.
Oh. He'll probably have the chicken, so bring him something else, anything else. Now, so long as you bring him something different to what he ordered. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll be back in a few moments. Caleb, I've been up to the diner. There's a lineup, but I explained the situation to the waiter, and he said he'd see us right away.
What situation?
It's time for lunch, Caleb.
What situation?
Lunch, darling. Come along. The diner's this way.
You said you'd explain the situation to the waiter. What situation?
Well, that we were hungry.
Was being hungry a situation?
I merely said you weren't awfully well, that's all. Now, what's wrong with that? Would you prefer to stand in line for an hour?
Okay, darling, let's eat.
Waiter, here we are. Pardon. Would you let us by, please? Thank you. Excuse me. Come, Caleb. Pardon. Thank you. There we are. Now, you sit down there, Caleb. You shouldn't ride with your back to the engine.
I'll hold your chair.
Nonsense, darling. Sit down. There. That's it. Now, isn't that comfortable and better than standing on line?
I'd feel better in line than on a leash, Myra.
Caleb.
You drag me along like a little lap dog.
That's a very cruel thing to say, Caleb.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Let's order,
Waiter. No, not you, the other man.
Well, what difference does it make?
Caleb, I gave him a tip to get us this table. He might as well serve us, too.
Good day, ma'am.
What'll you have, Myra? You got a pencil, waiter?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Don't we have to write our orders out?
It's all right, sir. I'll take it down.
What'll it be, Myra?
Chilled consomme is very nice, ma'am.
All right. Lamb chops and lyonnaise potatoes. Small salad and, I guess the ice cream cake.
Coffee, ma'am?
Thank you.
And for you, sir?
I'll have the chicken. No, I think I'll have the roast lamb. Is it nice?
Very nice, sir.
All right. Roast lamb. No soup, green peas, mashed potatoes. Ice cream coffee.
Thank you, sir. Lamb chops are for you, ma'am?
Thank you.
And chicken for you, sir.
No, I ordered the lamb. Roast lamb.
No, it's chicken, darling.
No, roast lamb. Will you change it, please?
I have chicken on my slip, sir.
It was chicken, darling. You said chicken.
I said roast lamb, and I don't care what you've got on your slip. I want roast lamb. Now get it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
It was chicken, darling.
It was not chicken.
Darling, people are looking at us.
I ordered roast lamb.
All right, dear, all right.
Why do you say all right, dear, like that? You know perfectly well I ordered the roast lamb.
Let's not get excited, Caleb.
I'm not excited. But you persist in treating me as though I were feeble-minded.
I suppose as a pawnbroker, you make quite a lot of money.
Oh, I do all right. Baltimore's a good town for pawnbrokers.
Well, I guess that's all. You sure you understand what to do?
Yes, I know. Say, listen, lady. What are you up to?
That's none of your business. There's $50 in it for you. Here's 25. I'll give you another 25 if you do it properly. Now, take a good look at his picture.
Yes. Yes, I'll know.
And then when he comes in, what do you say?
I say, hello, mister. Back for your wristwatch? How's that?
You're not very convincing.
Look, lady, I'm a pawnbroker, not an actor.
Try it once more.
Okay. Hello, mister. Back for your wristwatch?
That's better. Here's the watch. You remember, you've never seen or heard of me. Remember, you've never seen or heard of me.
Okay. I'm coming. Myra, did you forget your keys?
Yes.
I was beginning to wonder where you were. You been shopping?
Yes.
You buy anything exciting?
Caleb, I'm very upset. Why did you pawn your watch?
What?
Your watch, the one you lost. Why did you pawn it? Heaven knows there's plenty of money. If you need it, you can go to the bank and get it.
What are you talking about?
The watch you said you lost.
What do you mean, said I lost? I did lose it. I left it on the wash basin when I washed my hands.
And it just vanished into thin air?
Well, it wasn't there when I went back.
You think somebody stole it?
I think it'll turn up somewhere and around the house.
I saw it in a pawn shop this afternoon.
In a pawn shop?
I went in and looked at it. It had your initials on the back.
Well, then Mrs. Archibald must have taken it and pawned it. Oh, I can't believe it. She's been with us for years.
Caleb, don't. I asked the man in the pawn shop. He described the man who brought it in.
And?
The description fitted you.
Myra, I did not pawn that watch.
Then somebody's lying somewhere.
Well, who do you prefer to believe? Me or some character who runs a pawn shop? Are you implying that I pawned that watch without knowing it?
Darling, Caleb, I'm implying nothing. I'm sorry I mentioned it.
What's the name of the pawn
Darling,
shop?
forget it. I shouldn't have told you about it.
What's the name of that pawn shop, Myra?
Son, the Royal Pawn Shop. Caleb, please don't go. It's no good, Caleb. I tell you it's no good. You'll only upset yourself. Caleb, please. Did you see it?
Yes.
Was it yours?
Yes.
Did you get it back? Did he say you'd brought it in?
Yes. Now leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Oh, really, Jeff, it was quite amusing. Poor Caleb, he was so befuddled.
I don't like it, Myra.
What do you mean?
I mean that I don't like it. It's a rotten trick.
Are you backing down?
No. But I don't like it.
Oh, don't be foolish, Jeff. We can't just go on like this. Somebody has got to do something. Put your cigarette out, Jeff.
Well, darling,
Put your cigarette out. Kiss me. Oh, you're so strong, Jeff. So tough. Jeff, I love you. I love you.
Kendall's flower shop.
Well, you must have the wrong house.
Mrs. Hunt?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Hunt.
Then they're for you, lady.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, lady.
Who was that?
Your flowers arrived.
Flowers?
Caleb, they're gorgeous. Oh, you were always wonderful at buying flowers.
I didn't send you any flowers, Myra.
You didn't?
There's a card with them. Let me see it.
But Caleb, does it matter? Really, does it?
Let me see that card.
No, Caleb, please.
Who were they addressed to?
Mrs. James C. Hunt.
Mother? But, Myra, Mother's been dead for 15 years. How could I...
It doesn't matter, darling. They're lovely. And we'll pretend they're for me.
Let me see that card.
No, it doesn't matter. Please, please, darling, don't worry about it.
I think I'd better lie down. Just lie down for a little while.
It was really very amusing, Jeff. He couldn't believe it. Flowers to his mother after all these years.
You're certainly not overburdened with conscience, are you?
I hate him, Jeff. Him and his calm, handsome suffering.
Hmm?
He's not like you. He's not tough, not strong. He wasn't so stupid he'd see through me. Really, the flowers stunned him addressed to his mother. She's been dead for years.
Mm-hmm. How's he taking it?
Just give me time.
Myra, I don't like it. It's too vicious, too cruel.
What's the matter with you, Jeff?
I don't like to see this in you. It's such a rotten trick.
Jeff.
Yes?
Don't you love me?
You know I love you. It's why I hate to see you acting like this.
Put your arms around me, Jeff. That's better. Now, don't worry about Caleb. Just leave everything to me.
It's getting late, Myra. You better go. Somebody might see you leaving the apartment building. We've got to be very careful.
I don't understand you, Jeff. Well, maybe I'd better be going. We have a late night tomorrow night. Caleb and I are going to the theater. They say it's a marvelous show. It's fun getting all dressed up, isn't it, Caleb?
Now, where the heck are those tickets?
I put them in your pocket, darling.
Oh, yeah, here, I got them.
Thank you. Tickets, please.
Yeah, it is fun being in a white tie again. Oh, here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe after the show...
Excuse me, sir. These tickets, they're...
Yes?
They're for Friday the 22nd. That was last night, sir.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, Caleb.
They're for last night, sir. This is the 23rd.
But that's impossible. I know they're for tonight. Here, let me see them. What? Somebody's made a mistake. The box office gave me the wrong one.
Sorry, sir, you're holding up the line. If you'd like to talk to the manager, just to the right of the box office.
Oh, Caleb! Caleb, wake up! Caleb!
What?
Caleb, Mrs. Archibald's gone. Her clothes, everything. She's left us. She's gone.
What?
Caleb, try to remember. You've done something. And this time I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? What are you talking
Listen
about?
to me. I got up this morning. Mrs. Archibald wasn't down. I went up to wake her. I thought she must have overslept. Her room was empty. The bed had been slept in, but she's gone. Then when I came downstairs again, I found your bedroom slippers in the hall covered with mud. Just
No.
covered. Caleb, please try to remember. You were outside the house sometime during the night. Can't you remember anything?
Oh, Myra. Myra, I'm afraid.
Well, surely you couldn't get up out of bed and go outside without remembering something.
I can't remember. Oh, Myra, I'm so afraid.
You went to bed as soon as we got home from not going to the theater. You were asleep when I came up. Try to remember.
I can't.
Do you remember that it was raining when you went to bed?
No. Yes. I don't know.
I don't know what to say, Caleb.
Myra.
Yes.
Do you think I ought to go back?
Back?
To Windy Hill. Oh, not for long, maybe just for a month or so. All these things I've been doing, mistakes I make. Every day I do something. It's so hard on you.
No.
But I can't go on like this.
Darling, nothing has happened to Mrs. Archibald. I'll probably find her with a couple of phone calls.
No.
Caleb, I have
No.
to find her. Darling, you couldn't have hurt her very badly, or she wouldn't have been able to pack all her clothes and leave. I'll phone the McDougal's maid. She might know.
Oh, Myra. Help me, Myra. Help me. You've no idea what it's like to be insane.
Tonight's the night, Jeff.
Myra, you're liable to get your throat slit.
None.
Have you heard from the Archibald woman?
No.
Well.
I simply said that Caleb couldn't stand her around the house another moment.
Mm-hmm.
Gave her 6 months' salary and bought her a ticket for Oakland. Brother lives there.
All I can say, Myra, is that I hope you never get it in for me.
Don't be mean, Jeff.
I may as well tell you I don't like it.
You don't like it. How do you suppose I feel?
Well, it's so horrible. He's so unsuspecting. He trusts you.
This is no time to go remorseful, Jeff. Anyway, after tonight, it'll be all over.
What are you going to do?
When he's asleep, I'll put the knife in his hand. Then I'll tear my nightdress and scream. He suggested twice that I let him go back to Windy Hill. Tonight I'll finish him. I'll phone Dr. Hamilton. As soon as they come for him, come over. Probably need a drink anyway.
Myra, you can't do it.
I don't want to quarrel about it now, Jeff. It's tonight or never.
Then I'm pulling out.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm through.
Don't say that, Jeff. I'll phone you as soon as they've taken him away.
Myra!
Oh, Caleb, don't kill me. Caleb, put the knife down. Look in your hand.
No.
Oh, Caleb, you frightened me so. The look in your eyes.
No. Let go of me. Myra, let go of me. I let go of me.
Caleb, stop. Caleb, come back. You can't go outside in your pajamas. Caleb. Caleb.
Dr. Hamilton, please. Oh, yes? Well, would he call Mrs. Caleb Hunt the moment he comes in? Yes, it's very urgent. Yes, he has my number. Thank you.
Now, wait a minute, chum. You can't go romping around in pajamas through people's hedges.
Let me go.
Well, you're Caleb Hunt, aren't you?
Let me go.
Look, I'm Jeff Benson. Remember me? Listen, if you go romping around through hedges in your pajamas, people will think you're crazy.
I am crazy.
No, you're not. It's Myra that's crazy.
Myra? How do you know Myra?
Well, that's what's been bothering me, Caleb. That's why I came over here in the middle of the night. Look, you know I've got to have a good long talk. My car's over there. Come back to my apartment, get me some clothes. I got a few things to tell you. You're not going to like them much, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So that's the story, Caleb. It's pretty rotten, but it's true. It's too filthy a trick for an apology, so I'm not going to say I'm sorry.
Thanks for the clothes. I'm going now.
Where?
Where do you think?
Now, look, Caleb, don't do anything that's... Now that you'd be sorry for, you won't, will you?
What would you do in my place?
Why?
Well, I'm asking you. What would you do? Did I?
Rushing out of here
like a maniac?
Oh, I was terribly upset.
Were you? I'm touched, Myra. Deeply touched.
You've got to come to bed.
Jeff Benson gave me this jacket. Did you give it to him before I was reported missing or after?
What are you talking about?
We had quite a chat, Benson and I. I got the whole story. Pawnbroker, the florist, theater box office, Mrs. Archibald, the waiter on the train. Half the city must have been working for you, trying to put me back in Windy Hill. Incidentally, Benson's sick of you. It took 7 or 8 drinks to make him realize just how sick. But right now, he fairly shakes with nausea at the mere mention of your name.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Why should you? I'm crazy.
Caleb, stop.
I am. You've driven me crazy, Myra. Crazy.
You lay so much as a finger on me, I'll yell the house down.
Go ahead, yell.
Caleb, stop, right?
Don't get out of bed, Myra. Insane men always murder the defenseless woman in bed.
You are mad. You are crazy.
Sure, crazy. You make a pretty picture, Myra, sitting up in bed with the sheets drawn demurely around you.
Caleb, it's not true, Caleb. I do love you. Really, I do. I love you very much. You know what?
I'll choke you slowly, Myra. Insane men always do. And I am insane. I have the most wonderful alibi, too. You see, I'm crazy. You convinced everyone of that. So they'll just send me back to Windy Hill. That's all they can do to me. Does that hurt, Myra? Now, get up. Get up, I said. Stand up. Oh, that's it. It's wonderful what you can do when you try, isn't it, Myra? You dirty little tramp. I wouldn't kill you, Myra. I'm free. I'm well, and I feel wonderful. I want you to live. I want you to live a long, long time with yourself, all alone. You and your twisted, moldy little mind. Myra, I hope you live to be 90.
You have just heard of Unsound Mind, Attraction 3 of Radio City Playhouse, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Gene Tatum was heard as Myra, Casey Allen as Caleb, and Phil Sterling as Jeff. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. As you noticed tonight, that favorite program of yours, Grand Ole Opry, comes to you half an hour earlier during the summer months. So tune in 1/2 hour earlier next week for Grand Ole Opry, then stay with us for Radio City Playhouse. Next week, we present a comedy which we hope will do more than just make you smile. We hope, in fact, we're almost sure it'll make you laugh. It's called Whistle, Daughter, Whistle, and is written by Ernest Kinoy. We sincerely hope you'll join us next Saturday for Whistle, Daughter, Whistle. Next Saturday, Attraction 4, Radio City Playhouse. Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It is titled Three Men by the outstanding American writer Willis Cooper.
is the tale of another Christmas, a Christmas 30 years ago. It is 1918 and the Great War is over. War-weary men are at last getting leave. Leave areas have been established in various parts of France, and men are en route from their stations to these areas, there to rest and refresh themselves for a brief period. It is Christmas Eve in the railway station at Villefranche. The crowd is dense, and compartments on the train are scarce. A young British officer hurries along the platform, looking desperately for an empty seat.
On peut manquer à ce compartment-là, monsieur.
I beg your pardon. You mean I can get into that one? I can get into that compartment?
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, but there's somebody in it now. The trains are full.
Ce n'est rien, monsieur. Montez, vite.
Montez. Oh, thanks very much. I will.
Honorable Noël, monsieur.
What's that? Oh, yes, a Merry Christmas to you, too. Excusez-moi. I mean, I'd like to... Venny's in here, if it's all right with you. Venny... No, I can't talk the ruddy language.
It is not necessary to speak the ruddy language, monsieur, since I speak yours after a fashion.
Oh, well, the station master said you wouldn't mind if I stowed myself in here.
I should be delighted. Let me help you with your baggage.
No, that's all right. I'll just fling it up on the rack. There we go. And shut the door. There. I'll say this is a bit of all right. So clean, too. I've never seen such a clean train in France.
They probably scrubbed it out for Christmas. I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne of the 212th Regiment Artillery, GPF.
Oh, I'm Lieutenant Horace Ballantyne of the Australian Light Horse, sir. Are you going on leave, Captain?
Yes. I'm not sure where yet, mais c'est la guerre. One never knows where he goes in this war.
That's too right. It's very good of you to share your compartment.
I'm only too glad. It's been rather a lonely journey so far. I'm delighted to have someone to talk to.
First-class compartments aren't too easy to get hold of, either. Yeah, it's a bit cushy, this, isn't it?
Not too bad, indeed. You'll pardon me, I know, but I am a bit curious to know how an Australian officer should find his way to Villefranche.
As a matter of fact, I don't quite know myself, Captain. Gascon, is it?
Yes. And your name is Ballantine. I must remember.
That's right, Well, I was at Gallipoli with the 3rd RC Division and got a bit of a crack on the head, you know. First thing I knew, I found myself transferred to a village a few miles east of here. Nothing but Americans in it.
Ah, the Americans. They're good soldiers, eh?
Oh, yes, they're splendid.
And now you find yourself bound for leave on Christmas Eve.
Quite so. And jolly glad of it, too.
Where are you going, do you know?
No, report to the RT or a Haley band, that's all I know.
You have the same difficulties in your army, I see. One never knows where one goes. You are a long way from home, my friend.
Yes, that's right. Ruddy long way. Half around the world, you know.
And you have come to fight for France. I salute you, monsieur.
Oh, it's been fun.
Oui. Now it is over. And our young men lie dead under the stars out there.
Now, wait a minute. We lost a few, too.
Our young men, monsieur. French and British and Australian and American. Alors, one cannot make the omelette without breaking the eggs.
That's right. And a ruddy lot of good eggs, too, friend Gascon.
Oui.
Oh, I wish the blasted train would start.
It's always a mystery how they control these trains. Particularly when one wishes to go somewhere in a hurry.
Hey, there's a chap in American uniform out there looking for a place.
I say, sir, perhaps we could invite him in here if you do not mind.
Why not, if it's all right with you?
Why, he's a comrade. There is little room on the train.
Out you are. Oh, Yank. Yank. Yank, this way, Yank.
He comes?
Yeah. Oh. Start me pink now. The brighter's back. And an officer, too.
Ah, so? I've heard that the Americans have 2 divisions of Negroes. They have many officers who are, as the Americans say, colored also. I've never seen one.
All right, this way, Yank. You don't mind if I ask him in, do you?
My dear Ballantine, why should one mind? Is he not a man and an ally and an officer? Do we dislike one another because I am French and you Australian?
Good man. After all, what the devil difference does it make what color a chap's skin is, eh? Oh, Yank, there's room here.
Do you mind awfully, Lieutenant?
Well, there's not much room anywhere else, matey. Come on in. We've got room for one.
Thank you.
I was afraid
afraid I was going to be left behind.
My name's Valentine, Lieutenant, Australian Night Horse.
Well, I'm Captain Melvin of the 370th American Infantry.
Delighted, Captain. And this is Captain... Oh, dear, you'll have to help a chap out.
I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne of the French artillery captain. Welcome.
Oh, gentlemen, I thank you.
Here, give me your musette. I'll shove it up on the rack.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Feels good to get that thing off my shoulder.
Sit down, Captain Melvin.
Oh, thank you. I've been standing around there all day long on one foot and then on the other, waiting. Finally, when the train did pull in, I thought I was still going to stand there. Good of you to take me in.
We are delighted, sir.
All right.
You're Australian, eh, Lieutenant?
That's right, from Adelaide. But I've lived in England for years. Where are you from, Captain Melvin?
I'm from Chicago.
Oh, and you, Captain Gascoigne?
My home is in Bayonne, as one might infer from my name.
Your name, Captain?
Gascoigne. Gascoigne. From Gascony, you see.
Oh, that's
I see.
You know, gentlemen, it's odd, isn't it? Here we are. Three of us in one railroad coach bound for somewhere. And we've come from all over the world to meet on Christmas Eve in France.
To tell you the truth, we don't even know where we're going, do you?
I haven't the slightest idea. Leave area, that's all I know.
Well, we may as well have a spot of Christmas cheer, eh? I've a bottle of rather good wine in my musette.
Yeah, so far.
Not to be outdone in this matter, mes amis, I also have a bottle of Lacrimée Christi. Tears of Christ. Very precious wine in these days, gentlemen. I do not remember how I came by it, but suffice it to say, I have it. We are about to start.
Yes, we are starting.
Well, you know, there was a jolly happy crowd there at the station, wasn't it? Christmas.
Yeah. Still Christmas, despite the fact that most of them all want to get out of the town and go somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Last Christmas, I was down in Texas, in Camp Logan.
I was in the hospital in Marseille.
And I had dinner with a German general.
What?
A German general?
We captured on Christmas Eve.
I see. Well, gentlemen, will you drink with me?
With pleasure, sir. If you will drink with me.
And with me.
All right, then, mates. To Christmas, eh?
To Christmas.
You know, my musette's already full of junk of all sorts. I was afraid I might have lost that bottle.
Souvenirs, then?
Oh, yes. And silly toys and things that I picked up, you know. Give them to some kid somewhere.
Yeah.
God knows they're few enough.
I have gifts, too, in my musette. There's no one left of my people to give them to, but it is a sentiment for Christmas.
Yes, I suppose we all do that. Mine's packed with odds and ends, too. I didn't know if I'd ever get back to the outfit after this leave, so I got some souvenirs together.
Another drink, mes amis.
Oh, not now, thanks, Captain. I'll wait a while.
Well, I think I will, too.
Quite. Oh, it's a beautiful night.
Clear. You know, if the war was still on, I'd expect to hear someone shout, "Lights out, Jerry up," and have a lot of bombs landing on there.
I hope we are done with that, monsieur.
Amen.
There's no moon, though.
Yeah, but look at the stars.
I said, you see that one over there? Might even imagine it to the Star of Bethlehem. Very bright, isn't it?
Oui. Nearly 2,000 years ago. I wonder if that same star still shines upon the earth.
Well, if it does, we wouldn't know it. Not we who fight wars and deny the name of the man that was born under it.
Hey, you a religious chap?
No, not at all, Lieutenant. A long way from it.
I'm not religious either. Oh, used to have some jolly times as a kid at Christmas time, though. Church things and all that, you know, candles and whatnot.
Yes.
Oui. One is not religious save when one sees a star shining down on you.
I wonder if that could be the star.
And why not, my friend? Our Earth changes, but the everlasting stars change not. Funny if it is, wouldn't it? Oui. Oh, but our journey is long, gentlemen. If you wish to sleep. You sleepy, Captain? This so little drink of wine has affected me, I fear. I cannot keep my eyes open.
I'm a little tired myself. Standing around all day in that station, there's no place to sit down.
Well, I could always sleep myself. I propose, then, that we do sleep for a little while, my friends.
Talking of sleeping has made me sleepy. Yeah, I'm all for it.
Shall I turn down the light? If you will, monsieur. Pleasant dreams. And joyeux Noël. Merry Christmas to you both, gentlemen.
And to you, Lieutenant Valentine. Captain Gascoigne.
And the star shall watch over us, n'est-ce pas?
The star that shone on Bethlehem.
You know, it seems that I have met you both before somewhere.
That's very odd.
What, my friend?
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. I was, too. Oh, but it couldn't be. One from France, one from Australia, one from America.
Oui. It is so. Good night, my friends.
Good night.
Friends, we have journeyed far. 3 lone men across valleys, mountains, and deserts. Gasper, my friend, didst thou not promise us a sign? Are we to travel on like this forever?
Be not of faint heart, Balthazar. The end of our journey is at hand.
The wind is bitter in this strange country. Oh, Gasper, whither goest we? For how many days now have we traveled? I can no longer count. The night is dark, Gasper. I'm tired and weary.
And I, friend Balthazar, I would fain rest.
Have faith, my friends. Balthazar, Melchior, have faith.
We have faith, oh Gaspar.
Aye. Lead on, Gaspar. Whither thou goest, there will we follow thee. Though we be but 3 lone men traveling in a strange country in the dead of night, yet we know that thou art inspired of God, and that his hand doth lead thee.
Yet not even I know what miracle he will do before our eyes.
No matter. We will follow on the road to death. Now, which road takest thou? That to the right hand or to the left?
I know not.
Wilt thou not call upon God, Gaspar?
I kneel down, brethren. O Lord, Father God, lead us, thy servants, in the way that thou didst set out for us. For know, O Lord, Father God, that we are poor, and our eyes know not the right. And we would follow the way that thou wilt have us follow. Therefore we pray thee humbly.
A miracle! A miracle!
Miracle? What sayest thou, Balthazar?
Behold, Gaspar, a sign from the Lord Father God.
There is no sign.
Behold, in the sky.
A sign.
A star that burneth brighter than all the stars of the heavens. O Lord God, we thank thee. The way is before us. We follow thy will.
Behold, Gaspar, the star shineth upon the pathway to the left.
Forward, forward, brethren, for the end of our journeying is at hand. Cert, this is a sign from God.
Behold, Gaspar, beyond the hill, the lights of a village.
It is so. Now are we come to our destination indeed. Haste, haste.
Oh, travelers! Ho! Have you seen the star? Who calls? Who art thou?
Here's the shepherd. See the flocks of sheep beyond the road?
Seest thou the star, travelers? Knowst thou its meaning?
We have seen it, O shepherd. Yet we know not its meaning, save that the miracle of the Lord Father God is nigh unto us.
From the blackness of the sky, it sprang into blaze. Oh, travelers, dost thou think it portend the end of earth?
Nay, friend. Not the end of earth. Say rather its beginning.
What sayest thou?
Behold, shepherd, the mantle of the Lord is upon him.
Verily, he speak as men that understand the workings of the will of God.
Say now, shepherd, how is yonder village named?
Surely, you know what shall come to pass because of the star. How is it you know not the name of the town? We have come from far lands, O shepherd.
Aye, what does it matter if we know not such titles as the name of the village, when we do know of a miracle to be wrought in the name of Almighty God?
Aye, it is so.
What miracle shall come to pass?
It is hidden from our ken, O shepherd. Yes, it shall come to pass. Fear not.
Aye, and such a miracle as shall set all the world to singing praises.
Ye be not of Israel?
Nay, I am from the lands of the Greeks, and these my companions be also from far lands. Melchior from Ethiopia, and Balthazar, a wise man of Egypt, the soothsayer unto the king.
Ye have come far.
Aye, so. Since many days our feet have trod the pathways of hidden, unknown places, yet always have we set our faces unto the east, obeying the bidding of a voice unheard, the guidance of a hand unfelt.
And ye go now unto the town.
Shepherd, thou hast not told us its name.
Certes, all men know that yonder town is called the town of the house of bread, even Bethlehem.
Now this night shall be born in Bethlehem that Messiah, that very Son of God, which the ancient prophets have foretold. And this is the miracle that shall come to pass. For he shall be born of a virgin, immaculate, and his name shall be Jesus, called Christ.
Oh, holy man, may I not go with thee, seeing that thou knowest not the village, and I with my brethren were born there?
Aye, thou mayst come with us, but haste, haste.
Behold the star, how it seemeth to beckon us on.
Sling thy burthens from thy shoulders, haste, haste.
I marvel also that there should be lights abroad in the town. The hour is passing late, yet there is a light in every house.
Perchance the men of Bethlehem rejoice that the Messiah is born.
Nay, not so, for he is hidden from men, and they of Bethlehem know him not.
Then what?
The feast of Hanukkah is but lately over, my masters. The feast of the lights in memory of the Maccabee. And thus is the city full, even all the inns. But dost thou know where we shall find him, O Gaspar? Hath it been revealed unto thee?
All in good time, my friend. We follow the star.
Behold, these be the walls of Bethlehem, O wise man. Yonder lieth the gate.
Perchance the soldiers of the Tetrarch may refuse us admission into the city, Gaspar.
Nay, they are gone away, Melchior.
They all lie in the inns and the public houses and carouse with the people of the town. Gaspar, art thou sure indeed that we shall find him in Bethlehem?
Dost doubt the word of God, Balthazar? On, we must go on.
But whither goeth we, O Lord Gaspar?
Name me not Lord Shepherd, for we are all humble men in the sight of God.
Praise God.
Behold, how the rays of the star shine down upon this certain street. It is the way. Follow.
Lo, one comes, Gaspar. Didn't he?
Aye, so.
Perchance he knows. Lo, men.
Whither goest thou? Who art thou? Stand aside that I may pass.
Who art thou? Know that I am citizen even as thou art.
Oh, speak thou thus to me, who am the great physician.
Peace thy tongue clacketh like...
Didst thou say that thou art surgeon, O man of Bethlehem? I am that. I am Balthus, wrestler with the angel of death.
Hold, I pray thee. Hast thou attended woman this night that was brought of child?
And how dost thou know that, stranger?
Wilt thou say aye or nay?
Aye, I have done so. And look ye now. This night I have come upon a miracle. A very marvel. A prophecy of nature.
Speak of the marvel that thou hast witnessed, man.
Behold, not 2 hours have passed since one came post-haste crying before my door, O Balthus, O most noble surgeon, O saver of lives, come down in haste. A woman hath need of thee in the stable nigh unto the inn of the 2 oxen.
In the stable?
Aye, the stable. Well, now I am a man of charity, and always ready to answer the call when sickness stalketh abroad. So I flung my cloak about me and went in haste. As ill becometh a man of my age and girth, yet I am charitable, I say. And behold, in yonder stable was a woman, couched in the straw of a manger, brought to bed of a child.
Surely women have been brought to bed of a child in stables before, chirurgeon.
Aye, so. But mark me well now. This woman was a virgin.
Yes.
I swear it. By the holy phylactery, by my father's beard, I swear it. Verily, a child born unto her, and she a virgin.
Thou drunk too much of thy sack posset, neighbor, for thou a physician.
I swear. Verily hast thou stood before a miracle this night. A miracle, in sooth, a very prophet.
Where is the woman thou didst attend?
In yonder stable. The man did say they had come from Nazareth in Galilee to give us testimony to the tax collectors. And though they beseeched the innkeepers, yet none would give them room, saving only this one, who, having pity upon a woman with child, is saying to them they might find bed amongst the kine in the stable, and did charge them not.
Now may all the blessings of God be on this innkeeper, for that he hath offered a shelter this night unto the Son of God.
What sayest thou?
And on thee, physician, for that thou didst lend thy hand unto her who is the very mother of him who shall be the Savior of the world.
Verily, I know not who thou art, O man, yet I perceive that thou hast the gift of prophecy. The babe did look upon me with a look that I shall never forget. If thou dost speak sooth, I am most blessed amongst men.
Thine was the hand that first touched him. Verily art thou blessed.
I thank thee for thy grace, friend. Go now, inside the stable.
Come, my 2 good friends, and fall down and worship the infant Jesus, Son of God, which shall be called the Christ.
Praise unto him.
Praise unto the Son of God.
I will not go in. I am not worthy.
Nay, shepherd, there be none of us worthy to touch his hand, yet there be none too humble to do him reverence. Come.
I come, shepherd.
Star waneth a little.
The shadows fall upon us.
The star paleth before his glory.
Nay, Gaspar. Behold in the sky a sign.
A sign. Oh, Father, Lord God. A sign.
The shape of a man crucified upon a cross.
Valentine.
Didst thou cry out unto... What's the matter?
I was dreaming, I guess.
Where are we?
It was a dream. But I saw you two.
You saw us?
It's hard to remember, but...
Did you dream of 3 men, Melvin?
Yes.
I did too. Gaspar and Melchior.
Balthazar.
Gascoigne and Melvin?
And Valentine.
Look at our clothes. Look at our shoes. All of us.
What?
Straw. Yes. Straw from a stable. And that fragrance. What is it? Gentlemen, I have been in the East. I know what that smell is. It's myrrh and frankincense.
That was 3 Men, written by Willis Cooper.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 24. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, tonight's story, The Wisdom of Eve, is adapted by Miss Mary Orr from her story of the same name, which appeared in Cosmopolitan magazine. We're happy to have a script by this very talented writer on Radio City Playhouse. With her husband, Reginald Denham, Miss Orr is co-author of the Broadway hit Wallflower, which later became a Warner Brothers picture. In Miss Orr's story, the part of Karen Manners is played by Miss Claudia Morgan, one of radio's most talented actresses. We're very happy to welcome Miss Orr as an author and Miss Morgan as an actress to Radio City Playhouse. We hope that their first appearance will not be their last. Here, then, is The Wisdom of Eve by Mary Orr, starring Claudia Morgan as Karen. Attraction 24 on Radio City Playhouse.
If you were listening to the radio last night, perhaps you heard what Ronnie Dawson, the famous Hollywood commentator, had to say about Eve Harrington.
But of course, ladies and gentlemen, the most thrilling story in Hollywood this weekend is unfortunately news no longer. You've read it splashed across your Sunday papers, the fabulous and heartwarming story of Eve Harrington, who with nothing but talent to help her, has risen in one short year from a stage-struck unknown to the most loved, most sought after, most talented actress Hollywood has seen in a generation.
She was so hauntingly lovely, with that petal-like skin and those great, sad blue eyes. I first saw Eve Harrington a year ago. Lloyd, my husband, was the author of the play in which Margot Cranston scored such a triumph. Margot and I are friends, and frequently after performance, I drop into Margot's dressing room to say hello. This particular day, Eve Harrington was lurking outside the stage entrance with only a pathetic little red coat to protect her from the January weather. I'll always remember that pathetic little red coat at the stage entrance.
Mrs. Richards. Mrs. Richards.
Yes?
You are Mrs. Richards, aren't you? The wife of the playwright?
Yes, I am.
Would you please take me in to meet Miss Cranston? Please. If I could just get into her dressing room and talk to her.
She's allergic to strangers, child. Perhaps if you let me have your autograph book.
No, Mrs. Richards, I want to talk to her. Please. Please.
Well,
Oh, please, Mrs. Richards.
Well, if it means that much to you, come along. Now, mind you, I can't guarantee anything.
Oh, I know, Mrs. Richards, but you're her friend.
You never can tell what mood Margot will be in.
Isn't she simply wonderful, Mrs. Richards? Isn't she?
You poor kid. You've really got a crush on her, haven't you?
Well, I think she's the greatest actress I've ever seen.
Well, wait here and I'll see if she wants to talk to anybody.
I've got all the time in the world, Mrs. Richards.
I may not be able to work it. Hello, Margot. Can I come in?
Karen, darling, bless you. Come in. Did you bring the new draft of Lloyd's play for me to read?
I did. I hope you like it.
Hope he's made Cora a little more mature.
Oh, Margot, you're not too old to play Cora. Lloyd thinks you can play anything.
Well, darling, I should hope so. I always have. Haven't I?
Margot, there's a kid outside who's dying to meet you. She goes into a trance at the mere mention of your name.
Oh, get rid of her, Karen. I'm in no mood for autograph hunts today.
Be a sport, Margot. She's just a skimpy kid in a moth-eaten red coat. Give her a break.
Red coat and little red beret?
Yes. Do you know her?
That stray's been haunting the stage entrance for days. She must be crazy. All right, bring her in. Don't suppose she'll mind if I'm all over cold cream.
She's such a wistful little thing. I feel sorry for her. Hey, Red Riding Hood. You can come in.
Thanks, Mrs. Richards.
Well, come on. Come on. This is Miss Cranston. Miss,
Harrington. Eve Harrington.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Cranston, this is a dream. Am I actually in your dressing room? I can't believe it. I've seen the play 14 times, and you're even more beautiful than I imagined.
You're not serious. Not 14 times.
Oh, I only buy standing room. I go without my lunches to save the money. The ushers know me now. They saved me a place.
Have you honestly seen this play 14 times?
I just can't help it, Miss Cranston. You're so wonderful.
That's very touching. Isn't it, Karen?
Touching hardly describes it. What do you do for a living, Miss Harrington?
I'm a stenographer, Mrs. Richards. But my real life begins when I come to the theater to watch Miss Cranston.
Well, my dear, I haven't been so flattered in years. Look here, how would you like to come back to my apartment to have some supper? My husband's out of town, and we can be all alone and talk about my acting.
Oh, Miss Cranston, that would be the most wonderful thing that could possibly happen to me. I couldn't think of anything that would make me happier.
So that's the way I met Eve Harrington. A pathetic little stage-struck kid with that soft, childlike loveliness. Margot, of course, being only human, was touched and flattered by the adoration. I'm fond of Margot. Without her, Lloyd's plays might have run 2 weeks instead of 2 years. Margot was a genius. She had that solid gold type of talent, the talent that comes from a brilliant mind working terribly hard. Sometimes she was temperamental, sometimes affected, sometimes downright disagreeable. But she was good company and a good sport, and by and large, we got along splendidly. For about 3 weeks after this, I didn't see Margot. And then one afternoon, I thought I'd just drop up to her apartment and have a gossip. I'd completely forgotten Eve Harrington. Completely forgotten her. That's why I was so surprised when she answered the door of Margot's apartment. Well, if it isn't Little Red Riding Hood. Well, what are you doing here?
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Do come in.
Thank you. My, but you're looking ravishing.
It's because I'm so happy, Mrs. Richards. Miss Cranston has engaged me as her secretary. I take messages, answer fan mail, send out pictures.
Well, it's about time Margot had someone to take care of her correspondence. She still hasn't acknowledged a Christmas present I sent her in 1942.
She's so wonderful. Sit down, Mrs. Richards. Miss Cranston's in the bath, but she'll be out shortly. Shall I tell her you're here?
Oh, that can wait. Tell me about you.
Oh, it's so wonderful. I go to the theater with her every night and stand in the wings and study her and watch her.
Why do you want to study her?
Oh, dear, I guess I've let it slip out.
Let what slip out?
Oh, Mrs. Richards, I do so want to act someday. You don't know what it's like to want something so badly that you can hardly stand it. I know I've got talent. I know I have. I lie awake at nights dreaming that I'm Margot Cranston, that I'm taking the bows, hearing the applause. I've learned every word of her part, every gesture, every movement she makes. And you know, Mrs. Richards, I could do that part. I could. I've taken it down in shorthand. If only she'd let me understudy her. If she'd only give me a chance to know what I could do,
Eve, I don't like this. Margot thinks you're her secretary. And already you've designs on her job. I don't think it's honest. And I don't like it.
But, Mrs. Richards, I don't mean any harm. I wouldn't do anything to hurt Miss Cranston for the world.
Does Margot know you want to act this badly?
No.
Well, why don't you tell her?
I'm afraid. Do you think she'd help me?
Well,
She wouldn't. Oh, I don't know what to think. Sometimes I think it's awful of me not to let her know. And other times Mrs. Richards, what will I do? I want so terribly to act. I don't want to be deceitful.
I think you should tell her. She'll think you've lied to her. You never once let on you were interested in a stage career yourself.
Mrs. Richards, when you were young, when you were my age, didn't you ever want anything so badly that it almost made you sick?
My dear child, we've all wanted things. All of us.
There isn't an understudy now. If Miss Cranston was sick, the show just wouldn't go on. Couldn't you ask her to let me take her part in the understudy rehearsals? Couldn't you?
Eve, my dear, Margot is never sick. She's as tough as a truck. She's got germ-resistant bumpers.
But it would be such a wonderful experience. Oh, I know I'd never get to play the role, but couldn't you just suggest that not say anything about my wanting to act?
You're very sweet, Eve, and very young. I'll see what she says.
She won't let me do it if you say I want to understudy her. It's got to be that I just want some extra money. Oh, Mrs. Richards, please, please help me. It won't do any harm. I could never hope to ever play the role, but I'd learn so much. And there's so much for me to learn. And I want to so badly. Please.
Well, I'll see.
And you won't tell her I want to be an actress? What harm can that do? I'm just a nobody, and she's famous. If I lose this job, I'll have to go back to stenography. Please, don't give me away.
No, Eve. I won't give you away. I promise. The girl made my heart ache. It made me remember when I was 22, how I wanted to be an actress. But nobody ever took an interest in me. Eve didn't mean any harm. She was just a stage-struck kid. After all, what harm could it do to Margot to let the kid take part in the understudy rehearsals? And it would make Eve so happy. I wanted to see Eve happy. I liked her. I felt sorry for her. She was so sweet and so young. I had brought the subject up in Margot's dressing room a couple of days later. By the way, Margot, there's something I wanted to ask you. Lloyd and I came to the understudy rehearsal this morning. They're pretty handicapped because there's nobody to read your part.
We never thought it necessary to engage an understudy for me. If I couldn't go on some nights, the show just wouldn't open.
I know, dear, but it would be a help to the cast if somebody read your part. I was wondering if...
What?
Well, that little secretary of yours. Why not pay her a few extra dollars to read your part at the understudy rehearsal? She could probably use the money.
Well, she probably could at that.
It's decent of you, Margot, to take her under your wing.
Strangely drawn to her. You know, I've a hunch she's stage-struck. She wants to act, poor kid. I don't think she's too talented either.
Then you wouldn't mind her reading your part?
My dear Karen, why should I? Let her do it. It'll give her some extra money, and it may prove to her that it isn't as easy as it looks. You know, it's funny about Eve.
What?
If I asked her to jump in front of a taxi,
I believe she'd do it without a qualm.
So Eve got the chance to read Margot's part. 2 weeks later, I dropped in at an understudy rehearsal to watch her. I was completely staggered. The girl was sensational. She had everything. She had looks, brains, talent, everything. I came away from the rehearsal with a lump in my throat, because I had a feeling that Eve would never make it, never achieve success. She wasn't tough enough. She was too delicate, too honest. I wanted to give her the benefit of my experience, the benefit of 15 years spent knocking around with theater people, knowing how things worked, how tough you've got to be. One night, Lloyd came home trembling with rage and hurt feelings. He'd had a row with Margot. I'd never seen him so upset.
Of all the egotistical, disagreeable, foul-tempered, broken-down old bags I've ever met in my 15 years in the theater, Margot breaks every record ever set.
Now, darling, calm down. Take it easy.
She threw a hairbrush at me.
Oh.
Threw it at me.
Well, Lloyd...
Tore the script in half, jumped on it, and darn near brained me with a hairbrush. She's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Well, I know Margot's a little difficult sometimes, but you've just got...
Difficult? She is nuts. I never saw such an exhibition of temper in my life.
Lloyd, why don't you just break with her? Why put up with it?
Ah, that's the trouble, Karen. I've got to put up with it. I need her. We both need her. She may be the devil on wheels, but she's still the best actress in New York.
I felt sorry for Lloyd. He's sensitive and a fine writer. And I felt Margot behaved pretty badly. I decided that perhaps it wouldn't hurt Margot to be taken down a peg. Maybe you'll think that's being petty and nasty, but when you love your husband and see him being made miserable by a temperamental actress, you sometimes do things you're sorry for. So I tipped Eve off, told her what I was going to do. Then I invited Margot up to our place in Meadowbrook for the weekend. Then I deliberately made her miss the train back on Monday. It was a rotten trick, I suppose, but, well, I figured it wouldn't do Margot any harm. What's missing one performance? Well, we had to drive back through a blizzard, and we got to the theater in time to see Eve play the final 10 minutes of the last act. She was wonderful. I'd told her what critics to call, and they'd all turned up. The next day, Eve gave an interview to the columnists that almost turned my stomach. I just couldn't imagine her saying such things. I couldn't imagine that gentle, soft little voice being so cruel, being so heartless and so calculating.
Well, you see, gentlemen, I was never a fan of Miss Cranston's in my heart. Of course, I admire her no end, but her art doesn't come from inside. It's not profound. It's an external surface thing, a veneer of shallow technique. And anyway, this part calls for youth, and, well, I have youth. Whereas Miss Cranston, let's face it, is no longer an ingenue, even if she thinks she is. That's the trouble with the theater today. Practically every play is miscast with middle-aged women playing young virgins of 22 because those actresses are names like Margot Cranston.
I was sick when I read it. I couldn't believe it. It was incredibly cruel. Well, of course, Margot and Eve had a showdown. By the time Margot got through with her, Eve Harrington was in shreds. Margot kicked her out bodily. As for me, I felt badly. I'd placed temptation in Eve's way and then hadn't told her how to behave, how to handle success. However, I decided I'd just been wrong about the girl, that she was really pretty cheap. I forgot about her. Margot never found out about the train missing business, and the whole incident was forgotten. Then, one day, about 3 months later, Eve Harrington forced her way into the apartment, past the maid, and right into my bedroom. She'd tried to talk to me on the phone, but I'd refused to speak to her. I'd told the maid I just wasn't at home to Eve Harrington, no matter what she wanted.
Mrs. Richards, I know you don't want to see me, but I've got to talk to you. I've just got to. I forced my way past your maid, and I've just got to talk to you.
I'm afraid there's nothing to talk about.
But there is. There is. Please. Oh, I've been so miserable. I've hated myself.
I'm not in the mood for a scene, Eve. If you want to behave yourself, you may sit down and talk to me for exactly 5 minutes. Then you have to go. Now, what do you want to say?
Mrs. Richards, I've no more money. None.
How unfortunate.
I've only got $1 left.
Well, I'm sorry.
Well, it was your fault. It was your idea that I go on that night. You told me to get those critics. Why didn't you tell me what to say?
My fault? Now, look here, Eve Harrington.
It was. I was just a scared kid from Milwaukee. Why didn't you tell me what to say? How to behave? You should never have let me make such a fool of myself. I thought I was being smart.
And you only succeeded in being stupid and ridiculous.
I know. Don't you think I know that? It was a hateful, horrible thing to do. Margot Cranston had been kind to me, and I repaid her by being... Oh, every time I think of it, it makes me sick.
Well, I'm glad you've the decency to be sorry.
I'm not really that way, Mrs. Richards. I'm not really mean and hateful. Oh, I wish I was dead.
Oh, come now, Eve. It isn't that bad.
I've been horrible and mean and nasty, and I wish I was dead.
Please, Eve, please, stop crying.
And I've no money.
Well, I can let you have a little money.
What's the use? I might just as well starve. Just by this one silly, horrible mistake, I've ruined my whole career. It went to my head, Mrs. Richards. I just didn't know what I was saying at that interview. With all those people listening to every word I said and writing it down, I just didn't know what I was saying. Oh, can't you believe that I didn't really mean it? That I'm sorry? That I didn't really mean to hurt Miss Cranston? Can't you believe that?
Eve, maybe this has done you some good. Believe me, I'm sorry for you. But maybe you've learned an important lesson. Maybe you've learned what integrity means. Maybe you've learned that if you kick people too hard on your way up the ladder, they kick you on your way down.
Oh, I have. Honestly, I have.
Well, leave me your address, and I'll send you some money in the morning.
I don't want charity, Mrs. Richards.
What do you want?
I've no right to ask it, Mrs. Richards, but I saw in the papers that Mr. Richards' new play is being cast.
There's nothing in it for you, Eve.
Mrs. Richards, I read that play when your husband left it for Miss Cranston to read. I understand she refuses to do the part.
I'm afraid that's true.
I could do it.
Eve, don't be ridiculous. Cora's the lead. Lloyd wants a name. As a matter of fact, he wants Margot, but she won't touch it.
She couldn't do it.
Really?
I could, Mrs. Richards. I'm young. Cora's a young girl. She's young and intense, and, well, she's just like me. I know she is. I know that I'm Cora. Couldn't you please ask Mr. Richards to let me read for him? That's all. Just let me read it. If he doesn't like me, I'll never bother you again, I promise.
Well, Eve, I don't know.
I've learned my lesson, Mrs. Richards. I promise I'll never do anything mean or dishonest again, ever as long as I live. If you'll just please let me read for that part.
Well, Eve,
let me read for it. If I'm not right, I'll go right back to Milwaukee. I'll give up. But I've just got to read for that part. I've got to.
She was so pathetic sitting there on my bed. So terribly young, so terribly earnest. I felt almost old enough to be her mother. Even though I'm only 36, Eve made me feel as old as the world. This was youth, wanting, suffering, aching for success, longing for recognition. I'd become happy and calm. I was content to be a good wife to a fine playwright. I wanted nothing more out of life. I'd forgotten that when I was her age, I wanted to act too. She brought it all back to me. Basically, the girl was decent. I was convinced of that. Basically, she was a sweet, misguided kid that had let one little success go to her head. So I asked Lloyd to read her. He did. I sent her $100 in the mail. She bought herself a decent dress and went down a week later and read the part of Cora. I'd no idea what Lloyd would think of her.
I'm glad you're back, Johnny. I know you're bad. I know you're bad, and I don't care. Can't you understand that? I know you're bad, and I just don't care.
Thank you, Miss Harrington. Thank you.
Did you like it?
As a matter of fact, I like it very much. I like it so much that... Well, you see, I always consult Mrs. Richards before I cast, before I make a final decision. I'd like you to read again next Thursday. I'll have Mrs. Richards come down and hear you, too. If she likes you, the part's yours.
So you see, Mrs. Richards, I'm reading for both of you tomorrow.
Eve, don't count too much on it. I really can't promise you anything.
You're still good friends with Miss Cranston?
Of course we're good friends. We disagreed about Cora, but Margot's going on tour with the Tender Vines next week. She'll probably tour for a year in it.
I see. I wish I could be sure that Mr. Richards would cast me. I've run up a few bills. I mean, on the strength of getting the part, I've bought some clothes.
Eve, dear, you're such a child. You mustn't count on it. You just mustn't. You've never got a part until the contract's signed. I'd hate to see you disappointed. Lloyd liked you very much, but he's also considering another girl. I think it's between the two of you. I'll honestly have to tell him if I like the other girl better.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Richards. I can't risk that.
Well, I don't quite understand what you mean.
I hate to do this, Mrs. Richards, but I think you'd better choose me.
I beg your pardon?
It would be very awkward for you if Miss Cranston decided she didn't want to take your husband's play on tour, wouldn't it?
What are you trying to say?
Just that it would be very unfortunate if Miss Cranston broke up her business association with you and Mr. Richards.
Go on, Eve.
Well, I think Miss Cranston would be very annoyed if I told her that you'd made her miss the train that night. She's always wondered how I managed to get the critics there, how I knew in advance that I'd be playing the role. You see, I phoned the critics Monday morning. Miss Cranston didn't miss the train until Monday evening. Don't you think it would be rather unpleasant?
Why, you cheap little...
Temper, Mrs. Richards. If the truth were to come out, I don't think Miss Cranston would ever do one of your husband's plays again.
Why,
I don't think she'd go on tour with the Tender Vines. After all, she doesn't need the money. You do. Don't you?
You dirty little blackmailer. What a stupid fool I've been. You're quite an actress, Eve. I was actually feeling motherly towards you. Just for the record, is there anything you wouldn't do to get a part, Eve?
Not that I can think of, Mrs. Richards.
I told Lloyd to give her the part, and he did. He coached her, worked with her, and he did the job so well that for the first time in his career he had a hit without Margot Cranston. Everybody went crazy about her. She was so sweet, so charming, so talented. Now she's gone to Hollywood. She's sensational there, too. Gracious, unspoiled, a sweet, unsophisticated, typical American girl. She's made 2 pictures already, both of them hugely successful. She's photographed in her pool, out of her pool, beside her pool, and... Well, that's the story of Eve Harrington. It's all just as Ronnie Dawson says. Hollywood columnists, of course, are always getting exclusive. They know the real story. I asked you before if you'd heard Ronnie's broadcast last night, didn't I? It was really very interesting. Very interesting.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful young girl who's achieved such tremendous success as an actress crowned those triumphs today by marrying Lloyd Richards in Las Vegas, Nevada. Richards is the famous Broadway playwright who first encouraged Miss Harrington in her career. He is the recently divorced husband of Karen Manners, former stage actress. This story, ladies and gentlemen, in which a young girl with only talent and brains struggles up from the bottom with no help, no assistance, only her honest desire to make good, should prove an inspiration to all young actresses. It proves what I've always said: brains, talent, and above all, integrity always pay off. This is Ronnie Dawson saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Congratulations, Eve. Stay up there. Yes, you'd better stay up there.
You have just heard Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 24, The Wisdom of Eve, written by Mary Orr and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Claudia Morgan starred as Karen Manners. Eve was played by Marilyn Erskine. Other players included Connie Lemke, Lou Hall, and Mark Roberts. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, the bleak and tragic story of Martha Hillman, an overweight, homely girl who missed everything that most women get and which all women want. We hope you'll listen to Machine next week on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
This program came to you from our Radio City studios in New York. Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 1. Radio City Playhouse is a theater of the air that has been built to an extraordinarily simple design. In radio drama, there is no substitute for a fine story, expertly told. So, if a script meets the highest standards of excellence, it may come from any writer, anywhere. So long as the performance is truly inspired, it may be given by any artist without regard to name or fame. We hope you'll listen each week to our new series, and if you feel like writing to us about our plays, we will deeply appreciate your comments. Now, here is Long Distance, Attraction 1 of Radio City Playhouse. Written and directed by a brilliant young newcomer to American radio, Harry W. Junkin, and starring Jan Miner as Mrs. Leon Jacks, who is seated at a telephone table in her home.
But, Warden, you don't understand. After all, you're the warden of the prison.
Mrs. Jacks, I can't just act on your say-so. You've left it too late. I'd like to help you.
Warden, try to understand. I've called the governor, but I can't get him. This letter proves that my husband didn't commit the murder. Why can't I make you see? My husband would never have been found guilty if we could have produced this letter at the trial.
Mrs. Jacks, we always have these telephone calls before an execution. I know how you feel. I'm terribly sorry for you, but there's nothing I can do. You didn't produce this letter at the trial.
I know we didn't produce it. That's what I'm telling you. I found it tonight, quite by accident, between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. If we could have produced it at the trial, my husband would never have been... Well, the case would have been dismissed. Can't you understand that that he's innocent? You're executing an innocent man.
But, Mrs. Jacks, I tell you, it's not in my power. I know how you feel. Believe me, I do. But you telephone me half an hour before an execution and start talking about some letter you found. I just can't do it, Mrs. Jacks. It's something that's out of my hands. I don't
you're so stupid. I tell you, this letter changes everything. At least you can delay the execution for 24 hours until you've investigated. You can't kill him, I tell you. It's monstrous, wicked.
Mrs. Jacks, believe me, I can't do anything
Well, then
for you.
who can? There must be
The
somebody
governor's
that...
the only man in New York State who can stay an execution.
But I tell you, I called him. He's out of town. The lieutenant governor's out of town. Everyone's out of town. And it's only half an hour until
Mrs. Jacks, believe me, I'd like to help you,
But you can't do it, I tell you. You can't. He's innocent. This letter proves he's innocent.
Mrs. Jacks, tell me, who is the appeal judge?
McLean. Judge McLean.
Well, under the circumstances, naturally, we want to be just. If you can get Judge McLean to phone me here at the prison, I'll delay the execution 24 hours.
You will?
Judge McLean is the only man who can help you. I'm sorry.
All right, thanks. I'll call him. MC? McLean, here it is. Judge John C. Eldorado 50599. Eldorado 50599. E. L. 50599. Please, God, let him be in. Answer. Oh, answer, why don't you?
Hello?
Is Judge McLean there, please?
I'm sorry, he's not. He's out of town.
Out of town?
This is Mrs. McLean speaking. May I take a message?
Where is he?
Well, he went to San Francisco the day before yesterday. Who is speaking?
San Francisco? You mean he's on a train somewhere?
No, he flew out. Who is this speaking?
Mrs. McLean, it's Mrs. Leon Jacks speaking. Mrs. Leon Jacks.
Oh.
Do you know who I am?
Oh, yes, I know.
Mrs. McLean, you've got to help me. I don't know if you remember at the trial, there was a lot of talk about a letter which never turned up. We couldn't produce the letter that would prove my husband was in Canada on Armistice Day and couldn't have committed the murder. I've never given up looking for it, and tonight I found it quite by accident. It had slipped down between the lining and the covering of my overnight bag. I knocked the bag down off a shelf, and it sprung open, and the letter fell out. And are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
Well, I phoned the prison. For a moment, I was so stunned. Anyway, I phoned the prison, and they told me that Judge McLean was the only man who could stop them from killing Leon. If I could just talk to Judge McLean, he'd recognize at once the importance of my finding this letter. The man at the prison doesn't understand the whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce the letter at the trial.
When is the execution?
In a little over 20 minutes.
Oh, no.
I've never given up. That's why I'm not at the prison with Leon. I've never stopped working, trying to prove his innocence. I just got back from Canada tonight and was going out to be with him, and then I found it. Mrs. McLean, I've got to talk to your husband.
Mrs. Jacks, phone him in San Francisco. He's at the Golden State Hotel.
Golden State Hotel.
He always stays there. I'm sure you can reach him.
Oh, all right. I'll try. Thanks.
And please let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Yes, thank you.
I know it'll be all right.
Yes.
I just know it
Thank
will
you.
be.
Goodbye. One. Long distance. Long distance. I want to call San Francisco. The Golden State Hotel. Judge J.C. McLean.
Judge J.C. McLean.
That's right.
Is that M.C. capital L-E-A-N?
That's right.
Golden State Hotel, San Francisco?
Yes, operator.
And what is your number, madam?
It's Region 4, 9970.
Region 4, 9970?
Yes, operator.
And your name, madam?
Mrs. Leon Jacks, Jacks.
Thank you, madam. I will call you.
Operator, this is a very important call. How long will you be?
The circuits are busy, madam. I will call
But
you.
how long will it take?
It's hard to say, madam. I'll call you as soon as I
Operator, I have to know how long this call will take. It's very urgent. It's very urgent.
The circuits are busy west of Chicago, madam. There are several calls ahead of yours. I'll put it through as quickly as possible.
Let me speak to the chief operator, please.
Yes, madam. Just a moment, please. Chief operator, Miss Milton speaking.
Operator, I'm calling San Francisco on a very urgent matter, and I've got to get through as quickly as possible.
Whom do you wish to call in San Francisco,
Operator,
madam?
you don't understand. I gave all that information to the other operator. She said the circuits were busy. I just wanted to tell you why it was so important that my call be put through at once.
Yes, madam.
My name is Jacks. Mrs. Jacks. My husband is Leon Jacks.
And your phone number, madam?
Oh, what difference?
It's Regent 49970, but operator, the important...
49970.
Yes. Operator, my husband... I don't know whether you read the papers or not, but my husband is being executed tonight for murder. For a murder that he didn't commit. Do you understand that?
Yes, madam.
Well, this man in San Francisco is the only one who can stop the execution. I've uncovered... Quite by accident, I've uncovered new evidence. I've got to speak to Judge McLean quickly because the execution is... Well, it's in 20 minutes. Less than that now. And he's the only man that can make them stop. Operator, it's a matter of a man's life. Do you understand that?
I will see that your call is put through as quickly as possible.
Ahead of the others?
I'll do the best I can, madam.
Well, may I hold the line?
I'll call you, madam.
Oh, all right. But hurry, operator. Hurry. Please, God, let him be near a telephone. Don't let him be out. Please, God. 15 minutes more. Oh, God, help me. Please, please, God. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Oh, God, don't let them kill Leon. He didn't do it. You know he didn't do it. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Leon never hurt anybody in his life. Please, God, let him. Save him. Oh, God, I love him so. Hello.
Your call to San Francisco, madam, for Judge J.C. McLean.
Yes, have you got him?
There is no Mr. McLean. I mean, no Judge McLean registered at the Golden State Hotel.
But, operator, he must be registered. His wife said he always stayed there.
Just a moment, madam. I'll check them again. Hello, operator. Yes, operator? Would you check that name again, please? J.C. McLean. My party is sure that Judge McLean is registered. They have no Judge McLean, operator. They have a Mr. McLean in 701 from Toledo, Ohio. That's the only McLean registered.
Operator.
Yes, madam.
That must be the right McLean. His wife told me just a minute ago that he was there. He always stays at the Golden State Hotel. Please, have them check it again. And hurry, operator.
Just a moment, madam. Hello, operator.
Oh, for heaven's sake, what are you doing, operator?
Hello, operator. This is New York on Circuit 412. Is it clear?
Oh, please.
Hello? Hello, New York. Operator, would you connect me with the room clerk of the Golden State Hotel, please? This is an urgent call. Right.
Oh, hurry. Hurry. What on earth are they doing?
Just a moment, sir. Oh. Hello, room clerk.
Hello, sir. This is New York calling a Judge J.C. McLean. I believe you have a Mr. McLean registered from Toledo.
What is the name again, operator?
McLean. M.C. capital L-E-A-N.
That's right, operator. Room 701.
This is an urgent call, sir. Are you sure that he is not Judge J.C. McLean of New York City?
No, operator. Mr. McLean is from Toledo, all right. He stays here frequently.
Operator.
Just a moment, sir. Yes, madam.
Operator, can you find out if they sent Judge McLean to another hotel? He should have arrived sometime yesterday.
Just a moment, madam. Hello, sir.
Yes, operator.
Sir, can you tell me if the hotel has any record of... I want to try and trace Judge McLean. If he applied for a room yesterday and you sent him to another hotel, would there be any record of that?
Well, what do you have a reservation, operator?
Just a moment, sir. Did Judge McLean have a reservation, madam?
Oh, I don't know whether he had a reservation or not. I thought if the hotel was full and they'd send him someplace else, they might know where, that's all.
Hello, sir.
Yes, operator?
My party doesn't know whether Judge McLean had a reservation or not.
No, he didn't, operator. I have the reservation list here. There's nothing for Judge McLean.
Is there any way we can locate Judge McLean that you know of, sir? The call is urgent.
Urgent? It's a matter of life and death. What are they doing? Hello? Hello? Operator! Oh, what's the matter? Why don't you answer me?
Sorry, madam. There seems to be no way of tracing your party.
Oh, operator, what can I do? I've just got to find him.
In case Judge McLean does register at the Golden State, madam, I can try in 20 minutes.
20 minutes? But I told you that... Oh, never mind. Let it go.
You wish the call canceled, madam?
Yes. Yes.
theater.
Oh, no! Oh, dear God, help me. McLean. Eldorado 50599. No. 5 5 9 9.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I can't locate your husband. He's not at the hotel, not registered even. Is there any place else, any other hotel where he might be?
Yes. Try my sister.
Sister?
It's Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. That's C-Y-P-R-U-S Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. All right, thanks.
If he isn't there, she'll know where he is. I can't understand why he isn't at the hotel. He always...
Thanks, Mrs. McLean. I have to hurry. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
2, 1.
Long distance.
Let me speak to the chief operator, please.
Thank you, madam. Just a moment, please. Chief operator, Miss Milton speaking.
Operator, it's Mrs. Jacks again. I have a call to San Francisco again. I want to put it through again. It's Oakland.
Yes, madam.
It's to Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive, Oakland.
D.C. Elder. Is that C-Y-P-R-E-S?
U.S. operator.
C-Y-P-R-U-S. Cypress Drive.
That's right. And hurry, operator. Please.
Yes, madam. Hold the line, please.
Chicago.
New York calling Oakland, operator.
Right. The circuit's a busy, operator.
Will you ring the operator?
Just a moment, operator. I can take it now.
Oakland. Information, please, operator.
Right. Information.
Operator, the number of Mrs. D.C. Elder, Cypress Drive. New York calling.
Elder. Just a moment, operator.
Right.
I have a D.C. Elder, 1138 Cypress Drive, Montclair Highlands. The number is Lakehurst 39136.
Lakehurst 39136.
Right.
Thank you, operator.
Operator.
Lakehurst 39136. New York calling operator.
Lakehurst 39136.
Mrs. D.C. Elder.
Mrs. D.C. Elder.
Right. You're still calling from Regent 949.
No.
Pardon me. Regent 49970.
That's right, operator, and please hurry. What are they doing? Hello? Operator, what are they... Operator, answer me.
We are ringing Lakehurst 39136 for you, madam.
Oh, God, please. There's less than 10 minutes left. Why don't they answer?
Hello, operator. Lakehurst 39136 is DA operator.
Right, operator. Hello, madam. They do not answer. I'm sorry. Shall I try them again in 20 minutes?
No, I told you, you stupid. Oh, what's the use? I won't give up. I'll get him. I'll get him if I have to.
Hello?
Mrs. McLean?
Yes.
I'm nearly out of my mind. Your sister's number doesn't answer. Mrs. McLean, is there nothing I can do?
Oh, Miss Jacks, I'm so sorry. They're probably all out to dinner or cocktails or something. They're 3 or 4 hours behind our time out there, aren't they?
Mrs. McLean, what can I do?
There must be somebody else you can phone here. Surely they wouldn't go ahead with the execution if there were any reasonable doubt of, well, if there was any new evidence.
I've been all through that, Mrs. McLean. I've tried to get the governor, but, oh, what's the use? The prison authorities said your husband was the only one who... I'm nearly out of my mind. I can't...
Miss Jacks, listen. My sister's very dear friends. They live right across the street. It's just possible they might all be over there. The name is Henderson. I think it's Robert. Yes, that's right. Robert Henderson.
Henderson?
On Cypress Drive. You phone them. In the meantime, I'll phone the governor's office in Albany and see...
Henderson?
That's right.
All right, I'll try. 2, 1.
Long distance.
The chief operator, please, and hurry.
Yes, madam. Chief Chief Operator, Miss Milton speaking.
Operator, this is Mrs. Jacks again. Operator, see how quickly you can get me San Francisco again. I mean, Oakland. Robert Henderson. No, it's Mrs. Robert Henderson. Cypress Drive again, Oakland.
Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress Drive, Oakland.
Why do you repeat everything? Yes, that's right. And hurry, operator, hurry.
Chicago.
New York calling Oakland, Operator.
Right. Hold the line, operator.
Can't you tell him to hurry, operator? There's less than 10 minutes left. I've told you how urgent this call is, operator. Can't they hurry it up or something?
We're putting your call through as quickly as possible, madam.
Oakland.
Information, please, Operator.
Right. Information.
New York calling, Operator. The number of Mrs. Robert Henderson, Cypress Drive.
Henderson. On Cypress Drive, Operator.
Yes, Operator.
I have a Robert L. Henderson on Crestwood Road, Operator.
Oh, for goodness sakes, how can you be so stupid? It's on Cypress Drive. They're right across the street from my friend's sister. Now, you must have them listed.
Hello, Operator.
Yes, Operator.
Operator, Crestwood Road and Cypress Drive intersect. The houses might be like kitty corner from each other and yet be on different...
Yes, that's it. Ring them and hurry, operator.
What is the Crestwood Road number, Operator?
That number is Lakehurst 3, 8197.
Right.
Operator.
Lakehurst 3, 8197. New York calling, Operator.
Lakehurst 3, 8197.
Mrs. Robert Henderson.
Mrs. Robert Henderson.
Right. Are you still calling from Region 4, 9970?
Of course I'm still calling from Region 49970. For goodness sake, stop asking me stupid questions. Don't you understand that I'm trying to save a man's life? Why don't they answer? God, please make them answer. There's only 8 minutes left before...
Hello?
Hello, sir. New York calling Mrs. Robert Henderson, please.
Well, she's not in at the moment. This is Mr. Henderson speaking. If you...
He'll do, operator, he'll do.
Very well, madam. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello.
Mr. Henderson? Yes. Mr. Henderson, I can't go into a long story. Do you know Judge McLean? I believe his wife's sister lives across the street from you. It's very urgent that I contact Judge McLean at once.
Yes, I know Judge McLean. I drove him to the railway station this morning.
What?
Yes, he caught the Southern Pacific West Coast Limited for Portland this morning.
Oh, Mr. Henderson, I'm in terrible trouble. I've got to locate Judge McLean.
Well, I don't see how you can. He took the train at 10 this morning.
Mr. Henderson, my husband he's being executed tonight for murder.
Oh.
A murder he didn't commit. Judge McLean was the judge. I found that there was a letter we couldn't find all during the trial, and I found it tonight quite by accident, and they told me at the prison that Judge McLean was the only man who could get them to put off the execution. If I don't get Judge McLean, they're going to kill me.
Well, that's awful.
Oh, I'm almost sick. I can't talk right now. Do you understand me? Do you?
Yes, I understand. Wait a minute, let me think.
What'll I do? Oh, God, help me. I love him so. I'll die of him. Please.
Mrs. What's your name?
Jacks. Mrs. Leon Jacks.
Listen, Mrs. Jacks, you might get Judge McLean at Dunsmuir. That's a town along the line. He phoned some friend to meet him there at the station. The train stops for 15 minutes. It's 20 minutes past 6 here now. The train arrived at Dunsmuir at 6:15. It'll be there now.
Oh, it's no use. I'll never get it.
Try it. Dunsmuir is a small station. The train will be in there now. It's worth a chance.
Dunsmuir?
Dunsmuir. The West Coast Limited is the train. And it's Dunsmuir, California. Try it. There is a chance.
All right. Hang up quickly and thanks.
Have you finished, madam?
Is that the Oakland operator?
Yes, madam.
Operator, you may not be able to do this. A man's life just hanging by. Operator, can you get me the railroad station at Dunsmuir, California? The depot.
I can connect you with the Dunsmuir operator, madam. Just a moment, please. Dunsmuir? Oakland calling, operator. I have an urgent call here from New York City. Can you connect me with the railway station?
Yes, operator. The number is 395.
Can you connect me, operator?
Yes, operator. Just a minute.
Will you just talk to anyone there?
Yes, anyone. Oh, God. If you better help anyone, help me now. Leon's only got 3 minutes left. Die.
Depot.
Hello, sir. New York calling. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello. Who's this?
Is there a train in there now, the West Coast Limited?
Who's this?
Listen, whoever you are, listen. This is a terribly urgent call. I've got to locate a man who's on the... Did the West Coast Limited just come in there to Portland?
The West Coast Limited is here now, madam. Just came in. Leaves again in 9 minutes.
Listen.
Next stop.
There's a Judge McLean. Have you got that, McLean?
McLean? Judge McLean, yes.
He's on that train. I mean, he's in a station somewhere. He was meeting a friend of his who lives in Dunsmuir. Listen, if you can get Judge McLean to this phone, I'll give you $1,000.
What was that, lady? What's that, about $1,000?
Well, listen to me. McLean, have you got that?
Yes, you said that.
Judge McLean.
Yes, Judge McLean.
Tell him he say that a letter... Tell him his wife's been killed. Get him!
Okay, lady. Okay, I'll try. Judge McLean. Urgent call for Judge McLean. Judge McLean. Judge McLean.
Oh, hurry. What's he doing? Leon. Leon, it's too late. They've started to... It's too late. They've killed you. They've done it. Oh, God, make them wait just a little longer. Please, God, make them wait. Don't let them do it. Just 5 minutes more, God. Make the clock slow, God, anything. But save me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Judge McLean?
Yes, this is Judge McLean. Who is it? Where's my wife?
Judge McLean, there's nothing wrong with your wife. This is Mrs. Leon Jacks, Judge. Judge, I found the letter. You know the letter? The one we couldn't find at the trial. It proves Leon and Hilliard were in Montreal that night. You know.
The letter. Yes,
Listen, Judge. They're executing Leon tonight, right now. It may even be too late. You know what this letter means? The whole prosecution rested on the fact that we couldn't produce it. Well, I found it tonight, quite by accident. Do you understand? It proves Leon is innocent. Do you understand?
Of course I understand. What time was the execution?
Now. They're doing it right now, this very moment.
Get off the phone. I'll call the prison at once. Get off the phone.
Oh, it's too late. They've done it. And I killed him. I should have found him before. Oh, Leon. Leon. I should have found him before. Oh, Leon. Leon. No, you don't need to tell me. I know. You killed him. You killed the only man I have. Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Hello. What? What? It's Leon. Leon? Darling. Oh, Leon!
Have just heard Long Distance, Attraction 1, Radio City Playhouse, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Jan Miner was heard in the exacting role of Mrs. Leon Jacks. Other players included Anna Karen, Eugene Francis, Gene Tatum, and Frank Thomas. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. Next week, Ground Floor Window, a tender and appealing story about a young boy and the heartbreaking challenge that came to haunt his life. It was written by a brilliant young American author, Ernest Kinoy, from whom we expect more great things. We warmly invite you to listen to Ground Floor Window next week, Attraction 2, Radio City Playhouse. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 21. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the author of tonight's play and the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Good evening, everybody. Although this is not by any means her first appearance on our show, we are very happy indeed to welcome Miss Jan Miner back to Radio City Playhouse. It was this talented young actress who opened our series last July 3rd with a sensational performance in a play called Long Distance. So stirring was the impression created by Miss Miner in this play that we repeated it some weeks later. It is, then, with justifiable pride that we welcome her back tonight in response to many, many requests from all across the country. She plays the part of Janet Wood, a role seldom equaled for the depth and intensity of emotion which it requires. Here is Jan Miner in Strange Identity, Attraction 21, on Radio City Playhouse.
Somehow I got out of that room. I don't know how, but I did. I got down the stairs and across the street and stumbled into the same dull, dirty little hamburger joint. I sat down in one of the booths. That's where I am now. I'm numb. I'm incapable of any thought. My mind refuses to function in the face of anything so fantastic, so incredibly evil. I've just seen something that no man or woman has ever seen before. And I'm stunned. I'm stunned and horrified. I'm so frightened that when the waitress brings my coffee, I'm not going to be able to speak to her. She's coming now. She thinks something's wrong with me because of yesterday.
That's 10 cents, lady. Thanks. Say, weren't you in here yesterday afternoon? Say, honey, are you all right? Listen, sister, you going to faint?
Please go away. I'm not going to faint. I've got to decide what to do.
Yeah? Well, don't do it in here, honey.
It began 4 weeks ago. I was riding in a taxi going north on 5th Avenue. At 72nd Street, we stopped for a red light, pulling up alongside of a 5th Avenue bus. We waited for a few seconds, and just as the light changed to green, I happened to look up. He was sitting on the bus. We were so close we could have reached out and touched each other. I looked right into his face. Right square smack into his face. There's no possibility that I made a mistake. I was married to him for 5 years, and I looked directly into his face for at least 5 seconds. That's a long time. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That long. I looked right at him for that long. Then I slid down the leather seat onto the floor of the cab and fainted. The driver was very kind. Kind, nice-looking boy with a gentle voice. He brought me home. He helped me upstairs to the apartment. Then he went next door and got Grace Henderson to come in and stay with me for a little while. Grace was an old friend. I say was because now she thinks I'm not quite all there. And it's hard for friendship to stand up against that sort of thing. She got me undressed, propped me up on the couch, and poured me a stiff shot of brandy. Grace believes that brandy will cure anything.
Drink that, Janet. You'll feel better. Brandy cures anything.
Thanks, Grace.
You scared the living daylights out of me. Fainting in taxis. What's the matter with you anyway?
Grace, hand me Clinton's picture.
What?
His picture on the table there. Hand it to me.
Why, sure, honey. Sure.
There.
Thanks. You never knew him, did you?
Nope.
I wish you had.
Well, that's war.
Yes. It's funny that you know me so well, and yet that you've never known Clint.
I don't want to be brutal, Janet, but there's no use brooding over Clint. He's been dead for 5 years, and it's over, and that's that.
He's not dead.
I know, honey, and it's fine to think of him that way,
I
but...
saw him in a Fifth Avenue bus this afternoon.
You what?
That's why I fainted. Janet, I took a cab home from shopping. We came to 72nd Street and stopped. We pulled up alongside a bus. I looked up and saw him in the bus. He wasn't more than 3 feet away from me. I looked right into his face. And then I fainted.
Janet, baby, you mustn't talk that way. I know it's been tough getting over Clint. I know you were pretty gone on the guy. But, honey, this isn't healthy. He's been dead for 5 years, and you've just got to face it. You've got to stop brooding about it. Well, you'll start seeing him at every street corner. That's the way people start going nuts.
I saw him.
Janet, stop it. You're behaving like a...
Right into his face.
Janet, stop it.
I did. I saw him. I looked at him for at least 5 seconds.
I'm going to call a doctor.
Well, you can call all the doctors you like. I saw him. I was as calm and cool as could be. I wasn't even thinking about him. I'd been shopping and had my hair done. Then I looked up at the bus, and there he was. You can call all the doctors in New York, but there's nothing neurotic or double-visioned or queer about this.
Janet, baby, it's so easy to be fooled in things like this. You saw somebody that looked like Clint, and just the way the light fell or something, or the shape of his head. I mean, it's so...
He's alive!
Janet, the War Department never makes mistakes like that. Never. They sent you his belongings, his letters. You've made a mistake, baby, and it's upset you.
He was the strongest man I ever knew. He was so big. He taught me so much. He took me up into the mountains, and in 2 weeks I was skiing like an expert. He taught me to shoot, to ride. When he was with me, I could do anything.
Janet.
I began to get part of his mind inside mine. He took up painting one time, and 4 months later he gave a one-man exhibition. More than half the pictures were sold. That's what he's like.
Janet, please
He used to
don't.
say that only geniuses were normal, that the rest of us were subnormal. He didn't think that he was unusual. He just thought that he utilized all of his ability. He had the most beautiful body I ever saw. On the beach, women and even men would look at him. With all his strength and brilliancy, he was so tender.
Honey.
So tender. I could pick out his hand from every hand in the world. I know it wasn't any optical illusion, Grace, or mistake. He's alive. And I saw him.
I don't know what to say.
After 5 years.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Well, you could check with the War Department.
They wouldn't believe me.
No, they wouldn't.
You don't believe me, do you?
Yes, honey. But it's just that there's no possible way of explaining it.
Do you know anything about private detectives? How do you find one?
Why don't you call, what's his name, your lawyer?
Grange?
And you'd better get some rest or you'll break up. You look terrible.
I called Stuart Grange, my lawyer. He recommended a man named Powell, a private detective company. I made an appointment with Mr. Powell for the next afternoon, and then I tried to get some sleep, but I couldn't. Over and over and over, I asked myself, why? Why? Why would he be alive and in New York and not get in touch with me? Why? There was no answer, no reason. Why would he be alive and let me go on thinking he was dead? That's the first question Mr. Powell would ask me. Why would he be alive and let you go on
thinking he was dead? Why? What reason could there be?
I don't know.
All right. Could he be ill?
I don't know.
I mean mentally ill.
Perhaps. I don't know.
Have you checked with the War Department?
No. 5 years ago, they sent me his belongings and some letters. He's buried in a military cemetery in Cairo. That's what they said. If I went to see them, they'd... Well, you know how far I'd get.
Have you collected his insurance?
Yes, in a lump sum. I also have a war pension.
What would he be using for money?
I don't know.
Did he leave you reasonably well fixed? I mean, would the money be of no interest to him, or Now, you understand, I'm not trying to pry.
He left me $35,000 insurance, about $5,000 cash, and the pension.
It's a very baffling thing. You know, you could have the casket sent
Mr.
home.
Powell, I'd like to start with the fact that I saw him alive yesterday.
Well, then we've got to find a reason.
Not yet. We've got to find Clinton first, and then he'll tell me the reason.
I don't think
Now,
I'll
please,
be able to...
Please help me. Can you imagine how I feel? I'll pay anything you ask.
The fee isn't important. It's we've so little to go on.
I brought you his picture. Surely you can...
Mrs. Wood, we often have missing person cases, but usually not one where there's such incontrovertible proof that the person is dead. The War Department never makes mistakes like this. They'd have every widow and mother and wife in the country raising the very devil. They absolutely never declare a man dead until they've absolute and final proof. I think you've made a mistake, Mrs.
Will you
Wood.
stop treating me as if I were feeble-minded? I saw him, I tell you. Stop talking to me about the War Department. I saw him. I'm asking you to find him. I'm not asking for psychiatric help. I'm as sane and as sharp-witted as you are. If you can't be of any...
Please, Mrs. Wood, I'm sorry.
Well, it makes me so furious. We've got to start with the assumption that he's alive. We can't prove he's alive. We've got to believe he is alive. And then we've got to try to find him.
Could there be any sort of secret mission, any reason why the government wishes your husband to be thought dead?
I don't know. It doesn't sound very likely.
Could he be having any sort of affair?
You mean a woman?
Yes.
I suppose he could, but can you imagine a man pretending he's dead just because he's married and wants to live with another woman? Well, he'd come back and ask for a divorce.
I suppose so.
Oh, I've asked myself every possible question as to why there isn't any answer. You've just got to find him.
Well, Mrs. Wood, I'll put some men on it at once, and believe me, we'll do the very best we can. Now go home and write me a list of every place he ever mentioned or ever went to. We'll get busy right away.
How long does this sort of thing usually take?
Oh, 2 days, 2 weeks, maybe 2 years, maybe never.
I see.
We'll keep in touch with you.
All right.
Mrs. Wood.
Yes?
You realize, of course, that if we do find him, there may be something behind his strange behavior that will make you wish you'd never tried to find him at all.
I'm quite prepared for anything. Anything. For 3 weeks, I heard nothing. I'd go to bed at nights, and it would start. Why, over and over. Why should he want me to think he was dead? Why, when we were so in love, so happy, so completely wonderful together? Why would he do this? Then I began to get sick. I couldn't eat. I began to go over our life together, wondering what I could have done that had made Clinton hate me. I exaggerated silly little differences of opinion which we'd had. I began to manufacture terrible, non-existent crimes which I'd committed always against Clinton. And then I began to think that perhaps I had made a mistake. It couldn't have happened. He was dead, and I'd seen his double. I began to get a funny, twisting feeling in my legs. I'd be walking around the apartment, and I began to feel as though a nerve was loose in my knees. And then one day, Mr. Powell phoned. They'd had some luck. They wanted me down there right away.
One of my men located him in a cheap walk-up on West 50th Street. He's apparently spending a lot of time in St. Patrick's Cathedral.
St. Patrick's Cathedral?
Yes, does that surprise you?
Yes, it does, rather. But I don't think I'd better wait till...
Mrs. Wood, wait a minute. Don't go yet. I'm quite sure there's something sinister about this. I don't know why, but it's not like any case I've ever had before. I was wondering if you'd like me to go and see him first, then let you know what I find.
No, I'll go. Give me the address.
Yeah, it's written down. Here.
Thanks. You've been very kind, Mr. Powell, very understanding.
You look very tired.
I haven't slept.
Try to get calmed down a little before you see him.
I'll be all right. I'll go in somewhere and have some coffee. I'll be all right. That was yesterday. I came into this frowsy little hamburger place yesterday afternoon. Yesterday, it looked exactly the same way it looks now. And it'll look the same way tomorrow. I came in here because it was right across the street from the address that Mr. Powell had given me. That was yesterday. Less than 24 hours ago. I've got to go over everything very carefully in my mind because I don't dare forget. I don't dare forget anything he said. I came in here yesterday afternoon about 4 o'clock. The waitress thought I was behaving strangely. I can hear the suspicion in her voice. I asked her for a check, and she said, "Why, sure, honey.
That's 5 coffees, 50 cents. Listen, dearie, are you sick?
Here's $1. No, I'm all right.
Well, you don't look so good.
I'm all right. Keep the change.
Well, thanks, baby. Thanks a lot. And take care of yourself.
Hey, lady, you want to get killed? Watch where you're going.
It's so dirty. So horrible. Dear, dear God. Whatever this is, give me the strength to be. Give me the strength to take it. Please, God. Please. I can't go on. What would make him hide in this dirty, horrible house? To be. Oh, there's nobody home. Clint? Clinton! Clint! Let me in! Let me in, I tell you! Clint! Dear God, help me. Help me understand this. Help me. Oh, please.
Come in, Janet. Don't say anything. Just come in. Please don't say anything.
Is it really you?
Oh, Janet. Janet.
Oh, darling. Darling, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Just so long as you're alive, I don't care. I don't want to hear anything. I just want to hold you like this and not care about why or what's happened. As long as you love me, there's nothing else that matters. Nothing. It's morning, Clint.
Yes.
We've got to talk about it now.
Yes.
You've got to tell me.
I know.
I'm waiting.
Janet. Janet, I can't tell you.
Clint, listen. There's absolutely nothing you can't tell me. I'm your wife. I love you. I love you so much that I'd forgive anything. There isn't anything you could have done that I wouldn't forgive. There's no crime, no wickedness, no nothing that I... But you've got to tell me. If we're ever to have any life together again, you've got to tell me why you let me think you were dead for 5 years.
We're not going to have any life together.
You're sick. That's it. You're sick.
No.
Darling, you've been through something. You need rest. Rest and a good food and a good bed and me. You need me.
No.
And well, is there some sort of secret mission that you're on?
No.
Well, has it something to do with the war?
No. Yes.
Well, then tell me.
I can't tell.
Darling, please don't torture yourself. Whatever it is, I can take it. I'm not afraid. I'll look after you. I want you to come home with me now, away from this dreadful dark apartment.
I'm not going home with you, Janet.
You're what?
This is my last day here. I may have to leave. At any minute.
Oh, I just can't understand anything
If I
you
tell
say.
you, it'll be much worse.
Well, nothing could be worse than this. Nothing. Not knowing what's behind this fantastic,
Don't make me
incredible
tell
thing.
you.
I demand that you tell me. You've got to tell me. Can't you understand that if you go on like this, I'll go crazy. I'll lose my mind.
When I saw you that day on the bus, I should have left New York and gone away. I knew you'd try to find me. I knew it would be like
Stop
this.
it.
I knew
Stop
it would
it.
only
Stop
upset
it.
you. There's
Stop
nothing in the world.
it. Now, tell me.
It happened in Cairo. I was on leave, 48-hour pass. A taxi I'd hired for the day ran over an old man. He was a funny, tiny, wizened old man. A beggar. An Egyptian. He didn't seem to be hurt very much. But he was so old that I made him come back to my hotel and lie down for a bit. He was very clean, but so old that his bones were like little bits of stick. I made him lie down in my bed for a few minutes. I gave him a sip of wine. Then he closed his eyes for about 10 minutes. Then opened them, looked up at me, and told me he was dying. He seemed glad. His whole face lit up, as though it were the most tremendous relief. He told me not to be worried, not to try to help him, that he was very old and quite ready to die. Then he reached into his clothes and handed me this.
What is it?
It's the Halder.
The what?
The Halder. It's a little wheelbarrow made of the finest gold. A tiny little golden wheelbarrow. And the green stone inside it is an emerald. He said it would be of no use to anybody but me. I didn't understand what he meant. He said I'd been picked.
Picked?
Chosen. I asked him what he meant, but he wouldn't say. He told me the Halder brought good luck and bad luck. He said if I held it over my heart and wished that I'd get my wish. Then he sort of breathed once and I can't go on. I can't. Janet, please don't make me.
Yes, please.
Well, in just a few seconds, there was nothing left. Nothing but a thin, fine, silvery powder. He just disintegrated in front of my very eyes. To dust. Dry, fine, gray. Dust as old as forever. Like pumice powder. I didn't know what to do. I called the manager, but he wouldn't believe that anybody had just died in my bed. There was nothing there. Just half a cupful of dust. Dry, white dust.
And then?
I went on with my leave. I was a little shaken, so I went out and got drunk. The next night, I reported back to camp. I blurted out the story in the mess one night. I passed the Halder around, and everybody wished. Some wished for money, some for girls, some for... Of course, nothing happened.
Did you expect something would?
No. Not really. I don't know.
Then what?
Then I took it and wished that you were standing in front of me. Everybody laughed. We knew there was nothing in it. Nobody believed the story. I certainly didn't. I felt sort of sheepish. That night, I went to bed. I got the Halder out and looked at it again. It sort of fascinated me. I began to imagine all sorts of wishes I could make. I wished that I could be made invisible, that I could move my body from one place to another instantly. Silly, daydreaming kid stuff.
Clinton, please come home. You're not well. You're
Let
sick.
me finish. Days passed. By January, this was 1943. The advance in Tunisia was stalled. German dive bombers were continuously in action. It was a time of horror and death, and all through those terrible days, the feeling gradually came over me that the Halder would, for some time when I was in desperate trouble, that it would help me. This feeling became very strong. I can't describe it, but it was very strong. One night, with 10 men, I was ambushed in a small mountain pass. We knew that it was the end. We knew we would all be killed. It was literally raining death. And I suddenly became terrified. I'd always been nervous in action, but never before had I lost control of myself. There were German planes everywhere. I stood up, screamed at them. Screamed at the world. I wished for just 1 month. I begged for a month. If I have to die, give me a month. Just 1 month. Any time in 5 years and 10 years. But a month. Give me back a month to see my wife again.
Clinton, darling, please come home. You're so sick. You're so terribly sick.
Janet, you may not believe this. I got my wish. I was instantly killed that night. Instantly killed. Yet I'm here with you. In this room. Don't you understand? I got my wish. And I'm leaving. I've got to leave.
Clinton, stop! Where are you going?
Janet, get away from that door. Please. I don't want you to see this.
What, Clinton? What is it?
My month is up, Janet. I wished for a month back here again. I've had it. I've followed you in the daytime. I've watched you and seen you. But there was no use my coming back into your life. You'd made the adjustment. You were settled. You were happy.
I've never been happy without you. Never, Clinton. Please come on.
Janet, get away from that door.
This is a nightmare. It isn't happening.
Janet, I...
Clinton! Don't do it, Clinton! Wait! No! Clinton! Dust. Just thin gray. Silvery. Somehow I got out of that room. Somehow I fought down the hysteria, the terror. I stumbled down the stairs, across the street, back into this horrible little hamburger place. I've got the Halder with me. I want to go with Clinton. If it worked for him, perhaps it'll work for me. I'm going to try. I just can't live without him. Oh, our loving Father, God in heaven. If this is a sin, forgive me, please. Please, God, forgive me. But I've got to go with him. I've got to go with Clinton. If I can.
Hey, Joe, did that dame that was acting so queer leave without paying her check?
Always the fancy dresses that are the cheapskates.
Hey, Joe, you deaf? Come here. And bring a rag. There's gray kind of dust stuff all over the floor.
You have just heard Strange Identity, an original radio drama written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Jan Miner starred in the difficult role of Janet Wood. Clinton was Bernard Grant. Other players were Ethel Everett and Lyle Sudrow. The music was composed by Dr. Roy Shield and conducted by Joseph Gorner. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week, Radio City Playhouse will not be heard. In its place, a special news program called Plans for the New Congress, presented under the auspices of the Democratic National Committee. The week after, Radio City Playhouse will be back as usual, and we very much hope you'll join us. Good night, everybody.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 27. Ladies and gentlemen, here is your director, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, it is always a pleasure, even an honor, to welcome Jan Miner and John Larkin to Radio City Playhouse. It is a pleasure because they are fine people and an honor because they are very talented artists indeed. Their joint appearance invariably results in an exciting broadcast, as all of you know who are regular listeners, and we feel that our play tonight is no exception. Also with us this evening, Mr. Stephen Schnabel, whom we welcome to the Playhouse most heartily. Here, then, our two favorite performers, Jan Miner and John Larkin, with Stephen Schnabel in 1 from 3 Leaves 2, Attraction 27 on Radio City Playhouse.
It is September in the Swiss Alps. A party of 12 has set out to climb the Matterhorn, one of the most exciting and romantic mountains in the world. There are 12 in the party, but our story concerns only the leading 3 people in the winding, straggling line. By 4 o'clock of the first day out, the group had arrived at the hut shelter which overlooks the sea of glaciers around Mount Rosa. At 5 the next morning, they were again on the climb. The air is clear, but the wind chips needle points of ice from the mountainside and hurls them against the upward struggling faces. 13,000 feet, and still up, 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 up. Slowly, painfully, gaspingly, for the air has thinned. Suddenly, one of the party stumbles and grabs at a large rock which loosens from its bed. The rock rolls, and the climber screams. Suddenly, there is consternation. The third man from the front of the line steps against the wall of the mountain and twists his rope 3 times around a jutting crag of stone, hangs on, and prays. But the rolling rock becomes 2, the 2 become 4, and the 4 become 1,000. The dread call is heard. The roar was deafening. The avalanche gained in momentum. Millions of tons of rock and ice and snow flowed like a gigantic wave of water down, 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 down. Until, at last, there was silence. Except for the wind. Less than 30 feet above the 3 survivors is the last hut shelter before the summit. In silent, shaking terror, the 3 finally reach the hut and stumble in. The first is a woman, Stella Wainwright.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
The second is Dr. John Greville.
Oh, stop it, for goodness sakes. Crying won't get us anywhere.
The third is the guide, a young man known simply as Rudolph.
Will you please stop crying?
I can't. All of them gone. Swept away like...
Please don't.
Like... I think I'm going to be sick.
No, you're not. Here. Take a swig of this. Well, that's better. Please try to control yourself. Here, Rudolph, you want a drink?
Thanks, Dr. Greville.
I'm sick. I'm so cold.
Sit down. That's it. Now try to hang on to yourself. Are you all right, Rudolph?
Yes, Dr. Greville. I'm all right.
I'm so sorry.
For heaven's sakes, control yourself.
Let me alone for a minute, please.
All right. Well, Rudolph, what do we do first?
First, Dr. Greville, we make a fire.
To my life story. At 38, I feel like an old man. Ever since medical school, I've been chasing this cancer thing. You work for a year, then scrap it. Start all over again. I haven't had a holiday for 10 years. That's why I came
Will
out
you stop playing with those keys? Well, it makes me nervous, jingling them all the time.
You were rather easily made nervous, aren't you?
I'm sorry. Please go on. Do you really think you can cure cancer?
Not cure it, but stop it irrevocably if it's caught early enough.
It must be very rewarding. Clinic and everything. Helping people like that.
Yes, it is.
I wish I could stop thinking
Please.
about the Hendricksons and Mrs. Beaubien, all of them just swept away like that, dead.
Oh, there's no use crying, Mrs. Wainwright. Please,
Well, you're a doctor. You're used to seeing people die. I've never seen anyone die. What's Rudolph doing?
He said he would try to find a way down.
Well, he's been gone almost half an hour.
He'll be back.
Well, I don't relish being left up here alone.
Rudolph will be back.
It's getting cold again. Can't you do something with that stove?
Well, I think we should conserve the wood.
Why?
Well,
Don't you think we'll get back down?
Of course we'll get back down.
Then why are you saving the wood?
I think it's only sensible to be careful.
You're afraid, aren't you? You're just as afraid as I am, but you don't dare show it.
We'll get back down.
How long will the wood last? Well, how long will it last? You don't think we'll get back down, do you? We're going to have to stay here, aren't we? We're going to have to stay here and wait for someone to come after us, maybe for days. Aren't we?
Please, Mrs. Wainwright, for goodness sakes, control yourself and stop thinking about the mountain, about getting down. Now, tell me about yourself. I've told you my life story. Let's have yours.
All right. I was a thing called a New York debutante. Highly decorative but very useless type of female that dances well, plays bridge well, rides, shoots, skis, climbs mountains, and finally married somebody from Wall Street.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
And then what?
Then I couldn't take the ordinary responsibilities of marriage, and I divorced him.
I see.
Don't you approve?
Am I supposed to?
Not necessarily.
Go on.
I am also considered one of the 10 best-dressed women in the world. I have quite a lot of money and very good teeth. I weigh 120 pounds. I almost got a BA, but didn't quite make it. I almost had a baby and didn't quite make that either. I joined the wax because I thought it was the thing to do, and was discharged as emotionally unstable. I was rather ashamed of that because if Rudolph just went out to reconnoiter, why isn't he back?
Now go on with your story.
Oh, there's no story, Dr. Greville. I've never given anything of myself to anything. I'm selfish and I'm spoiled and... Am I embarrassing you?
Just a little.
Why?
Because I want to like you. And the way you talk makes it very difficult.
Well, that's certainly an honest comment.
You're a very beautiful girl.
Thank you, sir.
If you'd relax.
This is hardly the place to quarrel.
It might be a place for you to grow up.
Have we any cigarettes left?
Yes, we have 3.
Then I'll have one.
Oh, Madame has spoken.
Well, you said there were 3.
Yes, and I can see you giving myself mine after you've had your share.
I think I'll be able to manage.
You'll probably smoke all 3.
Why have you suddenly become patronizing and rude?
I'm sorry, here.
Never mind.
Go on, take it.
I don't want
Well,
it.
make up your mind.
Please, Dr. Greville, let's not snap at each other.
Oh, Rudolph, we've almost given you up.
Dr. Greville, we are in a very dangerous position.
I think we realize that, Rudolph.
But perhaps not how dangerous, Dr. Greville. Will you both come to the window, please?
We looked before, but we couldn't see anything.
Fog has cleared now.
How unbelievably beautiful.
Yes, isn't it?
Not to me.
Well, you're used to it, Rudolph.
Over there is Mont Blanc. To the north is the Jungfrau. Italy is there, to the south.
What's that one?
Monte Rosa. The avalanche has swept away all the formation between the hut here and the hangover.
You mean where the shoulder sticks out over the rest of the mountain?
Yes.
I don't quite understand.
If you will look straight down, Mrs. Wainwright. The hut is perched on the edge of a 6,000-foot drop. I'm of the opinion it is not safe to stay here.
You mean we're liable to topple over?
At least jar would dislodge us.
Well, then, why don't we start down?
That's just it.
What is it, Rudolph?
It is a very difficult descent. Very difficult. I've been climbing mountains since I was a child. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, we'll just have to be extra careful.
I will go out now and try to cut steps in the ice to the first hangover. If I go beyond that, I cannot get back. From where the steps will stop, there will be 300 feet that...
Come on, Rudolph. What are you trying to say?
It is a very difficult situation.
Well, being coy about it won't help.
It is a question of the rope.
Rope?
Yes, there is not enough for free.
What do you mean?
I mean that there is not enough rope for free people to get down.
Well, then one of us will have to get along without rope.
Have you ever climbed a mountain before, Mrs. Wainwright?
Once in Banff in Canada.
There is not enough rope for free people.
That's ridiculous. I don't see why if there's enough rope for one...
Wait a minute, Mrs. Wainwright. Just what do you mean, Rudolph?
I mean that only two of us can make the descent.
Well, you're the experienced one. You know this mountain backwards.
Mrs. Wainwright, without me, you and Dr. Greville would not progress 30 feet beyond the point where the steps would stop.
Nonsense.
No, Mrs. Wainwright. It's better for one to stay behind and for you and Dr. Greville both to die.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. We managed to get up, and surely we can manage
Rudolph. Are you sure about this?
Yes, Dr. Greville, I'm sure. I will be glad to give you and Mrs. Wainwright the rope, but you're inexperienced climbers. I would not let my worst enemy attempt this descent without me. There is nothing left to the overhang. Is as smooth as glass. The avalanche has removed every foothold. The only way we can get down is for one of you to be tied to me. I'm sorry. There is no other way.
Well, then one of us can stay here.
Yes, Mrs. Wainwright. One of us can stay here.
Why do you say it like that?
One of us can stay here, Mrs. Wainwright, but not inside this hut. I told you that. Every moment it is liable to go over the edge. Even a strong wind would dislodge it.
Well, nobody can stay outside in this weather. It's impossible.
That is very true, Mrs. Wainwright.
When do you and Mrs. Wainwright propose to start, Rudolph?
Well, I will not leave Dr. Greville here by himself. We'll have to stay and wait for a rescue party. He'll never be able to
Mrs. Wainwright, I would suggest that you do as you're told and talk as little as possible.
Oh, you would you? Why, you impudent, ill-mannered...
That'll do, Mrs. Wainwright.
Who does he think he is, ordering me what to do and when to talk? The minute we get back, I'll have him discharged. I never...
Thank you, Mrs. Wainwright. I see the idea has occurred to you. However, I shall repeat it. Without me, you will never get back at all. You will die of cold and exposure. I shall go out now and cut steps in the ice to the first shoulder. We must start in half an hour. Will you be ready, please, when I get back, Mrs. Wainwright?
Yes, Rudolph, I'll be ready. And I'm sorry if I was rude.
I'll be as quick as I can.
Can we have one of those cigarettes now?
Why not?
Thanks. I've a cigarette lighter somewhere. Oh, here.
Ah, that's some gadget.
It works.
Are those diamonds real?
All 85 of them. Thanks.
You're welcome.
So cold. Horrible, stinking mountain.
I'll fix the fire.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
Why not? You're cold, aren't you?
But you'll need the wood.
I always say there's nothing like a good fire to keep the party going. Keep everybody warm and comfortable. I'm sure you'll be warmer soon.
Why do you treat me like this?
No, I thought I was doing the right thing, keeping you warm, comfortable, protected. Never let it be said that John Greville didn't take care.
Look, Dr. Greville, let's not get hammy. I may be a little thoughtless, but I'm not entirely callous.
Aren't you?
No, I'm not.
I'll be all right.
You won't be all right.
The hut will stand.
The hut won't stand. It's shaking now.
I'll be the only one that's inconvenient.
We can't leave you. We simply can't leave you. We'll all have to try to make it together.
That means none of us will make it.
Oh, then we'll take that chance.
Rudolph won't.
Rudolph will do as he's told.
Why don't you grow up, Mrs.
But
Wainwright?
we can't leave you here. We just can't leave you here to freeze.
Look, which is it to be? 3 of us for sure, or me taking my chances? Rudolph has to go. He knows the way. He's experienced. He's a professional climber. We're not. We're frightened and green. There's only enough rope for 2. Now, will you shut up and relax? I appreciate your concern, but there's no use having an emotional binge about it.
You can't do it.
Can't do what?
Lose that clinic.
Oh.
But you've just raised the money.
Let's not talk about it.
I want to talk about it. If you stay up here, it means you'll die. Almost without any doubt, you'll be dead in a couple of days. Even if a hut does stand, there's nothing much to eat. A few crackers, a couple of cans
If you
of
don't
soup.
mind, I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, if you don't mind, I would.
Since it's me that's staying behind, I think I deserve some consideration.
John. May I call you John?
Yes, if you wish.
Well, I wish you'd just keep very still and listen to me for a moment.
I
Please
have-
don't interrupt. I know that the way you've been brought up, the way you've been taught to act, makes it, well, in fact, compels you to insist that I go with Rudolph.
Mrs.
Now,
Wayne-
please, you promise not to interrupt.
I know what
You promise not to interrupt. You see, John, I haven't been a very happy woman. And I haven't been worthwhile. I'm trying not to make this sound melodramatic. I don't mean it to be, but...
Well, then
you see-
stop. It is melodramatic.
Why can't you keep quiet a moment?
Because I know what you're going to say, and it's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Dear God in heaven, why do men think that no woman can ever mean anything? Don't you suppose that I envy you? Don't you suppose that I'd like to be doing what you're doing? Do you think I'm happy the way I'm living? Do you think I enjoy going around with the dancing boys? Don't you think that I'm so bored most of the time I could throw up?
I'm not interested in whether you're bored or not.
Can't you possibly believe that I want to stay? That I honestly believe your life means more to the world than mine does? Can't you treat me as if I were a fellow human being instead of a...
Instead of a what?
What do you think I am?
And what do I think you are? Come on, let's hear you say it.
Forgive me, Dr. Greville. I apparently thought you were more of a man than you are.
You know, if by any strange chance you've meant all this, then I'm sorry. You see, I don't have much to do with women like you. Most of my patients aren't anywhere near the 10 best-dressed women in the world, and I'm afraid I don't think it's a very worthwhile distinction. I'm sorry if I've been rude. I don't want to stay here. I don't think your life is as valuable as mine. In fact, I don't think your life is valuable at all. I'm quite aware that looking at our plight philosophically, I'm perhaps doing the wrong thing by letting you go and staying here. Unfortunately, I just can't imagine doing anything else.
Well, I guess that's settled.
And it isn't because of what people would say. Nobody in New York would know that I just left you here. And even if they did, I don't know that I care. I think that my work is more important than my reputation. If people want to say I'm the kind of man who leaves women to fend for themselves on top of mountains, so what? No, it isn't any of the reasons you think, Mrs. Wainwright. It's just that all my life, I've worked to try to save lives. I can't get out of the habit.
This isn't happening. It's...
The first time you face reality, it's a good thing.
Do you want me to face it all out?
Yes, if you like.
I wonder if knowing all about a person makes you like that person more or less.
I don't intend to have a mutual confession period, if that's what you're driving
Why
at.
can't you treat me as if I were adult?
Because I don't think you
Well,
are.
I would be if you give me the chance. Maybe I don't deserve it. Maybe I have been pretty giddy up to now, but I'm not exactly no good all the way through.
Oh, I know you're not.
Sometimes I've had moments when I was really quite proud of myself.
What were they?
At Cannes once, I pulled a kid out of the Mediterranean. Scrawny little French kid that looked like he'd never had enough to eat. His mother saw it all happen. When I finally got him back to the beach, she put her arms around me, kissed me. I could taste the tears. She didn't say anything, just kissed me. And then started in to give the kid the wailing of his life. But I never forgot the feeling at that moment. You think I'm being corny, don't you?
No. No, I don't think you're being corny.
Well, it's the only time I ever felt really good. Really good inside.
I know.
You've had many of those moments, haven't you?
I've had a few.
Can't we be very honest with each other, please?
All right.
I'd like you to kiss me. And I'd like you to call me Stella.
All right. Stella.
You're very different from the men I've known.
Probably a lot poorer.
No, well, maybe that, but that isn't what I meant.
How am I different?
If I knew exactly, maybe I could be more like you.
It's a very nice thing to say. I don't deserve it.
John, can't you feel it? Or is it just this stinking, rotten mountain? Is it just that maybe you're going to have a hard time getting down and that... What is it? You can feel it, too? Can't you?
Yes, I can feel it.
The way I feel it?
I think maybe the way you feel it, yes.
But why? Why should it be this way?
I don't know.
Can we split that last cigarette?
I don't see why not. Here.
Thanks.
Ah, yes. The lighter again. Complete with 85 diamonds.
And it works.
Thank you.
What do you really think your chances are?
Oh, I don't know.
But what do you think?
I've been in some pretty tight places before.
Well, do you think that... Oh, John, I'll get every rescue party in the country. I'll hire an airplane and drop your food. You get off.
Sure, I'll get off.
When you do, can we see something of each other?
Oh, yes.
A lot?
Yes, a lot.
What isn't the mountain, is it? It isn't the snow and danger and the cold.
No, it isn't the mountain.
Well, then what is it?
I think we've done what you said a while back. We've gotten to know all about each other in a matter of a few moments.
And what do you know about me?
I know that you're not what you seem. That you're very different from the other 9 best-dressed women. In fact, I know that you don't belong here at all. All you need is a chance to give.
And then?
And then you'd become a very wonderful person.
Will you help me?
I'll try.
I'm going to get very silly in a minute.
Not now, Stella. Let's save that for later.
All right. But that's the way you want it.
That's the way I want it.
Would you kiss me once more? Rudolph will be back in a moment.
I think we should save that for later, too.
All right.
Isn't it silly the way every time I look at that ladder, I hate the rich?
I don't think it's silly. Not at all.
Do you remember how much it cost?
Yes. But I'd rather not say.
No, I'm curious. Tell me.
Well, something over $1,600.
To light cigarettes.
Yes. To light cigarettes.
And here's Rudolph.
John, I love you. I've got to say it. I love you. Please tell me.
Shh, not now. All ready, Rudolph?
Yes, Dr. Greville.
Got your jacket on, Stella?
Yes.
Here, I'll help you.
I love you.
There we are. I'll see you safely off. Oh, what did I do with those mitts?
On the floor.
Oh, yes, good. All right, let's start, shall we?
I'd like to speak to you, Dr. Greville.
Oh? What is it, Rudolph?
If Mrs. Wainwright wouldn't mind waiting outside.
Well, Mrs. Wainwright minds very much.
I haven't time to argue, Mrs. Wainwright. Will you please step outside, or do I have to...
I don't think that would be a good idea at all, Rudolph. What do you want to say to Dr. Greville?
Probably that Americans are crazy.
I would prefer to speak to you alone, Dr. Greville.
Would you mind, Stella?
I most certainly would. I think we established the fact earlier that I was not a child. What do you want to say, Rudolph?
Dr. Greville, I will leave you my overjacket and parka. I have very heavy underclothes. I will be warm enough so long as I keep moving. I think it is dangerous to sleep in this hut all night. I examined it before I came in. It can't possibly stand much longer.
But he can't possibly sleep outside. He'd freeze stiff. Well, can't we fix this thing so it'll be safer?
Mrs. Wainwright, you're a very nice woman, but you're not intelligent at all. There is very little chance that Dr. Greville will get out of this alive. The hut will not stand all night. He cannot get down off the mountain. It is 21 degrees below zero. I am sorry to upset your delicate, sensitive mind, but Dr. Greville is probably going to die within a few hours, whether he stays in the hut or not. Now, if that's quite clear, I suggest that we get started. There is my jacket and parka, Dr. Greville. And now, Mrs. Wainwright, if you don't mind...
I'm not going. I'm not going, I tell you.
Stella.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going to leave you here to certain death, and there's no use your saying anything about it because I'm not going...
Rudolph!
I am sorry to do that to Mrs. Wainwright. I think you understand, Dr. Greville. I do not make a habit of tracking women. But I do not make a habit either of arguing with hysterical American tourists on the top of the most dangerous mountain in the Alps. How shall we start?
He's right, Stella. Now, just go quietly.
All right.
We will tie the rope now. Excuse me, Mrs. Wainwright.
Go ahead.
Is that too tight?
No. That's all right.
Test the knot every once in a while. The rope gets hard when it's frozen. If the knot gets loose, call me. I'll tighten it.
All right.
Are you sure it's not too tight?
No, that's fine.
Dr. Greville, I am very sorry. I am very sorry about this whole afternoon. Goodbye.
Come with us as far as the steps go.
I am. The wind has gone down a little.
It always does before sunset.
You should make the lower shelter in a couple of hours.
Dr. Greville, if you and Mrs. Wainwright want the rope, I will be glad to give it to you.
No, Rudolph. I think we've been through that.
Then will you please go back to the cabin? I do not like this. It's goodbye.
There's enough rope that you don't have to stand beside me. Walk on ahead a little.
We'll do the best we can with the rescue party. Goodbye, Dr. Greville.
Can't you say it? Even once.
Oh, what's the use? Let's save it for later.
Please.
I'll get down all right, Stella. These people are used to mountains. They'll get up for me.
They won't.
No. No, they won't.
Wait a minute, Rudolph. Just 1 second, please.
Well, hurry, Mrs. Wainwright. Hurry.
I love you, John Greville. I love you, John Greville. And you love me. Don't you?
Stella, what's the use of trying to...
Don't you?
Please, Stella, let's not.
Don't you?
Rudolph is waiting. He...
Say it!
Yes. Yes, I love you. Oh, so help me, I love you.
Then kiss me goodbye.
Oh, Stella.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, Stella. Stella, what are you... Stella! Rudolph! Stop her! Stop her!
Mrs. Wainwright! Don't, Mrs. Wainwright!
She undid the rope! She undid the rope! I felt her, Rudolph, when I was kissing her. I felt her hands move. I didn't...
Be careful, Dr.
I didn't...
Greville. Nothing near the edge.
Well, can you see? Can't we do something?
It is nearly a mile down
The
there.
fool! A crazy, mad little fool should have known it. Oh, God! It's my fault. They and my talk about...
Dr. Greville, please. That was a very brave thing she did. She is not what I thought. That woman.
No. She's not what I thought either.
Take the rope, Dr. Greville. Must get started.
The rope?
One from 3, Dr. Greville. Leaves 2.
Have just heard Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 27, 1 from 3 leaves 2, as directed by Harry W. Junkin and written by Carrie Shaw and Emil Zubrin. Jan Miner was Stella Wainwright. John Larkin was Dr. John Greville. Stefan Schnabel played Rudolph. The music was specially composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, a story about a drama critic, a very unpleasant man whose egomania made a great many people, including himself, very unhappy indeed. Please join us next week for Deadline, Attraction 28 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Barretts of Wimpole Street. You remember that wonderful play which ended on that chill night in Wimpole Street those many years ago when a woman cried out for understanding to her father and was denied. So Elizabeth Barrett left the home of her father, carried in the arms of Robert Browning. They went to Italy, where the sunshine and freedom gained her a few more years of life, for throughout her life she had been an invalid, a victim, men think now, of the overpowering and all-demanding love of the elder Barrett. After her death in Italy, her son, Robert Barrett Browning, was sent back to England to school by his poet father. We build you now a scene that never happened. Our people lived, but our play is life, arranged for you not as it was, but as it might have been. It's called The Heritage of Wimpole Street.
It is 1856, and in the drawing room, heavy with massive furniture and velvet drapes, sit Miss Henrietta and Miss Arabelle Barrett, the sisters Elizabeth left behind in bondage. Miss Henrietta flashes her embroidery needle in and out of her work, while Miss Arabelle reads aloud their sister's poetry, reads gently, softly.
But the young children, oh, my brothers, they are weeping bitterly. They are weeping in the playtime of the others, in the country of the free. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it, Belle? Yes, yes, it is. One of the most beautiful she ever wrote. They say you forget. I shan't forget Bar, ever. Oh, no, dear. The world will never forget her. I can't see the threads anymore. Too dark for sewing. We should have a fire. It's awfully chilly. But I suppose Father would be cross. Do you remember how warm it always was in Elizabeth's room? Oh, I shan't forget anything about her, ever. But I'm afraid Papa has forgotten. No. He'll never forget Bar. She was the only one of us he ever cared for. Henry, you have to be careful. Well, it's true. Do you remember how he used to sit at her bedside for hours when she was ill? Do you remember how he forbade her visitors? Hush, Henriette. It's true. He hates us. He always has. After Bar went off with Robert Browning, he refused to hear her name again. He never saw her after she went away. And now he never will. No. And when the letter came telling of her death, he didn't move an inch. He just stood still as stone. And then he looked up and crumpled the letter in his hand. He never said a word. It wasn't natural. It wasn't human. He must have felt grief. He must have, even though he wouldn't show it. He's made of stone. Oh, Henrietta, I can't understand. I do try, but I can't. Why should he hate us so? He's our father. Bar was the favored one. Yet I loved her more for that. He has a picture on the wall in the library. I don't think he ever looks at it. Do you think Bar knows he has it there? She'd be so much happier. I do wonder if she sees us now. I think so. She tried to see Papa so many times when she and Robert were in England. He wouldn't even write to her. Why, Henrietta, why? I'm so frightened of Papa, and yet, oh, I do love him, I suppose. I don't suppose we'll ever understand. Not really. Well, come along, dear. Jane will be waiting with tea. Yes. Oh, I do so wish Elizabeth were here.
Jam with the crumpets, Miss Arabelle?
I think so. Thank you, Jane.
Miss Henrietta?
No, thank you, Jane. Just plain.
I
I beg your pardon, Miss Arabelle, but I have a letter here, and I thought before the master came down...
A letter? But the post hasn't arrived.
Oh, no, miss, it didn't come through the post.
No?
You see, I just stepped out for a moment to go to the greengrocer's, and when I was crossing the park, a young gentleman stopped me and gave it to me with particular instructions to give it to Miss Arabelle.
Oh, thank you, Jane, thank you.
I think, from the address, that is, it's from Mr...
Yes, Jane, never mind. It is from him.
I thought so. What is all this, Arabelle?
It's only a letter.
A letter? Oh, man.
It's from Mr. Richard Barber, whom I met at Aunt Hedley's a month ago. Oh, he's so dashing. I warned him not to, but he swore he'd write me. I warned him not to use the post because of Father. That's why he gave the letter to Jane. Oh, Henrietta, he is so dashing.
You do sound as if you were in love, Belle.
Well, I could be.
I'm awfully glad for you, Arabelle. But you'd better warn him against writing at all. If Papa should find one of the letters, he'd be awfully cross. You know how Papa... What is it, Jane? It's there, in the doorway.
Exactly so, Jane. And I have been here for some time.
Good evening, Papa. Good evening, Papa.
What have you behind your back, Arabelle? What are you trying to conceal?
Nothing, Papa. Nothing really.
Arabelle.
Only a letter, Papa.
Give it to me. Did you hear me, Arabelle? Give it to me.
Really, it's nothing, Papa. Arabelle...
I'm not aware that I was speaking to you, Henrietta. I have no business with you. I'm addressing your sister.
Yes, Papa.
Now then, Arabelle, give me that letter.
I shan't.
You will give me that note directly, now.
Yes, Papa.
So.
Please, Papa, don't take it away.
Silence. So, you've been carrying on this contemptible subterfuge behind my back. Why? I can tell you why. Because you knew that if I found out about this wicked disobedience, I should immediately put a stop to it. That I should forbid you to see or communicate with this man again.
No, Papa.
And that is to be my exact procedure.
Papa, I hardly know him. It's a friendship, a very ordinary one. Believe me, there's nothing wicked about it, nothing.
This letter would seem to indicate a slightly deeper interest on the part of the writer.
Papa,
I will not have my daughter addressed in such familiar terms of affection by a strange young man.
But, Papa, I couldn't help it. How could I know that he... Oh, why can't you understand?
I think I do understand. Arabelle, you will go to your room. When you have made up your mind to give me your oath that you will never in any way see or communicate with this man again, then you may leave that room.
Oh, Papa.
Until that time, I am quite able to dispense with your company.
Please, Papa, don't think me insolent. But aren't we ever to be old enough to choose our own friends? To run our own lives?
You may go to your room.
Please, Papa, answer me.
You may go to your room. Well, are you going?
Yes, Papa. May I go with her, Papa?
No, you may not. You will not go near her until I give you permission. You understand? See that you obey me.
But, Papa, I should be with her. She might do something, anything. She might run away.
She would not be so evil. It takes more courage than any child of mine has to do that. Not one of you would... Yes, there was one, Elizabeth. But she left me. She had courage, but she left her father. She sacrificed all right to be called my child. She left her father, and that I can never forget.
Belle, dear. Who is it? Quick, let me in and close the door. What is it, Henrietta? I must hurry. Papa finds I'm here. But what is it? A letter. I took it from the post. It's from Mrs. Jameson. They've arrived in England, and they've brought by us a child. What? Our nephew, Robert Barrett Browning. He's in England. Oh, he must be quite grown up by now. Almost 11, isn't he? But they intend to bring him here, to this house. But, Papa, he'll refuse to see the child. He'll make a scene.
A calm, cold, icy scene that young Robert will never forget. Papa will be so fierce. Has Papa seen the letter yet? No. I took it from the post and opened it. Oh, Henry, I was too afraid to show it to him. Yet I suppose I shall have to. They're coming Friday evening shortly after 7. Oh, Annabelle, what are we to do? Papa will be so dreadfully cross.
Do you mean to say they have brought Elizabeth's child here to England?
Yes, Papa.
Why was I not informed?
There was a letter. I took it from the post.
What? When did it arrive?
Wednesday. I was afraid to bring it to you.
You deliberately withheld a letter. You opened it without my permission?
Yes, Papa.
Henrietta, I shall deal with this willful, evil disobedience later. You say the Jamesons intend to bring the boy here, to this house?
Today, Papa, after 7. It's struck already.
I am still capable of hearing a striking clock. Confound them for fools! Sentimental fools!
Surely you'll see them, won't you?
I will surely not. When Elizabeth Barrett left this house with Robert Browning, she knew that neither she nor any of her family would ever be admitted to it again.
But
I will not see the child.
Papa's not responsible for their coming, nor is Mr. Browning. It was the Jamesons.
I am not blaming Elizabeth. She is dead. But get in touch with the Jamesons at once. I will not see the child.
I can't. I don't know where to reach them. They're due any minute. You must see them, Papa.
Henrietta, I swore I would never see your sister Elizabeth or her family again, and I will not break that oath.
Papa, if you refuse, if you send the child away, he'll always remember that. He'll hate you. He's Bar's son. She loves you so.
She left me.
But young Robert is her son. How can you have her son grow up to hate you?
I cannot see him.
Elizabeth would never forgive you if you turned away her son.
Well, very well. I will see the child. I shall be in the library. Send him there when he comes.
Dear Bar, I've done my best.
Henrietta. He's here.
Young Master Robert. Where, Jane? Oh, he's right outside, miss, trying to find out what makes the clock tick. And the Jamesons?
Oh, they left him here. I'll fetch him. Come along, Master Robert.
Thank you.
Master Robert Browning, Miss Henrietta.
Oh. Hello, Robert. How are you?
Hello, Aunt. Aunt Henrietta. I'm very well, thank you.
Oh, that's splendid. Sit down, Robert, here beside me. I want to talk to you.
Yes, Aunt?
Tell me, how is your father?
Oh, he's very well. Only I don't see him too much. He's busy.
Oh, writing?
Yes, he writes all the time. Poems, you know. Very beautiful poems.
Yes, I know.
Mrs. Jameson says I was to see Grandfather today. Where is he?
I'll take you to him presently. Tell me, Robert, have you ever heard anything... Has anything been said to you about...
Grandfather?
Yes, about your grandfather.
Oh, yes, lots. Mama used to tell me about it. Are you crying, Aunt Henrietta?
No. What did she say about him, Robert?
Well, that he was a nice man and that she loved him. But you know, Aunt Henrietta, it was rather funny. I mean, somehow she spoke as if I never would see him. Why did she do that?
Well, Robert, your grandfather's rather an odd man. That's what I wanted to speak to you about before you met him. Come along now. We'll go see him. Robert, don't be afraid of him. Show him you're not afraid of anything he says.
I won't be afraid, Aunt Henrietta.
Oh, good boy. Well, we'd best go in.
Who's that?
It's Master Robert, Papa. He's come to call.
How do you do, Grandfather?
Henrietta, you may go to your room and close the door.
But Yes, Papa.
All right. All right, come closer, boy.
How do you do, Grandfather?
How do you do, boy?
I've come a long way to see you, Grandfather.
Yes, so I'm aware. Did you have a pleasant trip?
It was all right, only I got seasick.
Indeed?
Yes, I was quite ill.
Indeed.
It wasn't nice at all. Grandfather, aren't you ever coming to see us in Italy?
I consider it very unlikely.
Why?
I said I consider it very unlikely. That should be enough explanation.
Yes, Grandfather. What are you reading, Grandfather?
Nothing you would understand.
Why don't you like me, Grandfather?
Eh? Who said anything about disliking you? Who's been talking to you about me? Was it your Aunt Henrietta? Was it?
Oh, no, really. But you... Well, you don't seem to like me.
Stop.
Well, you don't act so.
Indeed, and how would you have me act?
Well, I think...
Let me tell you something, Master Robert Barrett Browning. If I show dislike for you, it is because I have good reason to dislike anyone connected with you or your name. Perhaps you don't know. Perhaps you do. But when your mother was young, she committed an act that was gravely against my wishes. I loved your mother, but I could not forgive her. And I find it very hard to forgive her son.
Mother never did anything that was wrong.
Do not contradict your grandfather, boy.
I shall.
What's that?
Because I know it's true. She couldn't have done anything wrong, Grandfather. She couldn't. She was the best mother in the world.
Silence, child.
No, Grandfather. Don't say anything against her. Because then I shan't like you, and I want to like you.
You do, eh?
Yes, I do. And I want you to like me.
Well, you're a little different from what I expected. Got a mind of your own, eh, boy? I admire you for that.
Will you like me, Grandfather? Will you?
Tell me, boy, how do you like England?
Oh, I like it, Grandfather.
You do, eh?
Only I'm afraid I shall get lonely for Father. Father likes England, too. He often wanted to come, but it made Mama ill to leave Italy, so he didn't.
I see.
So instead of coming, he wrote a poem about being here. I like the poem. It's very good. I learned it by heart.
Indeed?
Yes. Do you know the one I mean?
No, of course not. I don't read your father's poetry or your mother's.
May I recite it to you?
You may do as you like.
I will, then. Oh, to be in England, now that April's there, and whoever wakes in England sees the morning unaware that the... I've forgotten it. Grandfather, may I start over?
You may if you like.
Oh, to be in England, now that April's there, and whoever wakes in England sees the morning unaware that the... I've forgotten it again.
Why, nothing very difficult about it. Perfectly simple. Sees some morning unaware that the lowest bough and the brushwood sheaf round the elm tree bole are in tiny leaf, while the chaffinch sings on the orchard bough in England now.
I thought you said you never read any of Father's poems, Grandfather.
Well, I've glanced through them occasionally.
Oh. I'm going to school, Grandfather. I'm going to Henley.
Yes, I know.
I don't like it very well, Grandfather. I'm rather scared. I've never been away from home for very long at a time.
Robert Browning, let me tell you something. Don't you be frightened.
No, Grandfather?
No matter what happens, don't turn coward. If you're courageous, you'll never be beaten. I shouldn't have to tell you that. You should have inherited courage from your mother. You're like your mother, boy. Very like her.
Am I, Grandfather?
She had courage, fine courage, more than any of us. Don't you ever lose it.
I won't, Grandfather. I'll try not to be afraid of anything.
Good boy.
That's Mother's picture, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
She had a picture of you on her desk in Italy.
Well, she did, eh?
Oh, yes. It was always there.
Really?
She used to look at it sometimes and kind of sigh. I wish she might have seen you before she died.
Yes. Yes. Well, what else did your mother tell you of me?
Well, she told me about this room and about your desk and about that chair. She said it squeaked.
Squeaked? That chair? By George, so it does.
I recognized the room when I came in from her description. And I recognized that box on the desk. I opened the lid.
What?
There.
Here, stop that, boy.
Mother sent you that for a present. I remember when she bought it in Italy. I was 5.
Yes, ridiculous present. A musical cigar box. I don't smoke cigars, never did. Ridiculous.
But you keep something in it. There's a book. It's Mother's poems, isn't it?
Nonsense, nonsense. Nothing of the sort.
I thought it was, Grandfather. Who's that gentleman in the picture over the mantel? The one with the long curls.
My great-great-grandfather. He was a sea captain. You know, there's a long story connected with him.
What is it, Grandfather?
Well, I'm not sure if it's true, but, his name was Sir Harry, and he was the master of the fastest ship that ever sailed...
I beg your pardon, Mr. Barrett.
Yes, Jane? Yes, what is it?
Please, sir, Mrs. Jameson is back and says they'll have to take Master Robert now.
Oh, must I go so soon?
Go and tell them he'll be down directly.
Yes, sir. Directly, sir.
Well, boy, you had better go.
I suppose you won't be able to tell me the story of your great-great-grandfather now, will you?
No, I suppose not.
Well, I must go now.
Yes. Yes, of course.
May I come again, Grandfather? May I come again, Grandfather?
I see no reason why you shouldn't.
Thank you, Grandfather. And will you tell me the story about the slave trader, Grandfather?
I'll see.
Thank you, Grandfather.
Stop thanking me, boy.
Yes, Grandfather. Well, I suppose I'd best say goodbye.
Goodbye.
You will tell me the story of your great-great-grandfather when I come again.
Yes, I will. Come back, boy.
Yes, Grandfather?
Here's half a crown for you.
Oh!
And don't thank me for it. Just don't lose it.
I knew I'd like you, Grandfather.
Yes.
Well, goodbye again, Grandfather.
Goodbye, my boy.
Come along, Master Robert. Mrs. Jameson is waiting.
I've just been talking with Grandfather. He's going to tell me the story of his great-great-grandfather. He's a slave trader.
Goodbye. He's like you. So much like you, Elizabeth.
Quiet, Belle. Papa will hear us. I'm so afraid. It's wicked, Henrietta. Quiet now. We shall have to pass the library door. Thank heaven it's closed. Oh, Henrietta, shh. Careful, Belle.
Henrietta, Arabelle, where are you going?
Nowhere, Papa.
Don't lie to me, Henrietta.
Really, Papa, it's nothing. It's my fault, Papa.
Where are you two going in bonnets and cloaks?
Don't blame Henrietta, Papa. Be quiet, Arabelle. She was going out with me.
I was under the impression, young lady, that I had confined you to your room. That was my wish.
You did, Papa, but I persuaded her to go out in spite of you.
Henrietta! Where were you going?
We intend to meet the man who wrote Arabelle the letter you saw and read. He asked her for an appointment, and she's written arranging one. And now we're going to keep it.
So it is open defiance. My own daughter's in wicked rebellion. Arabelle, you may go back to your room. I will deal with you later.
Papa,
Just at present, I wish a private interview with your sister. Well, Arabelle, you may go.
I won't go back.
Arabelle!
I want to meet this young man you hate. Why shouldn't I meet him? I like him. I love him. Now you know I love him.
I said I didn't, but I do. I intend to see him now and every chance I get. It's only human. It's only natural.
Silence.
I won't be silent. I won't. Can't you understand, Papa? Don't you know the meaning of the word love? Isn't there anything you care for, if only for the least little bit? Is there nothing for which you have some affection? Enough so that you can understand what I feel? What I hope? Tell me, Papa, isn't there?
Elizabeth said that. She said that the day the door closed forever.
What's that, Papa? Papa!
Oh, yes. Yes, Arabelle.
Well, Papa?
Arabelle, if you wish, you may bring this young man here to the house.
Oh, Papa!
I cannot say that my conscience approves the act, but if you want to, you may bring him.
Do you mean, Papa?
You heard my decision. Henrietta, you'd best accompany your sister. If she's to go out now, she should be chaperoned.
Oh, Papa.
If you're going, you'd best go before I alter my decision. I despise myself for my weakness.
Oh, thank you, Papa. Come, Arabelle. And please don't think it's weakness, Papa. It isn't. We'll be back soon.
The collected poems of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. I love thee with a love I seem to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. I shall but love thee better after death.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 22. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your director, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, 4 weeks ago, Radio City Playhouse presented a play called 5 Extra Nooses by Charles Lee Hutchings. Listeners across the country wrote to us commending the script and its theme. Tonight, we present another script by this penetrating and able writer. As a matter of fact, we feel very warm towards Mr. Hutchings because, whether he knows it or not, he has the much-to-be-valued talent of pointing a moral while still remaining entertaining. His story tonight is called Correction and stars our good friend, Mr. John Larkin. The characters and organizations in the play are imaginary, and any resemblance to persons living or dead or to actual organizations is unintentional. Here, then, is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 22, Correction by Charles Lee Hutchings.
With sleeping pills. Read all about it. Latest editions, Register News, Examiner. Hiya, Doc. What'll it be?
The Register.
I see you got your name in a paper in that sleeping pill deal. Register gives you quite a play.
Yes.
Say, Doc, what's the lowdown on that dame which takes the powder? Was she, you know...
Give me the paper. You'll have to read all about it in the Register.
Okay, Doc. Don't need to get sore. Read all about it. Society dame commits suicide with sleeping pills. Read all about it.
Take me to the office of the night editor.
Okay, he's on the 4th floor. I seen him not more. Say, are you all right, son?
Yeah, I'm all right. Get going, will you?
Your night editor is Charlie Jorgensen. You know him?
No.
Well, most everybody knows Charlie Jorgensen. Him and me has been on the Daily Register for 20-odd years. He's a mighty busy man, is Charlie. Well, say, does he know you're coming?
No, it doesn't matter. He'll see me. I have a story for him.
Oh, story, eh? Well, here's his floor, mister. Here you'll find Charlie in that corner office right across there.
Hey, Spike! Where the heck is that kid? Hey, Spike! Listen, Turner, don't phone me again. I'm not going to argue with you, I'm telling you. Sit down, fella. I'll be with you in a minute. Listen, Turner, I said tomorrow, and I mean tomorrow. Now get going.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Yes, I'm Jorgensen. What can I do for you?
You're the night editor.
That's right. Is there... Oh, excuse me. Jorgensen. Listen, Baxter, it goes on page 1, so stop bothering me. Now, you were saying, Mr.
Lumsden. Dr. Roger Lumsden.
Well, how are you, Dr. Lumsden?
Your paper has been running my name in a story all day. That girl who died last night at the party on Long Island.
Oh, yeah. You were the one... Excuse me, Doc. This place gets busy this time of night. Jorgensen. Yeah, McLaren's got it. Check it, will you? Okay. Yeah, right.
I wasn't at the party.
Look, Mr. Rumsey, or whatever it is, I'm really busy. Can't you come back sometime?
No. Your paper said I was a guest at this party. I wasn't. I live a few blocks away. A friend of mine called me over to see if I could do anything for the girl.
So?
Your paper got it mixed up. Made it sound like I was a guest at this party.
Well, that's too bad, Dr. What was it?
Lumsden. Dr. Roger Lumsden.
I'm sorry if you were annoyed, Doc, but I don't see what difference it makes. After all, you were at the party.
I was called to the party in my professional capacity. I wasn't a guest.
Isn't that a technicality?
Yes. That technicality has finished me as a reputable doctor.
Oh, come now, Dr. Lumsden. It isn't that bad. After all, you were at the party.
It is that bad. The hospital asked me to resign tonight. I'm finished. Patients have been canceling appointments all day. By innuendo and implication, your story says I'm a fast and loose society doctor who gets roaring drunk with people of dubious morals and supplies them with drugs.
We said no such thing.
Not in so many words, no, but that's the impression you created.
Look, Lumsden, you're putting your own construction on the story. We didn't say anything of the sort. I don't think I can help you. There's nothing I can do.
Yes, there is.
What?
I want to talk to the reporter who came out to the house where the girl died. Young fellow wore glasses.
Mike Beamy. She's off duty now. Oh, excuse me. Jorgensen. Yeah. All right, call extension 497, Jim Monroe. Okay. Mike Beamish is off duty. Leave your number and I'll have him... Hey, put that gun away.
Don't make any noise, Jorgensen, and don't try to push any of your buzzers.
Are you nuts? Hey, is that thing loaded?
Full clip.
Tell your operator you don't want any more telephone calls in here. Tell her now.
Are you crazy?
Pick up the receiver and say no more calls, and I'm warning you, Jorgensen, if you say anything out of order, I'll kill you. I mean it.
Now, listen, Doc, you can't...
No more calls. Quick.
Hello, Ethel. No more calls. I'm in conference. Okay? Right. Now, look, Lumsden, let's be reasonable. You're an intelligent man. This sort of thing isn't going to get you anywhere. This isn't the way to do it. You're not using your head. Let's talk this thing over in a calm, intelligent, reasonable way.
Reasonable? Calm? Those are fine-sounding words, Jorgensen. I've been walking around the streets for the last 2 hours trying to be calm and reasonable. Do you know how long it takes to become a doctor? It's taken me 10 years. 10 years. 10 years of slugging and skimping and going without food to buy books. 10 years of living on nothing, of interning on a few lousy bucks a month, of staying up all night studying. And it's gone. Finished. Washed up. Why? Because your paper decided to have some fun. Because you thought...
Oh, look, Lumsden, I'm sorry.
Shut up. I'm sick, Jorgensen. Sick at my stomach. I'm sick at my stomach and I'm washed up. If you press that buzzer, I'll kill you. And that's better.
What do you want me to do?
Get Mike Beamish down here now.
Okay.
Hi, Charlie. What's the pitch? When I got your phone call, Holy cow.
Are you Mike Beamish?
Yeah, I'm Beamish. Say, Charlie, what goes on? What gives with this guy in the gun?
Sit down, Beamish. Over there beside Jorgensen.
Look, fella, you can't do anything.
Shut up.
Keep quiet, Mike.
The gun is loaded. It's to keep things tidy until I'm finished. Do you remember me, Beamish?
Yeah. You're the doctor that was at the party last night.
Your story was a bit vivid, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
Where did you get that information about my father?
Well, we dug it out of the files. One of the editors remembered your father had been well known.
Let's stop playing games, shall we? Suppose I refresh your memory. Suicide at Wild Party. Glamorous Joyce Farley, beautiful Broadway showgirl, died last night by her own hand. Clad only in a diaphanous white chiffon nightgown. It wasn't a nightgown. It was an evening dress.
Oh, for gosh sakes, Doc, I mean nightgown, evening gown. How am I supposed to know?
There's a mighty big difference. A white evening gown suggests dignity and refinement. A white chiffon nightgown suggests all sorts of things.
Oh, now, look, Doc, you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Be quiet. The end of a wild champagne party and so on and so on. Dr. Roger Lumsden, well-known society doctor. What do you mean by society doctor?
Look here, Lumsden. Beamish just reports what he sees.
I'm asking him what he means by society doctor.
Well,
I'm waiting, Beamish.
Oh, they were pretty fancy people.
Did you mean that I'm a high-priced gentleman that panders to weak-minded rich women who have nothing better to do than take pills? Did you?
Oh, no, I...
Did you know that I had never seen one of these people before in my life? Not one of them? Did you know that?
Why, no.
Through a somewhat strange coincidence, Dr. Roger Lumsden, who pronounced the girl dead, is the only son of the late Professor Kenneth Lumsden, who also ended his life through an overdose of sleeping pills. The late Professor Lumsden was one of America's foremost authorities on serial chemistry. He resigned from academic life following a scandal in connection with reported irregularities in faculty-student relations. That makes me sick. I know every word of it, and it makes me sick.
Now, look, Doctor, Well, maybe I wrote that story a little bit fast. But I didn't dig up the stuff about your father.
Who did? I'd like to know what brilliant journalistic mind remembered my father's trouble. Well, Beamish, I hope you gentlemen are aware that since I have nothing to live for myself, it wouldn't cost me a thought to shoot both of you.
It was Myers, our managing editor.
Beamish, shut up. This guy's crazy.
What's the matter, Mr. Jorgensen? You men have a pact to cover up each other's dirt? Myers was the name of the dirty keyhole columnist who wrote that item about my father's school. Is he still working for the Register?
That's right. He's our managing editor.
Look, Lumsden, the Register will print a correction item tomorrow. We'll overlook this business with a gun, We'll print a full denial.
Denial, correction. Your paper ran an apology to my father. It was buried back on page 10 with the obituary notices. It protected you from legal action. But it didn't help my father's reputation. Correction.
Look, Dr. Lumsden, honest, I'm sorry about this. I'll do anything I can. Oh, gosh, Doc, I just worked here.
Sure. Nobody's responsible. Nobody did it. But my father's reputation is ruined. And now I'm ruined. Twice in 10 years, the same family, the same paper. But nobody did anything. You want me to be reasonable. Why? Why should I be reasonable? Because you don't expect the doctor to behave like this? Well, I'm not a doctor anymore. And I know exactly what I'm going to do. Get Myers down here.
Tonight?
Tonight, right now.
Brother.
What's the matter, Beamish? You impressed?
Well, Mr. Myers is a very busy man, Lumsden. He's probably out of town. Well, you can't get a man like Mr. Myers just for the asking.
This gun says I can. Pick up that telephone and call him. And don't try any front-page dramatics, Jorgensen. I can't miss from here.
Okay. Hello, is Mr. Myers there, please? It's Charlie Jorgensen at the register. Yes, it's very important.
Jorgensen, if you let your hand touch those buttons on your desk once more.
Look, Doc, you can't.
Be quiet, Beamish. Jorgensen, I'm not fooling.
Hello, sir. I'm sorry to disturb you at home, but, well, something very important has come up. Well, I can't talk about it on the phone. Well, I know, sir, but I'm afraid you'll have to come down right away. No, sir, I really can't discuss it on the phone. It's very urgent. Yes. No, I'm afraid you'll have to come down right away. All right, Mr. Myers, thanks.
Well?
Mr. Myers will be right down.
Good. Now, we'll just sit here and wait for him. We've all got a lot to think about.
What kind of nonsense is this, Jorgensen? And have you heard the war is over and that it's quite possible to talk about things on the telephone? What's the matter with you, Jorgensen? Beamish, what is it?
Behind you, Mr. Myers.
What? Well, who's this? What are you doing with that gun?
I'm pointing that gun at your fat belly, Mr. Myers, and it'll blow a hole into your guts unless you sit down and shut up. No. Sit over there with your hired help so I can see the whole pretty threesome.
I've seen triggermen before this. You look like an amateur to me. Suppose you explain what you want.
He's Lumsden, the doctor who got mixed up in that suicide party on Long Island. You remember, the son of the late Professor Lumsden.
Oh, now I can place you, Dr. Lumsden. Well, that was a very sad affair last night. Very sad. We'll be glad to do anything we can.
Myers, do you remember seeing me before?
No, I can't say that I do. Of course, if you'd put that gun away, it might ease the social situation.
I'm asking you to remember back 10 years. I came to your office with my father. You had published a story hinting at some off-color behavior in the dormitory story, even for your column. Where did you get it, Myers?
A newspaper man never reveals the source
Cut
of his...
that! That's what you told my father when we came to you 10 years ago. I'm asking you now, Myers, and you'd better talk fast.
I can't reveal the source. It was reliable.
This gun is loaded. It's reliable.
Well, 10 years is a long time. As I remember it, I got the story straight from a friend of mine, the father of one of the pupils.
You wrecked my father's reputation with the dirty lies told by a man whose son was expelled from school.
I made no charges. Those columns are checked by the paper's lawyers. How do you think I run my business? All sweetness and light.
I'm learning fast, and I don't like what I'm learning. When we came to your office, my father invited you to consider the facts. You jeered at him and dared him to sue you.
Well, there's no point in raking over the past, Dr. Lumsden.
Okay, Myers, let's talk about the present. You were the one who told Beamish to dig that old lie out of the files and make it over into today's news. I think you hated my father, Myers, because he was a gentleman. And you are a cheap, dirty, irresponsible...
Now, wait a minute. Your father's reputation was not as important as the responsibility of this paper to safeguard the public moral.
Oh, save that stuff for your editorial page and your public speeches. You're a disgrace to every decent newspaper man.
No matter what happens, Lumsden, We've got to have a free press.
Your kind of free press, Jorgensen? Free from the restrictions of good taste? Free to blast a man's reputation, yet stay an inch within the law?
Well, as I remember it, your father was cleared of all suspicion.
That's right, Myers. An investigation proved what you already knew, that your item was based on nothing but malicious gossip. Yes, my father was cleared with everybody, except the public. He had to resign. He couldn't get a job in any school in this country. And finally, you killed him, Myers.
He took his own life.
Nevertheless, you killed him. With your printer's ink, you killed him just as surely as I am going to kill you.
What?
Now, hold it, Lumsden. You're all worked up right now.
That's right, Doc. I think you're getting a bit melodramatic.
Yes, perhaps I am. It's really good material for a melodrama. Corny, in fact. The renowned Professor Kenneth Lumsden trailing his string of degrees from town to town. From humiliation to humiliation. Haunted by that little stick of type. A silly bit of gossip which helped to peddle your papers just one day.
Well, that's water over the dam. Now let's get busy and see what we can do to help clear up the present misunderstanding. Suppose we have Beamish write another story for tomorrow's paper, making it clear that you were not a guest at the party, Lumsden.
How did you know I wasn't a guest, Myers?
Well, Beamish Well, what's the difference? The story is gone. Tomorrow the public will have forgotten all about it.
So the public forgets, does it? I wonder if you know what you're talking about.
I've been in the newspaper business for 30 years. I know the public.
Then you know that a paragraph of type can kill a man's reputation. You know that, don't you, Myers?
I know I'm not going to sit here at 10 o'clock at night discussing my business with every Tom, Dick, and Harry who roams in. I'm leaving.
Hold it, Myers. This can all end right now if that's how you want it. Now sit down.
Well, suppose I admit that we have caused you some embarrassment.
There have been 6 generations of teachers, doctors, and professional men in our family. Your story in today's paper has put an end to it all.
You're exaggerating, Lumsden.
Am I? Do you really think that, Jorgensen? Do you, Myers? Do you think that I'm exaggerating?
The story is routine news. It'll be forgotten right now. It's 10 hours old, and it'll be forgotten right now.
I'll make you a bet on that, Mr. Myers. I think this thing all boils down to something between you and me. Beamish here is just a kid. He's still got a chance to become a decent reporter. Jorgensen just sort of let things happen. I think you're the man who's important. So I'll make you a bet. I'll bet you that I'm finished. I'll bet you that 10 years of work and struggle and hardship are wasted. You see, Myers, I know what happened to my father. So we're going to do a little experiment. You're going to telephone 12 people. Just pick them out of the telephone book. And I'll bet you that not one of them has forgotten this story. I'll bet you that every single one of the 12 will not only know about the story, know about me, but will have added all sorts of spicy, dirty details. Details which you imply, but don't print. You want to make the bet?
Certainly I'll make the bet. How much?
Your life.
What?
If you lose, I'll kill you. The bet is your life.
Beamish. Jorgensen. This man is crazy.
Get started. Get on the phone. Now.
I don't understand.
Just pick the numbers out of the telephone book at random.
But that's not fair. How can I tell whether they...
That's just it. You can't tell. We'll let them give the verdict on me.
But it's only routine news. I can't... Well, it's impossible to base any accuracy...
Stop stalling, Myers. Get on that telephone. Just pick any numbers you like. We'll keep this extension open and listen now. Get going.
Hello. This is the Daily Register calling. We're checking up on a story. Did you read in the Register today about the girl who killed herself at the party on Long Island? Oh, you did? What was your reaction?
They should all go to jail. Those society people with their high-priced doctors have nothing to do with their time but throw parties.
Oh, that was a wonderful story. The dead girl looked so beautiful. Don't print this, but somebody told me today that Dr. Lumsden had been supplying drugs to the whole crowd. Oh, I hope you'll get more details.
Yes, I read every word. My husband says there must have been some hanky-panky going on, or else you couldn't print the names. So I guess there will be criminal charges.
Lumsden. I had no idea. We'll put an apology, a correction tomorrow.
Stop it, Myers. You've lost your bet.
Oh, look, Lumsden. Most of us in this business try to do the decent thing. Oh, I admit that we've done a lot of harm with a careless item.
There's no use talking, Jorgensen. Mr. Myers has lost his bet.
Oh, look, Doctor. We'll print a full story about your father. We'll print anything you like. We'll print an editorial about the carelessness and unethical newspaper practices that injure innocent people.
You're frightened, aren't you?
Well,
Jorgensen, you and Beamish keep perfectly still. Mr. Myers, sit down at that typewriter and write an honest story for change. And you'd better make it good. I just want the truth. The truth as you know it to be. Now, go ahead.
All right. All right, I will.
Hey, Miss Jorgensen, a couple of guys are being held in Beechhurst for that bank robbery and... Hey, what's this?
Shut the door.
Baxter, get the police. This man is a killer.
Sure, boss.
Stand still, you. You'd never make the door. Now, go over beside Jorgensen and Beamish and keep quiet.
Hey, now look what... Oh.
Doc, help him.
He's fainted, that's all. He'll come around.
Look, Doc, Baxter's supposed to have a bad heart.
Don't move. Any of you. No, he's all right. He just passed out. He'll be all right. Okay, Myers, get going on that story.
There's the story, Dr. Lumsden. You see, I've cleared both your father and you. Can I go now?
Supposing you read it out loud first. Sorry you fainted, Mr. Baxter. You won't understand what this is all about. There's no doubt Mr. Jorgensen and Mr. Beamish here will be pleased to tell you all about it. Now, relax, gentlemen. Let's listen to Mr. Myers read us his story. Go ahead, Myers.
This is to certify that I, Walter J. Myers, contrary to all good newspaper ethics, used an unchecked rumor as the basis of a news item in my paper. The rumor turned out to be false. It destroyed the reputation of Professor Kenneth Lumsden. I also instructed Michael Beamish to repeat the item yesterday in a story concerning Dr. Roger Lumsden, his son. Yesterday's story deliberately and in a sensational manner delineated Dr. Lumsden in such a way as to defame his character. I, as editor of this paper, will do anything Dr. Lumsden suggests in order to correct the error in the public's mind. That's it, Doc.
In view of what happened to my father, this reads like a confession of murder. You know now that you killed my father with printer's ink. You admit that, don't you, Myers? And you admit that not one other New York paper handled this story the way you did. You admit that, don't you, Myers?
Well, I admit that Beamish that he wrote a sloppy story. I'll fire him.
Fire me? Wait a minute, Mr. Myers. I admit I stink, but I'm just learning how bad. I quit. I quit before I begin to stink for life. You can take your lousy scandal sheet and hire some more little gossip pickers. I'll get a job on a decent paper. If anyone will hire me after I've worked for you.
What about you, Jorgensen?
I'm afraid I have nothing to say. I'll just take what you're dealing.
Doc, it isn't Jorgensen's fault. He wouldn't be on the night shift if he'd go along with Myers. But he's got a wife and kids to think about. He's okay, Doc.
Well, Myers, that leaves you. You seem to stand out in this little company. Now, how about the bet? You ready to pay?
You're not serious. You can't be it.
I'm serious.
What are you going to do?
You lost your bet, didn't you?
But that's murder. You're crazy. You'll be caught. You'll be hanged.
I know.
Please, Doc, don't be a fool. You can't get away with it.
Can't I? Jorgensen, you're wrong.
You'll be caught.
No, I won't be caught. Get up, Myers. Get up off that chair.
No. Look, Doc. I'll do anything you say. I'll give you $1,000. I'll give you $5,000.
Shut up, Myers. Shut up. Beamish.
Yes, Doctor.
The lead on your story tonight will read, an irate citizen shot and killed the managing editor of the Register. You got that?
Doc, please, don't be a fool.
Stand up, Myers.
No. You're mad. Stop him, Jorgensen. Beamish. Stop him. I'll pay.
Holy cow.
Jorgensen. Remember that. And you too, Beamish. Now, Baxter, we haven't paid much attention to you in all this. You got anything to say?
No, I haven't. Quick, Doc. That window leads out to the fire escape. There'll be a million guys in here in about 30 seconds.
Well, thanks. I guess I'll stick around, Beamish. There's only one place for me to go.
No, Doc. Don't do that. Stop him, Jorgensen. He's going to kill himself.
Read all about it. Editor of Register shot in office. Doctor suicides. Read all about it. Editor of Register shot in office. Doctor suicides. Read all about it.
You have just heard Correction, Attraction 22 on Radio City Playhouse. Correction was written by Charles Lee Hutchings and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Dr. Lumsden was played by Mr. John Larkin. Other members of the cast included Lou Hall, Floyd Buckley, Bill Lipton, Joe Helgeson, and Betty Harrison. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, I Remember Mama, based on the delightful story Mama's Bank Account by Catherine Forbes. The same story characters are all back in their own inimitable charm, and the story deals with Papa's long and finally successful attempt to become a United States citizen. So join us next week for I Remember Mama, Attraction 23 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
This program came to you from our Radio City studios in New York. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 30. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Radio City Playhouse. Our story tonight is different from anything we have ever done before. It is titled Luck and was written by Wilbur Daniel Steele, one of the greatest short story writers in America today. Originally, Mr. Steele wanted to be a painter. We feel that the delicate shading of a master artist is evident in our play tonight, and that it more than lives up to the Playhouse tradition of a fine story expertly told. With us for the first time this evening is Mr. John McGovern. We are very happy to welcome this extremely talented actor to his first appearance on our show. Mr. McGovern, who plays the part of Jennison, is assisted by Bill Lipton, one of our favorite younger actors. Here, then, is Luck by Wilbur Daniel Steele, starring John McGovern and Bill Lipton, Attraction 30 on Radio City Playhouse.
The The scene is a scattered little community well up in the mountains on a winter afternoon. Along one of the remote mountain roads, a man is trudging through the crusted snow. His name is Jennison. People call him Jen. There's something unnatural about his appearance, something that makes people wince a little the first time they see him. He's not a young man, and yet he's not old. He's perhaps between 35 and 40. The muscles of his neck seem permanently twisted so that his head sits on his body at a cruelly distorted angle. His face is blotched and purplish, a face deeply etched with lines of pain. He's wearing a tie, which is unusual, and his blue felt hat has been carefully brushed. He's taken great care with his appearance today because he's almost positive that if she gives him any encouragement at all, he'll propose to Hetty Prohl. When he turns in at Judge Prohl's house, he squares his shoulders, and before he knocks at the door, he straightens his tie and removes his blue felt hat.
Why, Jen, how are you?
Hello, Hetty. Hetty, I wanted to say something to you that...
Well, Will Yard is here, Jen. We're going for sleigh ride.
Will is here now?
Oh, don't look so disappointed, Jen.
Eddie, we better be getting started. There isn't much time for... Oh, hello, Jen.
Hello, Will.
Would you like to come with us, Jen?
No, I mean, I'd like to, but I don't think,
I'll see you tonight anyway, Jen. You're coming to the poker game?
Yeah, I am.
So I'll see you at Peter's store, huh?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'd better be going.
Jen, did you have anything you especially wanted to tell me?
No, not especially. I just thought I'd drop by. Wasn't anything important.
Well, goodbye, Jen.
So long, Jen. See you later.
Bye. Goodbye, Hetty. I could be her husband. I could.
Of course you could, Jen. Of course you could. Listen to me. I'm the gutsy part inside of you. The part of you that nobody knows. The part of you that's handsome and clever and witty. I'm the part of you that's young, strong, passionate.
I love her. I'm not so old.
You're older than Will Yard.
I'm just unlucky. I'm always unlucky. What did he have to be there for today? Why today? Why today, when I was going to ask her? I'm always unlucky.
You love her very much, don't you?
But I'm so darned unlucky.
Jen, supposing your luck turned. Someday your luck will turn, Jen. Maybe today, Jen. Maybe even tonight. Maybe you'll win at poker tonight, Jen.
Tonight?
Maybe tonight you'll be lucky, Jen.
Lucky tonight.
Just be sure, Jen, that when your luck turns, you're ready for it.
How about one more hand, boys?
Hey, not for me, Jen. You've had too much luck tonight.
You really cleaned up tonight, Jen.
I just seem to feel lucky.
And I'm broke. I've had enough.
Yeah? Well, I haven't. You want to play one more hand, Jen?
If you like, Will.
Well, I've had enough. I'm cleaned.
I'm not quitting a loser. Supposing you and me play a hand, Jen. Just the two of us.
All right.
You haven't a chance, Will. This is Jen's lucky night.
No such thing as luck. Sooner or later, the cards come out even. How about it, Jen?
Let's go.
All right. I'll ante.
Right.
You deal, Jen.
Okay.
Well, come on. They're shuffled enough. Deal them out.
Okay. I sure feel lucky tonight. 3, 4, 5.
You sure had all the cards. I'll open with 20.
I'll stay.
Give me 3.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll take 1.
I'll bet 50.
50?
I'm not quitting a loser.
Okay. I'll see you and raise you 50.
I'll call. 4 10s.
Sorry, Will. 4 queens.
4 queens.
Jen can't lose.
I told you Jen was lucky.
It's luck, that's all.
Luck, huh? Luck, he calls it.
Now, don't get excited, Will.
I'm not excited. I just don't call it luck.
Now, have another drink before you go. It'll keep you warm for the road.
$940. I've won $940. Boy, this has sure been my lucky night.
Blast me if that kingdom come, if that 4 queens was luck.
No. Take it easy, Will. Don't you go getting sore.
There's no such thing as luck, see? And I'd like to see any man that... Oh, all right. Here's your money, Jen. I'm going.
Hey, Will, don't forget your grain bags. You left them on the apricot cases.
I got 'em. Good night, boys.
Gee, it looked for a minute like Yard was going to get nasty. Doggone it, I never can tell when he's had too much.
No such thing as luck, he says. Good mother of mine, he's the luckiest devil that ever drew breath.
$940. That's it, $940.
Here's what I owe you, Jen.
Thank you, Smitty.
It was right from me, Jen.
Thanks, Peters.
If I was you, Jen, I'd keep well behind Will on your way home. It's a narrow road for two. And the way Will looks, I don't think he'd relish having his heels trod on too much this morning.
Yard's all right when he's sober.
I'm going to...
Have another drink for the road.
No, going down by the pond. They got some fox traps out there. Might take a look at it.
You better give Will a wide berth, else he'll throw you in.
We'd have to have the pond drug. Nah, leave Jan alone, boy. We're only kidding.
Well, I gotta be going. Night.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, I will.
Be careful of all that dough.
Good night, fellas. I will.
And keep away from Will Yard on your way home. Don't you push your luck too far.
Good night.
You see, Jen, you won, didn't you?
Yes.
$940.
$940. Yes, $940.
Enough to marry Hetty Prohl.
Yes.
More than enough.
I'll ask her. I'll ask her tomorrow.
What about Will Yard, Jen?
I'll ask her anyway.
There's a strange feeling in the air tonight, Jen.
Yes.
Are you nervous, Jen?
It's cold.
Is that why you're shivering?
Yes, it's cold.
Don't be nervous.
No.
Don't be afraid you'll meet Will Yard. Even though he knows you cheated him.
No.
Those 4 queens were a bit too much. Will Yard knows.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
I didn't cheat him.
Yes, you did.
I didn't want to. I didn't want to.
Will Yard's a big man, Jen. He's strong. He's stronger than you are.
Yes.
Why don't you stand a while and wait? Let him get well ahead of you.
Yes, you're well ahead of me.
You wouldn't want to meet him on this road. Too lonely, isn't it?
Yes.
You are afraid, Jen, aren't you?
No, I'm not afraid.
Listen, Jen. Listen.
What?
Listen. Listen carefully. Footsteps, Jen. Footsteps.
Who is it? Who is it?
It's me, Jen.
Oh, Will.
I stopped off at Pittner's down below. We had a cup of coffee. What's the matter, Jen?
Why, nothing's the matter, Will. Nothing.
Nervous about something, Jen?
No.
Sure?
Sure, yes, I'm sure. I thought you'd be ahead of me, that's all.
I would have been if I hadn't stopped off to see Pittner. Owed him some money. I was figuring to pay up today. Told him I'd been in a little poker game and that I was,
What, Will?
that I'd gone and lost the money.
I sure was lucky.
You weren't lucky. I was a fool. Come on, Jen. Let's not stand here looking at each other like a couple of strange dogs.
Well, you walk faster than I do. You go on ahead.
Well, I got plenty of time. Come on.
Okay, Will.
Come on into the middle of the road. Less snow.
Yeah.
Am I walking too fast?
No, well...
So you think you were lucky tonight, huh?
Yeah, $940.
There's no such thing as luck, Jen. A man gets what's coming to him in the long run.
Oh, not always.
People tell you I'm lucky. That lucky devil Yard, they say. I'm not lucky. I'm just smart.
Yes, but look at me, Will. Look at my face. My neck, the way it is. Don't you say I'm unlucky?
Ain't unluckiness, Jen. You're always doing fool things, getting drunk, making fool bargains with your money. And you're lazy, Jen. Lazy.
I'm not lazy.
You never get ahead ever in God's whole world. And it ain't nothing to do with unlucky.
I never wanted to get ahead, Will. Not till lately.
Till Hetty Prohl came home from the seminary with her hair up?
Yes, Will.
Jen.
Yes?
Are you thinking... Oh, no, of course you're not.
What, Will? Thinking what?
Are you sweet on Hetty Prohl?
Well,
are you? Come on, man. Are you or aren't you?
Yes, Will. I ain't never said it out loud before, but... Oh, I love that girl. I go by Judge Prohl's every day, nearly. I go 5 miles out of my way just to pass her house. I always knock on the door just to say hello. Mostly she asks me in. I just sit there, looking at her. I see her smooth, soft, white neck.
Jen, are you crazy?
I see how the brown hair lays light and warm against her cheek. I imagine how it would feel against my cheek.
Good Lord, Jen, don't be a fool.
Just the same, I'd make her a good husband.
Husband? You mean you think she'd marry you?
I would, Will. I would make her a good husband. Or maybe I wouldn't make her such a good living, but I'd know how to talk to her. I'd know when she was worried. I'd understand her. I'm as much of a man as you are, Will. Underneath, there's a part of me that ain't twisted or... We get along fine. Just fine, Hetty and me. As long as she don't look at me.
Then she laughs.
No, she don't. That's a rotten thing to say. It's just that when she looks at me, she feels sorry for me. Then she's extra kind. Oh, is it my fault that I was born like this? Is it?
It's the fault of somebody, your father or grandfather or somebody. Don't lay it to luck.
Oh, it's easy for you to talk. Everything always comes easy to you.
If I need luck, I make it. I use my head.
Yes, but
You're crazy, Jen. To think that you and Hetty Prohl... Jen, I know how her hair feels against my cheek. Night before last, I asked her to marry me. She said yes.
Is that true, Will?
What are you stopping for? Come on, we got to get home.
Is that true, Will?
We'll be married within a month.
Over my dead body.
What?
I'll see that you don't.
Oh, Jen, quit it. Quit talking that way. Yeah. You're such a baby.
I'll see that you don't.
Yeah? And what'll you do about it?
I don't know. I ain't near as big as you are, Will. Besides, you got a gun.
Gun?
What can I do?
Here. Here's my gun. Take it. Go on, take it. That's it. Now, what are you going to do? Go on, Jen. Cock it. Go on. That's right. Now, aim it at me. Go on, Jen. If you want to kill me, why don't you? Why don't you shoot?
I can't, because you're lucky. You know I couldn't do it in cold blood. You know I couldn't.
You can't do anything. Not anything.
I couldn't murder you in cold blood.
Oh, you make me sick sniveling around. You never carry a thing through. You ain't got the guts to do anything.
Oh, wait, Will. Here's your money. Here. Take it.
I thought you'd get around to that. Those 4 queens. I knew it all along. That was too raw, Jen. You saved 3 of them out of your full house 2 hands back, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I knew you wouldn't be able to keep the money. You can't carry anything through.
Take it. Take all of it.
You're dumb, Jen. Stupid and dumb. Oh. I don't want all the money. Just what's mine.
Oh, take it.
Oh, shut up. Stop sniveling. Good Lord, man. You're crying.
Take it.
Can't you shut up? There. I've taken what's mine. Here's the rest. Now, come on.
No.
Well, I'm going home. I'm not going to stand here all night listening to you feeling sorry for yourself.
I got a couple of traps down there by the pond. I'd like to have a look at them before sunup.
Well, I'll be seeing you.
I'm sorry, Will.
Okay, Jen.
Will.
What?
Would you mind leaving me one of them grain bags you got there? If I had the luck to catch that blue fox, I wouldn't want the whole town knowing it.
Sure. Here.
I'll bring it back.
Okay. It's got my name on it anyway.
And, Will, can I keep your gun? I just as leave have it in case that fox...
Fox? Jen, you ain't scared of a fox.
No, but them blue ones should be shot in the eyes so as not to mar the pelt.
Okay. Keep the gun.
And, Will...
Yeah?
I'd sure appreciate it if you'd not say anything about the cards.
About you cheating, you mean?
I didn't mean to, Will, honest.
All right, Jen. I won't say a word.
Promise?
On the Bible. I won't let on I've even seen you since I left Peter's store. So long, Jen.
He's gone now, Jen. Now what?
I don't know. I don't know.
I know, Jen. I know.
I've got to get him.
I know how, Jen. I know how.
How?
He'll never marry Hetty Prohl, Jen.
No.
Never.
Never.
Are you sure he won't marry Hetty Prohl, Jen?
Over my dead body.
That's right, Jen. That's the idea you had back there.
Can I do it?
You can do it, Jen.
Yes.
Do you really think you can kill yourself, Jen?
Yes. Yes, I can.
You can if I help you.
Yes. Yes, I can.
Kill yourself.
Yes.
And make it look like murder.
Yes.
Make it look like Williard killed you.
Yes, make it look like he killed me.
Think, Jen.
I'm thinking.
We're alone now. You and I. Get everything else out of your mind.
Yes.
The money, Jen. What about the money?
The money.
We're alone, Jen. It's quiet. You can think. Think, Jen.
He should have taken all of the money.
Yes, Jen. You'd better get rid of the rest of it.
Yes.
Take it out of your pocket.
Yes.
Now, light a match.
Match, yes.
Now, burn it.
Yes, burn it.
Hold the bills in your hand. There they go. That's it. Now turn your pockets inside out. That's the way. Now what, Jen?
The hole in the ice.
The hole Joe Schultz sawed to see if the ice was thick enough for cutting.
I need some rocks.
3 or 4 big rocks, Jen.
Yes.
There's one, Jen. There. Dig at it.
Yes, dig at it. Dig until my hands bleed. I don't care if it hurts. Yeah, they'll wonder what's happened to me. They'll get him. A big, strong man like that pushing me through the ice. Shooting me and pushing me through the ice. For money. A big, strong man like that killing me for money.
Dig, Jen. Dig at the rocks.
I can hear what they say. I can hear what all of them will say. I can hear the sheriff arresting him. Arresting Williard.
Yard, I arrest you for poor Jen's murder, the dirtiest thing ever done in these parts.
Isn't that a fierce thing? That Williard killing poor old Jen. I think it's horrible. Horrible. Williard's guilty of murder. Murder. Well, don't just sit there dreaming, Jen. Get those rocks into Williard's grain sack.
Williard guilty of murder.
One more rock, Jen.
They'll hang him by the neck till it's as twisted as mine. He'll never marry Hetty Prohl. Never, never, never.
Put the rocks into the grain sack, Jen.
Yes.
Now what, Jen?
The footprints.
That's right, Jen. There must be 2 sets of footprints down to the edge of the pond, and only 1 set going back.
Yes, he came down with me, pushed me in, went back alone.
Yes, Jen. Muss up the snow. That's it, Jen. Hurry, Jen. It's getting light. Hurry.
Yes, it's getting light.
2 sets down to the edge, 1 set going back.
Yes.
Now tie the bag, Jen. Tie the open end of the grain sack.
Yes, tie it up tight.
Hurry.
I'm hurrying.
What's that, Jen?
It's the 5:58.
It's 6 o'clock, Jen. It's getting light. Hurry. Now undo your belt. That's it. Now loop your belt through the middle of the bag. That's it. No. Jen, wait.
Stones. I've got to push 2 stones to each end of the bag and hold the bag in the middle. There. Now loop my belt through the bag. Now.
Now what, Jen?
Now I walk out onto the ice.
Well, go on, Jen.
I don't think...
Jen.
It'll be so cold. I can't. I can't do it. Dear God, I can't do it.
Jen.
I'm afraid. Afraid to do it.
You can do it, Jen.
No.
You can
No.
do it. Then use the gun.
Gun?
Go out onto the ice. Use the gun. Throw it into the bushes and fall through the hole.
No, I can't. I can't.
That will make it doubly sure, Jen. Use his gun.
Doubly sure.
Use his gun.
He'd never swagger and laugh again. They'll drag the pond and find me shot, too. And the bullet will be from Williard's gun. He won't marry Hetty Prole. He won't. He won't. He won't.
Go out onto the ice, Jen. That's it. Go on, Jen. Not too far. There.
I don't think...
You can, Jen. You can. Point the gun at your chest, Jen.
Oh.
And when you pull the trigger, you throw the gun into those bushes.
I may not be able to throw it.
You can throw it. Go ahead, Jen. Pull the trigger. Come on, Jen. It's getting light. Come on.
It'll hurt. It'll hurt.
It will hurt for a moment. But you're not afraid of pain.
No.
You've always had pain.
Always had pain, yes. Dear God, I've always had pain.
Then do it, Jen.
But what if they don't get him? What if he gets away? I'm always unlucky. It'd be just my luck that something might happen, that I've forgotten something.
Think, Jen. Think. You won his money. All that money. Peters knows it. Hardle knows it. Smitty knows it. They all saw you win his money.
And he was mad. He was mad. They knew he was mad. They even said that I'd better keep out of his way when I was coming home.
Yes, Jen. He was mad and he was drunk.
He was drunk.
He'd had quite a bit to drink and he was mad.
Yes.
You've got his gun and his grain sack with his name on it.
His grain sack.
They can see where you stopped to talk up there, Jen. The footprints.
Yes, they can see that.
And there are 2 sets of footprints down to the pond, Jen.
2 sets down.
And only 1 set going back
yes,
up.
only 1 set going back up.
And his gun.
His gun.
And his grain sack.
Grain sack.
It's foolproof, Jen. Foolproof.
Yes, yes, it is. They all know he murdered me. They all know it, all of it.
And Hetty Prue will know it.
She'll never marry him. Never. Never marry a murderer.
Hetty Prue will never marry him.
Never marry him.
And she'll be sorry for you. She'll be sorry for you.
She'll be sorry she wasn't nicer to me, wasn't kinder to me.
She'll be sorry she didn't marry you.
Yes, sorry she didn't marry me.
She'll be sorry.
She'll be sorry.
Then come on, Jen. Do it. It's light now, Jen. People will be getting up soon. You've got to carry this through, Jen. You've got to carry this through. It's perfect. It can't go wrong. Williard's luck has turned at last.
I'll carry it through. Oh, dear God, help me to carry this through. It's perfect. Help me to fix that devil yard. I'll be lucky this time. Not him. I'll do it. I will do it.
Whoa, me. Whoa. Whoa. Will. Williard. Hello.
Well, Judge Pro, how are you?
Get in. I'll give you a lift.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks a lot.
Get up, May. Come on. Mighty cold morning.
Yep, mighty cold.
What are you doing up at this hour?
Little poker game. Me and Smitty and Hardle and Peters and Jen up at Peters' store. Where you been? Sure didn't expect to see anybody this early in the morning.
I've been into the city. Just came back in the 5:58.
Have a good trip?
Fine. You have a good poker game?
Jen won all my money.
Jen did? Oh, Jen. Saw him down by the pond back there, fooling around with a sack or something. Acting like he didn't want anybody to see him.
He's hunting fox. Doesn't want people to know. Did he see you?
Nope. And I didn't call to him. Thought he might want to ride back with me. He makes me kind of nervous.
Jen's all right.
I guess so. Well, I'm glad to see you. You'd have had a long walk if I hadn't been on the 558. Lucky I happened along.
Luck? Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's any such thing as luck.
What's that?
That must be Jen. Guess he just caught himself a fox.
You have just heard Luck by Wilbur Daniel Steele. The production was directed by Harry W. Junkin. John McGovern was Jennison. Bill Lipton was the narrator. Other members of the cast included Donald Curtis, Andre Wallace, Eugene Francis, and Ernest Graves. The music was composed and directed by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, the tense and very gripping story of a young man who becomes his own fatally dangerous enemy. Wardrobe Trunk. Next week on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11. Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11, presents The King of the Moon by Joseph Schul. The production is directed by Harry W. Junkin and stars Ian Martin, the brilliant young character actor who delighted Broadway with his performance of Finian in Finian's Rainbow. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 11, The King of the Moon. Our play starts in a suburban garden in Dublin with a lot of things all growing green, which, considering the ancestry of the man bending over the scallions, is only logical. His name is in keeping, too. It's Michael Ryan.
'Tis a sad thing to be over 50, never to have seen the world, never to have been the great things you might have been. The passers-by see nothing but a pot-bellied businessman weeding in his garden after supper. A man with the dreams gone out of him.
Michael, must you be pottering about in that garden all evening?
Now, Margaret, who is it was complaining yesterday about the weeds?
No, they could wait another day. I sent the twins off to the movies, and Michael's gone to a dance with that young Roberts girl. And I don't like sitting all alone on the veranda with a dull book.
All right, then come and sit down here and watch me. No, you're interfering with me train of thought at the moment.
Michael, are you sure you didn't leave anything at the office today?
Of course I'm sure, and for the third time.
Very well, I merely asked. Now, where'll I sit?
On the customary part of yourself, I presume. I suppose that bench will hold you.
But you've added a few pounds yourself, and you're an old bear.
It's my family responsibilities and contending with a nagging wife.
Oh.
Now, will you get on with that book and leave me to weed into things?
Is there trouble at the office? Have you been quarreling with Tim again?
I have been quarreling with Tim for 29 years. It's not a thing I give a thought to now.
Oh, Michael, answer me seriously now. Is there nothing you left behind you at the office? Nothing at all?
Woman, I will tear up a fistful of fine new carrots and heave them at you if you ask me that again. Now, don't...
Very well, I'm lost in my book. But before you bury your nose in the weeds again, you might take a look at the setting sun. You know, a touch of beauty would do no harm to your warped soul.
I have looked. There's no need for making it a hindrance to my work. I can feel God's beauty warm in the back of my neck and seeping down into my heart. And the voices of the earth come to me through the fingertips.
Well, I've a poet for a husband tonight.
No, not a poet. But a man that might have been many things 28 years ago. Who knows?
Who knows what?
Who? Nothing. Get on with your book. "28 years ago, and the spring, and me 25 and 2 years out of the army and into the insurance business with Tim, while the world and its far places and the great things to be done swum round in my head and filled my heart with dreams. I can still remember the sing of the blood in my veins that morning. The morning I go whistling down to the office and pore over my insurance cards and gather the lot of them together and throw them out of the window and go crashing in on Tim as he sat at his desk. Tim!
Must you rattle the fillings out of me teeth every time you come in?
I've come to tell you of my decision.
Have you now?
I have. I woke up this morning with it fully formed in my head. I quit.
Oh, is that all?
Now, you're a good friend, Tim, and you were a good officer, and taking me into the business was kindly meant. I appreciate that.
Go on.
But I have been turning things over very seriously in my mind since we had the fight yesterday.
Which one?
The one over the accident policy.
That wasn't much of a fight.
No, but when it was over and I walked out of here and I caught myself feeling the slightest possible of tremors about how you took it when I called you a pig-headed reactionary.
Oh, that was good of you indeed.
It dawned on me suddenly that I was a mite worried about what you'd think. I was on the verge of becoming careful about what I said. And, oh, Tim, boy, beyond that lies the region of terror. The time when I look upon you as the boss, when I'm afraid of being fired, a slave to my paycheck, and no longer a free man. Oh, it's a horrible vista.
Horrible.
But a distant one. I'm free yet. I'm as good a man as you are, and not the one to shrink from saying so.
That I'll grant you.
Though I may have but $150 in the bank, while you've 10,000.
Oh, that'll adjust itself in time. Stay with the business long enough, and we'll both have $150 in the bank.
I gather that you're willing to have me go, that you impugn my ability.
I do nothing of the kind. I'm firing you again.
Oh, no, I've had the first word on that score.
And this time you'll stay fired for a couple of months till I'm good and ready to take you back.
That, of course, is ridiculous and a left-handed invitation to stay, which I cannot accept. I have quit definitely and for good.
And what are you going to do?
Tim, how should I know and what should I care what I'm going to do? I'm young and strong with the health bounding in me and the wide world before me. There's gold in Africa and coffee in Brazil and diamonds heaven knows where else. There's great railways to be owned and ships to be sailed and the very kingdoms of the stars but a step away from our science. We may see a man of this earth, a king of the moon, before we die. And am I not as good a man as any? I'll wear no man's collar, Tim, not even yours. Though of all of them, I've found it the least abrasive.
Is that so?
Now, I'm grateful to you, boy. I'm friends with you, and I hope I always will be. But I'm off to freedom in my own way.
Go ahead. And one of these days, as I've warned you before, I'll be sick of your nonsense.
Nonsense? And you with your bottom glued to a swivel chair and your nose to the grindstone already. Goodbye to you, Tim. So there I am out on the streets, a free man of my free will and the ways of the world thrown open to me. The shops are good to look at and the tall buildings and the fine cars, and I'd own them all someday. And I'm striding along with a good free stride and looking back and I forget what was you.
I ain't where you're going.
And there was me first glimpse of herself. She'd come out of the drugstore wearing the red hat jaunty on her head, and I still say it's the best hat she ever had, and a jar of cold cream in her hand. And now she's sitting on the sidewalk with the red hat over one eye and the cold cream oozing out onto the pavement beside her, and me standing over her, looking sheepish.
You always charge up the street with your eyes in the back of your neck.
Oh, there now. Up you get.
Let me alone.
There you are.
Oh, will you look at my dress?
Oh, now, sure, it was an accident which I shall regret to my dying day, and you exaggerate. I was merely glancing back over my shoulder.
Oh, you clumsy lout.
You know, it's a pretty hat, and maybe it does belong over that eye, but it gives you the suggestion of a scowl.
Well,
Now, if you were to push it back a little...
Indeed.
There, that's better. Now, turn around and I'll give you a bit of brushing off on your back.
Your pardon.
Well, very well, do it yourself.
Thank you. And now, if you'll indicate the direction in which you're going, I'll move off in the other.
There's another thought which occurs to me.
Well, I haven't the time to hear it.
I'll be delighted to buy you a bucket of cold cream if you'll allow me to pour out my apologies across the table.
What?
I mean to see if maybe a small steak and a double banana split could win a smile of you where I have failed.
That is impudence heaped upon injury. And no matter how I meet strange men, I never accept a first invitation from them. And further apologies should be addressed to Dublin 54298, Miss Margaret Dillon, and the best day is Thursday. Good morning.
So there I am with the lands of the world beckoning and the seas and the ships to take me there, and I chained to the town and the street and the back bedroom at Mrs. Silverstein's for 48 hours, all because it's Tuesday. And Thursday morning, bright and early, I'm rushing for the telephone.
International Hardware and Plymouth Stores Incorporated.
There wouldn't be a Miss Margaret Dillon at that place, would there?
Sure, but she's busy with the president.
The president... Thank you very much. 6 times it was in 2 hours of a fine spring morning before she answered, and allowed herself to be coaxed to a movie with Douglas Fairbanks climbing over housetops and jumping from cliffs and filling the brain with thoughts of the adventures that might be had. And a fine, full-blooded quarrel we have on the way home, with me telling her of the road fever in me veins, and her thinking it's scandalous that I have no job and no ambition, and preaching the cause of the sedentary that end up with automobiles and duodenal ulcers, and generally revealing a disgusting narrowness of viewpoint. And we decided to continue the argument on the following Tuesday, though she saw very little point in it since she'd already said the last word. So for the Tuesday, I decide to try dancing. And we come to a restaurant where there is a little music. And we sit down, and she's wearing the red hat, and her eyes are blue beneath it. And she finds a smile for me, and the chains I'd felt settling upon me were jingling like silver bracelets. And in spite of my best efforts, it was a pleasant sound. And I couldn't forbear telling her I was glad to see her, and I'd been thinking of her, and... she said she'd been worrying about me and my wild ideas. And then, almost on the waiter's heels, came that great oaf Tim.
Hello there, Michael. Michael, it's good to see you.
And I'm glad to see you, Tim.
And in such good company.
Yes.
I've been wondering about you and waiting for you to come round again.
I'm still of the same mind as when I left, Tim. Are you looking for someone?
No.
Well, perhaps they'll find a table for you then.
It seems a very crowded place tonight.
Yes, it does. Well, Tim, I'll be seeing you around one of these days.
Aren't you going to introduce me to the young lady?
I had not thought of it. However, Miss Dillon, this is Mr. Moran.
Delighted, Miss Dillon.
How do you do, Mr. Moran?
Michael and Miss Dillon. Would you take it amiss if I were to join you? Feeding alone is a most distasteful business to a sociable man.
As the act of a gentleman and a favour to a friend, will you get the devil out of here?
Would you mind, Miss Dillon?
Not at all, Mr. Moran, not at all.
Not at all, and she looks at him with a great, deep smile she'd never given me, and he plants himself at the table and has the impudence to dance with her, and the evening's ruined except once in a while when I get her away from his endless babble for a dance, and then it's worse.
I think you're rude and stupid, and I cannot see how you've ever kept a friend judging by the way you treat Mr. Moran. You've not said a civil word to him all evening.
If he'd had the barest scrap of decency, he'd never have butted in on us. And beating your eardrums in with his talk about the insurance business. Who wants to hear about insurance?
I do. It's very interesting.
It's not the insurance that's interesting you.
We'll sit down now.
And then we're going home at the end of a lovely evening, still the three of us, and him lying himself black in the face about where he lived so that he could walk with us all the way to her house, and only leaving us at the gate when I kick him in the shin. And, well, I knew he'd made a careful note of the address.
You know, Mr. Moran is very nice.
I can only say for him that sold to a glue factory and boiled down, he'd make the world's finest adhesive. The only satisfaction I've got is knowing that he has a 3-mile walk home.
Oh, he hasn't. He said he lives only a little way from here.
He's a liar, among other things.
Well, at least he's a man with ambition. And I'm ashamed of you for leaving your job with him and all the fine chances he offered you.
I'd have fleets of automobiles where he has one and towns where he has houses before I'm finished.
And how are you going to get them?
Oh, Margaret, the ways to success are endless to the man with brains and hands and courage.
And every one of them requires work.
I'm not afraid of work. I look about, see the world and what it has to offer, and shape it to my hands. Will you come dancing on Thursday?
Nope.
Why not?
Because you cannot afford the money until you get yourself work and stop dreaming your way through life.
I am not dreaming my way through life. My plans are definite.
Definite?
That's what they are. I'll wear no man's collar and settle down into the first comfortable rut in which I happen to find myself.
And I'll not waste the time of anyone who'd walk out of a job in such prospects with a fine man like Mr. Moran. Good night, Mr. Ryan.
So there I am, walking home in the moonlight, free as the air again, and taking a savage kick at every stone on the road as I pass. And the next morning it's still spring, and the world is as wide as ever, and there are grand opportunities for a young man in Duluth and San Francisco and London and Auckland, and fortunes to be made in India and gold in Africa and the pampas waving in South America, and all the world to be seen, and I not have to see it. Ah, that Tim. 30 years old he is, getting on for middle age and solid in his rut as a mid-course. But it comes to me suddenly that he is 6 feet tall, with curly hair and blue eyes and such. And there is the possibility that a woman might see something in him. And so after a bit of that sort of thinking, I get up from my chair in the garden and walk downtown and go in and knock on his door with my pride rising in my throat like a wet sponge. And he says, "Come in," and there he is with his feet on the table and a thumb to his mouth, as though he'd been biting it. Good morning, Tim.
Where did you meet her?
Who?
And what have you been doing to her?
I have no idea of whom you are speaking.
Go on. I'm a reasonable man and never too fixed in my viewpoint to change it. Now, I've always been of the opinion that you were a harmless lunatic.
What?
But Miss Dillon seems to have it so firmly fixed in her head that the only worthwhile people in the world are the dreamers and the men with imagination that...
What did you say?
I said that you've thrown a spell over Miss Dillon, which inclines her to believe that you've courage instead of being lazy, and brains instead of the gift of the gab, and she's made a reluctant convert of me. I'm merely growing old before me time by staying here and trying to build up a business. I'm going to leave it.
What?
And see what the world offers in the way of large opportunities and adventure.
But what's going to happen to the business?
To this business, anything that happens will be an improvement. It can go to blazes.
Oh, and I suppose you'll be bragging to Miss Dillon of your great resolve.
I'll be informing her of it on Thursday night.
So you've been after her already?
You've known her for exactly 1 week. That's a start which can be overtaken.
We'll see about that. Where does Miss Dillon work?
In that office there, but you can't be going in there. That's the president's office.
Aha!
Michael, you cannot come in here. The president...
Hang your old president. I think it only right to tell you that your shameless feminine duplicity has resulted in the wrecking of not 1 life, but of 2.
What?
I cannot go back to the business even if I wanted to, because Tim has now decided to close it up and go off hunting ivory in Africa or seals in Lapland.
Has he indeed? And what have I to do with it?
Everything you belaboured to me, you praised to him. And he now thinks I was right where I know I was wrong, and is off to do as I am now not going to do.
I have become entangled with 2 madmen, and the sooner you're both out of my life, the better.
Dine in with him tomorrow evening. There's no way to get him out of your life.
That's no concern of yours. And you have no cause to be interested in the fact that we'll be dining at the Moresby at 8:15. And now, will you leave me to my work before the president comes in here and throws you out?
The Moresby, 8:15. Well, good evening to you both.
Good evening, Michael.
And why the devil should you be happening along here at this minute?
The Moresby is a public eating place, and I'm prepared to pay my bill. I am also prepared to join you, if invited.
We're expecting me grandfather, who makes noises with his soup, and his older sister, who is a suffragette. You won't find the company entertaining.
Perhaps if Miss Dillon did not object, I might fill in the time until they arrive.
Oh, sit down, Michael. And wipe those scowls off your faces, both of you.
Thank you, Margaret. Well, I understand that you're off for Tasmania or Baluchistan, Tim.
I am not.
Or was it Greenland, perhaps?
I'm staying right here in this town. I'm remaining in the insurance business. I shall be buried here.
I shall be glad to go to the funeral.
Miss Dillon, would you care to dance?
With pleasure, Mr. Moran.
It wasn't the sort of dancing to worry a man. Tim's face was like Ailsa Craig, and he held Margaret with the grip that is used for shoving a large chest of drawers from one corner to another. The entire conversation, so far as I could see, consisted of 3 sorries from Tim. Finally, the dance ended. And there was a solemn, shifty smile in the back of Margaret's eyes when they returned to the table.
I am now going to powder my nose, if you'll both excuse me.
She told you we were going to be here.
Perhaps she didn't.
A man with any decency would not have come trailing after us.
Decency is a strange word in your mouth.
I've been hearing more about your singular virtues. I'm sick of the sound of your name.
Indeed.
I find it incredible, and only a step this side of madness. But there's no question about it. She prefers you to me.
She doesn't.
She does. She told me so.
She didn't.
Well, in so many words.
And so she came back, and the clouds were billowing under her feet, and the band was playing heavenly hymns about her, and there were stars in her hair and a shower of rose petals falling about her from the clouds. And I stood up at the table and held out my arms as wide as was seemly and greeted her with a brilliant smile that must have won her. And she said,
Sit down and stop making a spectacle of yourself.
Margaret. Oh, now, Margaret. Would you dance with me?
Yes.
Darling.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, my darling, I'll shower you with diamonds. I'll ransack the kingdoms of the moon for you. 40 footmen each in a Rolls Royce will go before you and behind you when you travel.
I've no ambition to become the world's greatest traffic problem. Have you gone mad?
I think so. Oh, I knew your heart was the dreamer's heart, too.
Ah, did you indeed?
Tim's going to stay in the business, let him.
And so are you.
What?
She's going to ask you tonight. He's going to take you outside right after this dance. And, Michael, if you refuse, I'll never speak to you again.
Margaret,
After all the trouble I've been to put in a word for you.
Put in a word with Tim? I never needed a word put in for me with Tim.
Well, you've had it. Now remember, after this dance...
And so the dance ended, and we came back to the table, and Tim and I looked each other very hard in the eye, and then we looked at Margaret, and then he got up, and we turned together and walked away without a word. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Margaret look around her and hold her handkerchief just a bit above the table and then let it drop. Meanwhile, Tim and I stood in the lounge and looked at each other hard again and shook hands very solemnly.
We've been hornswoggled by the world's most designing female.
For our own good.
Oh, very well, for our own good. But I'm sad at the thought of what your married life's going to be like, and I wish you every happiness.
I'm not saying, mind, that just because I'm soon to be a married man, I'll stay in the insurance business. I'm wearing no chains yet.
The clank of them's deafening me this minute. Ah, but it's a pleasant sound at that. And one to make an old bachelor envious.
Ah, now cheer up, Tim, boy. There's other women in the world.
None like her. And I wish I'd never set eyes on her. Come on back.
And we start back, and we get in sight of our own table, and our heads snap up, and our eyes goggle, because without a drop to cause it, we're seeing double. There are two Margarets at the table, or rather, there's my Margaret, and another that might have been born a year or two before her as the model. And our feet bring us to the table without our having anything to do with it, and Margaret favors us with a sweet, wide-eyed smile. And I suddenly remember the sight of that dropped handkerchief.
What, don't gape so, you two. It's only my sisters. Moira, this is Michael Ryan, and this is Timothy Moran.
How do you do?
Do take your chair again, Mr. Moran. I only sat down for a moment. I'm at another table.
With whom?
Two of my girlfriends. We thought we'd have dinner here and listen to the music. Coincidence, isn't it?
It is, indeed.
Do take your chair, Mr. Moran.
I'd not think of it.
Oh, but I must be getting back to my friends anyway.
Nonsense. 2 girls alone are no more miserable than 3. You'll stay with me.
I'd not think of intruding on you.
It'll be far from an intrusion, and we insist. Be the high heaven and the light of the stars, I'll stand no more nonsense from the Dillon family. Sit down, woman, or I'll pick you up in my arms and sit you down myself.
Very well, if you're determined to use force.
That was 28 years ago, and it was the last show of force either of us ever made. Ah, well. That's the last of the radishes.
Oh, well, if you're finished at last, we'll go in.
A fine, clean garden, is it not?
Michael Ryan, I'll ask you once more and for the last time, did you leave?
No, I did not forget anything at the office.
Well, then I wish I'd not baked a cake and got in sherry and asked Tim and Moira to come over tonight.
Oh, you do?
I'll be ashamed for the first time in my life, and I'm hurt, too.
Are you now?
You don't even ask me why.
Well, I was thinking of something else. Whatever became of that red hat?
What red hat?
The one you were wearing when I first bumped into you outside the drugstore.
That was a blue hat. They gave it to the cleaning woman 15 years ago.
You'd never had another as good. And it was red.
It was blue.
Do you not think I can remember what you were wearing the day I met you?
Well, with such a memory, it's a pity you can't remember the day you married me.
If you think I've been unable to perceive the drift of your hints and questionings all the evening, you still underestimate me after 20 and more years. If you'll go to my coat and put your hand in the right-hand pocket, you'll find your loot.
Oh, my
And I did not, as I have been maintaining with entire truthfulness, forget it at the office.
Ah, you darling old blackguard. Come on in, Michael. 'Tis little weeding you can do by the light of the moon.
The moon. And I once wanted to be king of it. Ah, well, there's been no one else set foot on the moon either. Maybe it'll be Michael Jr. Who plants the name of Ryan there?
That was King of the Moon, as written by Joseph Schul. The production was directed by Harry W. Junkin. Ian Martin, recently starred in Finian's Rainbow, was heard as Michael. Andre Wallace was Margaret. Other players were Roy Irving and Grace Keddy. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonagh. Beginning next week, Radio City Playhouse will be heard on Saturdays at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time over most of these NBC stations. Our first offering in this new time is Mother by Stanley Robert Mednick, the psychological study of a strange and sadly confused woman. Be with us then next Saturday, September the 11th at 8 o'clock for Mother, Attraction 12 on Radio City Playhouse. Robert Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 23. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Friends, our previously announced plans for tonight's Playhouse presentation have been changed. Last week, an old friend of ours, Mr. Milton Geiger, one of radio's best-known writers, visited Radio City Playhouse and brought with him a script so unusual, so completely different to anything we've ever done before, that we immediately decided it should be our attraction for this week. The script is titled Portrait of Lenore, and two of our very favorite people are here to play the leading parts. Mr. Bernard Grant is well known to Radio City Playhouse listeners for his many wonderful performances on previous shows, Ground Floor Window and The Door, to name only two. Tonight he combines his talents with those of our own Jan Miner to bring you Radio City Playhouse Attraction 23, Portrait of Lenore, by Milton Geiger.
Maybe a while back you happened to see a motion picture called Laura. Remember Laura? Gene Tenney, Dana Andrews, Clifton Webb. Remember Laura? I went to see Laura because I didn't believe a man could fall in love with a woman just by looking at her portrait. You see, I'm a writer myself, and I did not think a situation like that rang true. That is, I didn't think so then. But now, well, I'm not so sure. About a week ago, a new painting arrived at the Oscar Dole Museum of Art. Oscar Dole is a friend of mine, so he invited me to come in and take a look. I arrived at the museum after it had closed, But Oscar let me in anyway. We went up to the second floor where the painting was hung. The museum was deathly quiet, and so were we. I couldn't say anything. I just stood there beside Oscar, looking at this magnificent work of art. Oscar was pleased at my reaction.
You like it, don't you, Hillary?
Oscar, it's unbelievable. Portrait of Lenore. Even the name has a feel to it. I've never seen anything like it. She's.
Now, don't tell me the writer is stuck for words.
Oh, for that kind of beauty, there are no words. Where did you get it?
From the artist, Charles Beaumont. He's loaned it to us.
Is it valuable?
Well, it would be if Charles Beaumont wanted to sell it. But he's refused every offer.
No wonder. Oscar, do me a favor.
What?
Go back downstairs to your office. I'd like to sit here a while and look by myself. Do you mind?
Of course I don't mind. I'm glad you like the thing so much. Well, when you're through, come along downstairs. We can have supper somewhere.
Portrait of Lenore. I went in to look at the painting every day for 4 days. I'd spend the whole afternoon just looking at Lenore, looking and wondering and wishing that somehow she... Well, and I snapped out of it and got back to work. A writer makes money by keeping his nose stuck in a typewriter. The following Friday, I'd work straight through from 10 in the morning until well after midnight. So when the telephone rang at 2 o'clock in the morning, waking me out of my well-earned sleep, I was an indignant fellow. Go away. All right. Whoever you are, hang up and go away,
Just
will you?
a moment, Mr.
Look,
Drake.
can't you understand? Do you know what time it is?
You are Hillary Drake, aren't you?
Yes, you can call me in the morning.
If we're to do business together, we have to understand each other before morning, Mr.
Say,
Drake.
who is this?
You are Hillary Drake.
You have $1.
You're a friend of Oscar Dole?
You have $2. Would you like to try for 4?
Would you like to try for 1,000?
State your proposition, madam.
Have you ever heard of a painting called Portrait of Lenore?
As a matter of fact, I have.
It was stolen from the museum early this evening.
It was what?
Early tonight, it was stolen. Now, Oscar Dole will offer a handsome reward for the return of the painting. You know Mr. Dole, and you know your way around. Will you represent me in my negotiations for the reward?
Look, lady, I'm afraid I don't understand just what's going on here.
Mr. Drake. If you let me do the talking, I'll try to make it clear. The painting was stolen. The reward will be substantial. There'll be at least 1,000 in it for you if you do as you're told. Are you interested?
Yes. Yes, I'm interested.
I'll be on the West Side Highway that looks down on Pier 52.
When?
Now, at once. Will you meet me?
At this hour?
Will you meet me, Mr. Drake?
Yes, I'll meet you.
Goodbye, Mr. Drake.
Goodbye. I hung up on her and called Oscar Dole, and he admitted that the painting was gone. The reward was $5,000 and no questions asked, so I hung up before he could ask any questions. I drove to the West Side Highway overlooking the Hudson River docks. I turned off my lights and just waited there. I got out and stood beside the car in the darkness, watching the river, feeling the night all around me. As far as I could see, there was nobody for miles.
Mr. Drake.
Stop! Are you crazy? You scared me clean out of my skin.
You scare easily.
Sneaking up behind me like that.
I'm sorry.
Don't ever do that. I'm palpitating hardly.
When you can steady your nerves, perhaps we can talk.
Perhaps we can. I don't know. And please don't worry about my nerves.
Shall we get into your car?
Shall we?
No, Mr. Drake. After you.
Yes, Mother. Excuse me. Can I help you?
I'm quite able to get into an automobile by myself, Mr.
Can
Drake.
you shut the door by yourself? I wish you would.
There. Comfortable.
What's the idea of the veil?
I wear a veil, and I have a gun, of course.
Most natural thing in the world. Who are you?
That doesn't matter.
Perhaps not, but I'd still like to know. Will you take that thing off your
No,
face?
and I haven't much time. I suppose you called Oscar Dole as soon as I hung up.
I did.
And?
$5,000 reward.
Splendid.
It's living.
Collect the reward for me tomorrow and bring
Wait
it to...
a minute.
Yes?
Just when do I get the painting?
After the reward is paid.
My trouble is I go to too many movies. The whole thing's too corny. Veils, stolen paintings. Look, I don't like you and I don't trust you. How do I know you'll deliver?
Because I promise it.
Oh. Well, your word of honor may pass as terrific collateral with you, but I can't get $5,000 from the museum on it.
I think you can.
You do?
If Oscar Dole doesn't recover the painting very soon, he'll never again be entrusted with such valuable works of art. You have 1 minute to think about it.
And then?
Then I shall have to find a more realistic go-between, one perhaps who doesn't go to so many movies.
You don't fool, do you?
No.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Mind if I have one?
I do.
You what?
I forbid you to smoke.
You?
I forbid you to smoke.
Yes, Mother, again.
Your decision, Mr. Drake?
All right. I'll try for the $5,000 with $1,000 to me.
Right. I'll be under the east tower of the George Washington Bridge tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. Bring the money and you'll get the painting.
Will you bring it with you?
No, but I'll take you to where it is.
Sounds like an interesting evening.
That's up to you.
Don't I get a look at you at all?
No, that isn't important.
I suppose it isn't important either for me to know if you stole the painting.
Tomorrow night. East Tower, George Washington Bridge with the money. Is that clear, Mr. Drake?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's all very clear. And now, would you mind getting out? I'm beginning to feel like having a cigarette.
Mr. Drake? Mr. Drake?
Good evening.
I'm very glad for your sake that you came alone.
If you want me to stay, you'd better put that gun away. Look, can't we cut out the melodrama? Veiled women with guns are a bit out of my line. I can only be pushed around for so long.
Did you get the money?
Well, Oscar wanted some guarantee that he'd get the painting, and I,
Did you get the money?
The fact that Oscar lost the painting 1 short week after it was loaned to him by Charles Beaumont is a terrific blow to the museum's prestige. Oscar feels that the only
Did you get the money?
Yes.
Give it to me.
Someday I'm going to give you an awful sock in the nose.
Give me the money. Thank you. I'll count it later. Where's your car?
Over there.
We'll go for a little drive.
Where?
Where I tell you. Thank you, Mr. Drake. But you go ahead of me.
We drove across Manhattan, then south to the Queensboro Bridge, my lady friend in the back seat. In the rear view mirror, I could see her, sitting there, tense and unmoving, holding that wicked-looking little gun in her gloved hand.
Turn left here, Mr. Drake.
We ended up somewhere in Long Island. We bumped over a rough dirt road to a darkened house overhanging the sea. She told me to stop. And when we got out, she made me walk in front of her, up dark, hollow-sounding steps. She gave me a key and made me unlock the door. Well, how about some light?
You'll get used to the darkness.
Is this your house?
No, it's not my house. But it's a beautiful view. Beautiful.
Ah, how can you tell? It's pitch dark.
There's enough light for what we have to do.
You've been here before, haven't you?
Look behind the bookcase.
I can't see, I tell you.
It's right behind you. There's a large art portfolio between the bookcase and the wall.
Oh, yes, it's here. This is what you want? We are. You know, if we could just turn on the lights, it would be so much easier.
I rather like doing business by moonlight.
Look, lady, whatever this is, it's beginning to make me sore. I'm all for a little fun, but let's not ride around with veils and guns and come to dark houses and refuse to turn on the lights. Now, let's just have
If you
a
don't
look.
keep perfectly still, Mr. Drake, and do as I tell you, I'll use my gun. I'm very good with it.
All right. What now?
Look in the portfolio.
Well,
Are you satisfied?
satisfied with what?
The painting.
What painting?
What painting? It's gone.
You're telling me it's gone.
It's gone. The painting's gone.
Was it ever here at all?
Yes.
Then where is it? Where is it?
I don't know. I must have the painting. I must.
But you were going to give it to me.
I was only going to show it to you just to prove my good faith that I had the painting.
You mean this was supposed to be a double
No.
cross?
I was going to give you the painting, but not for a few days.
Then, you won't mind returning my $5,000.
No. No, it's useless without the painting. The money's useless.
Then, let's have it.
Yes, take it. Useless to me now. Useless. Go away. I can get back alone. There's a door at the side of the driveway.
I knew it.
Go. Now, please go.
You have been in this house before. You know it very well.
No.
You're lying. How do you know there's a door to the driveway?
We came in that way.
We came in the front way.
Will you please get out of here and leave me alone?
You brought the painting here yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
You've been in this house many times, haven't you?
Well, what difference does it make?
Could anybody have followed you here? Someone interested in the painting?
I don't know.
Excuse me.
What are you going to do?
I just thought I'd examine the lock on this door here.
You don't need to bother.
And, just what do you mean by that?
The person who followed me out here wouldn't need to break the lock. He'd have a key.
Look, lady, I don't know who you are or what you're up to. But if I'm to be of any help to you, you'd better tell me the whole story. All I've gotten from you is a first-prize runaround. I come out here to this house, and now you start
Keep
playing...
your hands out of your pockets.
I come out here to this house, and
Don't
you act
light that match. I said don't light that match.
No, you burn my fingers.
You fool. I warned you.
You're
I
mad.
warned you.
You're mad. You're absolutely mad.
Please go away now, right now. Perhaps you haven't understood everything, but that can't be helped. You've done the best